Chapter 41-37. We're on the same side. If Lu Chen was at his peak, he would only have 40% confidence. But now, he was 80% confident. Who are you? As the ruby battleship got closer and closer, an ancient aura finally rose from the red earth wasteland and blocked the ruby battleship's speed. Lu Chen, the Nine-Lantern Fish, I'm Hong Fong from Wuwei Academy. I'm here to meet you, one of the 10 evils of Jojo. Red Maple immediately leaped up from the ruby battleship, and the spear in his hand transformed in midair. Red and white colors swept through the heavens and the earth. Ghosts wailed and howled in the sky and the earth. This was the divine embryo body. Although it was only at the Hotian realm, it clearly had a powerful background. Behind Red Maple, a huge ghost face appeared. It was about 100 meters long, and it had two faces. One was smiling, and the other was crying. It was a shocking sight. On the other hand, despite Red Maple's outstanding talent, his god force was not weak either. He even possessed a cultivation of the 9th layer martial god realm, thus his strength was not to be underestimated. Whing! A red and white spear pierced through the void and swept forward. Rumble! A ferocious aura rose from the wasteland as a crescent blade, which was accompanied by a glaring glow, slashed out horizontally. The scimitar brought with it terrifying divine power, it was like a snake that stuck to the spear. Next, it took advantage of the situation and shot towards the owner of the spear. Humph! Seeing this, Hong Fong snorted coldly. The spear in his hand trembled, and a ferocious realm essence burst out, intimidating the curved blade. However, the fatal blade was also very powerful. The moment it was forced back, it immediately followed the boundary energy released by the spear to find a weak spot. As if it was following the flow, it once again approached Hong Fong. Then, it looked at his neck and slashed. Nine-Lantern Fish, Lu Chen, you're too slow. Red Maple was not afraid at all. He immediately withdrew his spear and started swinging it with both hands. Reverse yin and yang. A powerful move was unleashed. A yin-yang wind fire wheel appeared around Hong Feng's body, protecting him while attacking Lu Chen. Retreat! Almost at the same time, a voice resounded. Then, a figure appeared in the distance. It was Lu Chen. At this moment, he was slightly out of breath. The collision just now seemed short, but it had exhausted quite a bit of his world essence. Go! Red Maple's yin-yang wind fire wheels grew larger and larger. In the end, the wind fire wheels seemed to have turned into a yin-yang ghost face, which then came crashing down on Lu Chen. 9 lanterns. Seeing this, Lu Chen also knew that there was no way to avoid it. He activated his talent and the 9-lantern fish, which was famous throughout the 9 provinces, appeared. The huge demonic fish was like a mountain. 9 mysterious lanterns hung on the fish's head. When the fish opened its mouth, its fangs were shining. The light of the 9 lanterns converged, illuminating all directions. Rumble! The terrifying yin-yang wind fire wheels were immediately blocked outside the light, unable to advance any further. In the end, an explosive sound was heard. After the violent explosion, a figure retreated 1,000 miles away. Then, he looked in front of him with a grave expression. This person was none other than Lu Chen. 9-lantern fish Lu Chen, that's all you've got. Red Maple, on the other hand, was brandishing his spear with a heroic aura. In their first confrontation, he had clearly gained the upper hand. Brother Red Maple. Seeing the result of Red Maple's battle, the people on the Ruby warship cheered, knowing that with Lu Chen's defeat, the Creation Alliance is bound to collapse. Not bad. Even Princess Tian smiled with satisfaction. Boss! Boss! On the other hand, the people of the Creation Alliance and the Serpent Clan shouted worriedly. They knew that if their boss was at his peak, Red Maple would be nothing. Now, that kid had gained the upper hand and regarded himself as one of the 9 province's 10 villains. What other tricks do you have, boss? Red Maple was undoubtedly very excited at this moment. He had indeed regarded himself as the leader of the 9 province's 10 villains. This was also the next goal that he had to surpass in his martial arts journey. Let me tell you, you can't escape even if you have wings. Behind us, there are 2 other 9 province's 10 villains. Their numbers and combat power are not something that you dying old dogs can resist, boss. Then, Red Maple spoke again. Kid, if you want to destroy my confidence with words, I have to say that you are still too naive. Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled and replied calmly. Although he knew that he was no match for Red Maple, as the oldest person in the 9 provinces, he was not someone who could be easily subdued. Stubborn fool. Red Maple sneered and was about to make a move when suddenly, a powerful aura surged from afar. Upon closer inspection, one could see a large number of experts rushing over from afar. Ha ha ha, did you see that? I told you that someone would come. Do you still believe me now? Seeing the group of experts that resembled tribulation clouds, Red Maple was shocked because he did not expect the ancient demon race to send out so many experts. Of course, he also thought that the ones who were truly shocked should be the Creation Alliance. The Creation Alliance should have completely given up by now. The truth was more or less the same. As the people of the Creation Alliance stared at the tribulation clouds in the distance, their faces darkened completely. They knew that a bloody battle was unavoidable. That's really fast, and they have sent out so many experts. They are really giving me, Lu Chen, face. Even Lu Chen squinted his eyes. At this moment, on the Ruby warship, the people were naturally overjoyed. However, Princess Tien was frowning because she felt that something was wrong. Firstly, the direction that those people were coming from was not the same as the direction that the ancient demon race was coming from. Secondly, that group of people was even more numerous than the ancient demon race. Princess Tien, I've said it before. This time around, the Creation Alliance has nowhere to run. And Lin Ling's whereabouts will be revealed from their mouths as well. Seeing Princess Tien frowning, someone from the side said with a smile. However, as soon as he finished speaking, everyone saw that the group of powerhouses in the distance had all unleashed their talents. Then, they launched their attacks and charged toward the Ruby battleship. Although the Ruby warship was fast, the activation process was fast. Before it was activated, its speed was even slower than the martial artists. Now that the Ruby warship had stopped, it was naturally in a state where it was not activated. This caused the martial artists on the warship to be like fleas as they screamed in panic. Oh my god! They seem to be targeting the wrong person. Hey, we're on the same side. However, not only did the attacks not stop, there were even more waves. Holy shit! Without a doubt, the experts on the warship jumped off one by one. Because if they did not run, they would be killed by the waves of powerful attacks. Fuck. Princess Tien could not help but curse. She had no choice but to abandon her precious warship and flee. Just as they disappeared, the terrifying shockwave of the realm energy arrived and destroyed the Ruby warship completely. Rumble. When the deafening roar was heard, even the people of the Creation Alliance were dumbfounded. A single thought rose in their minds. A dogfight? Chapter 4138. Lin Ling was here. What's going on? Ancient Demon Kin, have you all gone mad? Red Maple stared at the newcomer with an ugly expression. Who said I'm from the Ancient Demon Kin? Amidst the endless sea of people ahead, a figure shot over like a comet. It was so fast that it had reached the speed of 10,000 worlds. Who are you? Hong Feng frowned and tightened his grip on his spear. He felt that something was wrong. However, the person who had come was too lazy to say any more nonsense. Instead, many people stared at the person who had come, their pupils trembling. Although the person had come very quickly, those who were familiar with the blue-robed figure knew that this was the trial-taker Lin Ling that they had been looking for 3 years. It's him, Lin Ling. Princess Tian's jaw dropped. He's here. Lu Chen's entire body trembled in excitement. He was so excited that he kept licking his lips. 3 years ago, in order to save the Genesis Alliance, the blue-robed man had been severely injured. Because of this, the Genesis Alliance had protected him for 3 years. 3 years later, the blue-robed man completely awakened, as if a king had returned. What? He's Lin Ling. Hong Feng's expression changed drastically. However, when he came to his senses, 2 huge palms slammed down from the sky. It contained the power of the Bodhi Buddha God, ferocious realm essence, and unimaginable physical strength. This was the Bodhi-Dharma testimony. In your dreams. A ferocious pressure came crashing down, causing Red Maple's long hair to flutter in the wind. However, he coldly sneered. He had long since heard of the great name of trial challenger Lin Ling. Today was the perfect time to see just how strong he was. Moreover, he wanted to give Lin Ling a show of strength. Boom! The spear blocked horizontally, and the yin-yang ghost face appeared, attempting to block the palms in the sky. However, Lin Ling, who was in the sky, was like a shooting star. After his palms collided with the spear, he immediately bent it. Then, a destructive force exploded from his palms, smashing Red Maple and his spear into the ground under the shocked gazes of Princess Tian and the others. Whoosh! A meteor crashed into the ground like a cannonball, shattering the earth and causing the earth to tumble like waves. And who are you? Almost at the same time, the blue-robed young man in the sky spat out a doubtful voice. And who are you? His words clearly carried a domineering air. From the beginning until now, he didn't have the time to care about who Hong Feng was. It was as if Hong Feng wasn't worth his attention. But who was Red Maple? He was one of the top 5 masters in the history of Wuwei Academy, a master ranked in the top 100 on the heaven ladder on the divine list, and a young Tianhao whose strength was only inferior to the leader of 9 provinces' 10 evils. However, they couldn't even withstand a single blow. Lin Ling. After he recovered from his surprise, Lu Chen was the first to shout, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Senior Lu Chen, everyone. Lin Ling also looked at the Creation Alliance. After seeing that everyone was fine, he was finally relieved. However, with Lin Ling's eyesight, he could naturally see that the Creation Alliance was very tired at the moment. Obviously, in the past 3 years, Lin Ling had spent peacefully in the cave, but the Creation Alliance had attracted everyone's attention. Lin Ling would never forget the kindness of protecting them for 3 years. However, Lin Ling didn't say thank you. With his friendship with Lu Chen, saying thank you would be looking down on Senior Lu Chen. Lin Ling. At this time, a sharp voice suddenly rang out. The voice was mixed with resentment and anger. Lin Ling turned his head and saw that it was Princess Tian. Lin Ling obviously didn't have time to pay attention to this bitch. So far, he had found the Creation Alliance and the Orochi clan. Now, the only ones left were Longyang and Little South. Lin Ling naturally didn't want to pay attention to Longyang. That woman had protected Lin Ling before, and it was just a deal. Moreover, with Longyang's ability to survive, she should be fine. On the other hand, Little South was a Kuroshin. Although she seemed a little naive, in fact, she wasn't. However, in general, she was a good person. Therefore, Lin Ling must find her and give the Kuroshin an explanation. Rumble. While Lin Ling was thinking, the ground split open and a huge yin-yang ghost head appeared. It roared and a man floated out from the yin-yang ghost head. It was Red Maple. At this moment, his face was ferocious and there was a trace of anger in his eyes. He obviously didn't expect Lin Ling to be so powerful that he would suffer a loss in a single exchange. Although Lin Ling was a trial taker, he had always thought that Lin Ling was just a junior. Red Maple, kill him. Princess Tian gritted her teeth and shouted when she saw Red Maple appear. Don't worry, I will kill him. The long spear in Red Maple's hand danced and stirred up the yin-yang wind. He had a total of 15 strands of divine power. After all, Wang Shui only had 20 strands of divine power. Therefore, the gap between him and Wang Shui wasn't that big. Of course, Wang Shui wasn't powerful because of divine power, but because of the 8-9 demonic art. That was the reason why he wasn't weaker than the leader of the 9 states Fierce 10. Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to be Lin Ling. Red Maple looked coldly at Lin Ling. His eyes were burning with fighting spirit. I'm from Wuxia Academy. My name is, you don't have to introduce yourself. I'm really not interested. I've fought too many opponents in my life. If I had to remember the name of every piece of trash, it would be a waste of my brain capacity. However, before Red Maple could finish, Lin Ling interrupted him. His face was calm and didn't look like he was joking at all. Perhaps before Lin Ling went to the stairway to God, Red Maple was indeed quite powerful. However, after meeting Lei Gong and improving after being severely injured, Lin Ling naturally didn't take Red Maple seriously. You're boasting shamelessly. Lin Ling's words were undoubtedly a great humiliation to Red Maple. After all, he was an expert on the stairway to God. How could he not be qualified to have his name remembered? Lin Ling has been in the limelight recently. That's why he's so arrogant. This is great. I'll take advantage of his carelessness and kill him. Sigh. Seeing Lin Ling's disdain, Princess Tian was undoubtedly delighted. She knew that although Lin Ling wasn't weak, Red Maple wasn't weak either. If Lin Ling underestimated his opponent, he might be defeated by Red Maple. One thought of yin, one thought of yang. When yin and yang combine, the underworld will open. Sigh. At this moment, an ancient voice rushed out of Red Maple's mouth. He had obviously activated his talent to the limit. Around his body, 2 rays of light, one red and one white, were circling around him. His robe fluttered and a powerful aura spread out. Yang a flower, yin vines. Red Maple disappeared on the spot. A huge yin-yang ghost face appeared where he was standing and looked down at the earth and the sky mercilessly. Whoosh! A long spear with the speed of 10,000 realms, carrying a majestic divine energy in realm essence, shot towards Lin Ling. In mid-air, countless long spears appeared and dazzled everyone's vision. Whoosh! An invisible wind blew at the long hair of Princess Tian and the others, causing their eyes to light up. What a powerful spear! It was a godly spear. Chapter 41-39. 6 Dantians in Unison. Apparently, many people knew that Red Maple's divine fetus was a righteous divine fetus. It was a Taoist talent, the Tao of Yin and Yang. It was specially designed to counter the Tao of the underworld. Then, they stared at Lin Ling. Suddenly, they realized that Lin Ling was not moving at all. He was even shaking his head. Idiot! Seeing that, many people laughed sarcastically. In a battle between martial artists, momentum was extremely important if they were on par with each other. Now, Red Maple's momentum was rising while Lin Ling's was weak. He didn't even raise his momentum. What else could he be if he wasn't an idiot? Could it be that he's scared silly by Lin Ling? Someone mocked. Normally, when this happens, it's either because the gap is too big and the opponent's momentum makes him dizzy, or... A powerful old man said calmly. Senior, what's that? The people around him were no doubt curious. Or he's very confident in himself and doesn't take his opponent seriously. He doesn't even need to use his momentum to fight. The old man laughed. Hearing that, the others laughed too. However, one of them narrowed his eyes and said suspiciously, "However, does Lin Ling belong to the latter and doesn't take Red Maple seriously?" His words silenced everyone. However, they also shook their heads. The gap between Lin Ling and Red Maple shouldn't be that big. Look, he. Right at this moment, another person spoke with shock, and he even pointed ahead. This also caused everyone to look over, and their bodies trembled one after another. Even Lu Chen and the Creation Alliance were in disbelief. After Lin Ling shook his head, he took out a large number of royal crystals and refined them. Was this guy crazy? You're looking down on me. Red Maple was naturally enraged when he saw how arrogant and disdainful Yi Shiwen was. After practicing martial arts for so many years, this was the first time he had met an opponent who looked down on him. However, Lin Ling still ignored him. He shook his head in disdain because Hong Feng's attack was only 10,000 world speed. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was already 10,000 world speed. If he fused his innate talents, he would exceed 10,000 world speed. Therefore, it wasn't that Lin Ling was arrogant. It was just that Red Maple wasn't good enough for him. Whine. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand, and his physical strength and realm essence surged out. Lin Ling planned to use this method to counter Hong Feng's attack. Meanwhile, his other hand was still sprinkling out sovereign crystals and refining them continuously. Boom! Finally, that ferocious long spear finally arrived, but after colliding with Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword, it was actually unable to advance even an inch. This guy is ridiculously strong. This scene made Lu Chen gasp. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be able to block it. This also meant that Lin Ling's injuries should have been completely healed, and his cultivation should have improved. After all, when Lin Ling battled with Wang Shui, he was already on par with the leader of the 9 states' 10 evils. Now, he was probably only one step away. Hong Feng's expression kept changing as he looked at Hong Feng. His all-out attack was actually blocked by Lin Ling. If Lin Ling had blocked it with all his strength, he could still accept it. However, not only did Lin Ling not use all his strength, but he was also refining sovereign crystals while fighting with him. Was this telling Hong Feng that there was a huge gap between him and Lin Ling? At this moment, Lin Ling was still in the posture of pointing his sword forward. He closed his eyes and sensed the changes in his dantian. Bang! All of a sudden, he took a step forward. The ferocious realm essence and physical strength were comparable to the power of a god. He simply and violently bent Hong Feng's long spear. In your dreams. Hong Feng yelled when he saw Lin Ling closing his eyes. The giant yin-yang demon head in the distance arrived and activated the power of the godly embryo to assist Hong Feng. Unfortunately, although the power of the godly embryo could suppress the ultimate desolated body, it had no effect on Lin Ling, who possessed a few godly embryos. Rumble. Meanwhile, Lin Ling's dantian had finally leveled up. His second dantian had reached the 3rd level martial god realm. Following this, it provided Lin Ling with abundant realm essence like a surging river. Bang! Lin Ling took another step forward. Crack, crack, crack. The long spear was bent even further. Rumble. His 3rd dantian leveled up. Another step. Crack, crack, crack. The long spear had turned into a bow and arrow. The crowd in the distance stared with their eyes wide open. They did not expect Lin Ling to surpass Hong Feng by so much. It was simply a one-sided battle. Hong Feng's face reddened too. Not only was he infuriated, he was also forced to resist Lin Ling's overwhelming strength. He discovered that even though Lin Ling's cultivation was only at the 3rd level martial god realm, his realm essence and strength were comparable to a 9th level martial god realm cultivator. To him, all of this was too strange. Initially, even though he claimed that Lin Ling was impressive, He knew that Lin Ling must be quite capable since he was able to become a participant of the trial. However, he was confident that his strength was only slightly weaker than his. However, he now discovered that Lin Ling was toying with him like a child. Rumble. Meanwhile, his fourth and fifth dantian leveled up simultaneously. His 6 dantians had all reached the 3rd level martial god realm. In other words, Hong Feng was facing 6 3rd level martial god realm experts at the same time, who all possessed the godly embryo flesh. 6 Unifying Genius. Blood began to drip from Hong Feng's skin. His teeth were trembling too. 6 Unifying Genius. It was a common saying among the cultivators ranked in the top 100 of the god ranking. It implied that a powerful genius was able to fight someone whose cultivation was higher than him. 6 Unifying Genius meant that he was able to fight someone whose cultivation was higher than him by 6 levels. Hong Feng was a 9th level martial god realm cultivator while Lin Ling was only a 3rd level martial god realm cultivator. Despite the difference of 6 levels, Lin Ling was still able to defeat him, thus he was known as the 6 Unifying Genius. It was extremely rare to see a 6 Unifying Genius on the god ranking's heavenly stairway. Normally, it was extremely rare to see someone with the title of 3 Unifying Genius. As he held the spear with trembling hands, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. His eyes flickered with excitement. "That's it?" he asked. Hong Feng clenched his teeth. He could not answer the question. "Piss off then." Lin Ling's sword shuddered as he fully unleashed his strength. A tremendous force surged toward Hong Feng, who could not resist it any longer. He was fired into the ground like a meteor. Rumble. The ground shuddered as dust sprang into the sky. "We've lost." Princess Tian and the others suffered a great blow after seeing the outcome. They glanced at Lin Ling and discovered countless experts standing behind Lin Ling. Many of them were engulfed in golden flames. It was obvious that they were not weak at all. How could they possibly make their moves now? Impressive, you've managed to gather a bunch of experts in such a short period of time. They are comparable to the 10 evils of the 9 continents. TSK, Lin Ling, I can't see through your capabilities. Chapter 4140. 1 against 2. Not too far away from him was an expressionless woman. She wore a black robe, and she was cold and emotionless. When the two of them appeared, Princess Tian and the others were the first to be shocked. Red Maple, who was defeated by Lin Ling, was also floating in the air while holding his injured chest. He looked at the group of people with a complicated expression. They knew that these people were the ancient demon clan and the she-ghost clan of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. These 2 magnates were the most ancient existences in the 9 continents. They were also existences akin to demons. In the current era, their strength was comparable to Mount Tai and Big Dipper. However, compared to the ancient demon race, the she-ghost race had very few people. They only had one leader, but still, no one dared to underestimate her. This was because many people knew that when they really needed people, the leader's body could release a large number of experts. They're finally here. Lu Chen was no exception when facing 2 of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. Leaders, the Creation Alliance and the Orochi clan are all here. Lin Ling is also here. As long as you catch them, you can return to the Spirit Nation and report back. At this time, Princess Tian said coldly, looking at Lin Ling with a hint of madness in her eyes. Now, she wanted to see how Lin Ling was going to fight. She had already secretly vowed that no matter what, she would definitely kill Lin Ling today. Lin Ling, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Afterward, Princess Tian turned to Lin Ling and said, Hong Feng lost, but I'm still here. I swear a blood oath that if I don't kill you today, I won't return to Miao God's true teachings. Hearing that, Lin Ling looked at her indifferently. However, he ignored her and continued looking at the ancient demon race beings. At the same time, the two ancient demon kin leaders also stared at Lin Ling, especially the cold woman. Her merciless gaze flickered. This was because she had met Lin Ling and helped Lin Ling. At the same time, she also knew that the only successor of their Tin Ghost clan, Majin Tianzi, was by Lin Ling's side and had a very good relationship with Lin Ling. But now, she wanted to kill Lin Ling. This undoubtedly made her feel a little complicated. At the same time, the middle-aged man from the ancient demon race was feeling conflicted as well. You disappeared for 3 years. I heard that you were seriously injured. I didn't expect you to recover after 3 years. How surprising. After a short moment, the middle-aged man said calmly. 3 years ago, Lin Ling had battled Wang Shui in Spirit Light City. They hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, but they'd heard of it. Towards this, they naturally had some suspicions. This was because young demon lord, Majin Tianzi, and Lin Ling were people of the same generation, but none of them had reached such heights. Perhaps Lin Ling was slightly stronger, but he shouldn't be so ridiculously strong. Seniors, what do you plan to do next? Lin Ling smiled and said. You should know that we are now people of Spirit Nation, so sometimes, we have no choice. Yes. The middle-aged man replied. I understand. Lin Ling nodded. How about this, if you don't lose within 300 moves, we'll let you go. How about that? The middle-aged man suddenly thought for a while and said decisively. What? You're letting them go? Senior, have you thought about how you're going to explain this to Spirit Nation? Hearing the ancient demon race's words, Princess Tian let out a sharp cry. Although she didn't think that Lin Ling could withstand 300 moves from the ancient demon race, Lin Ling had always been the spokesperson of miracles. Anything was possible, so she didn't want to see the cooked duck fly away. Of course, we're just letting them go. It doesn't mean that the true disciples of Miao Shen have agreed. After we lose, if you're not convinced, you can fight on your own. The middle-aged man looked calmly at Princess Tian and said. He knew that the latter represented the true disciples of Miao Shen and had a high status in Spirit Nation. Secondly, if Lin Ling can withstand 300 moves, we won't have a chance to catch him if the battle continues. Moreover, Princess Tian, have you seen the people on their side? Their numbers are not fewer than ours. If we really fight to the death, both sides will suffer. We, the ancient demon race, are not going to risk our lives here. The middle-aged man said. Hearing this, Princess Tian had nothing else to say. She could only grit her teeth in anger. Thank you, Senior. However, to make things difficult for you, I'll have to ask the two leaders to come at me together. At this time, Lin Ling spoke. His words caused everyone's pupils to tremble. Lin Ling wanted to fight the two leaders. Oh, are you sure? The middle-aged man's eyes burned with passion. Of course. Lin Ling nodded. He knew that although the ancient demon race had joined Spirit Nation, Lin Ling had a good relationship with the 9 province 10 evils. Naturally, he did not want to make things difficult for them. Moreover, he guessed that the Creation Alliance had survived for 3 years because the ancient demon race and the other behemoths had secretly given them a lot of help. Alright, if you don't lose after 300 moves, Spirit Nation will not say anything about letting you leave. However, if you lose after 300 moves, you and Lu Chen will have to return with us. After all, I believe that although Spirit Nation wants your corpse, they are more interested in you alive. The woman from the Guishi tribe said calmly. Then, the two of them walked out. Cheers rang out from the ancient demon race as they watched the intense battle that was about to erupt. TSK, the young master's friend is really bold. He's willing to fight the two leaders. What friend? He's the young master's brother. However, the young master often praises this brother in front of the leaders. Seeing him today, he's really extraordinary. I heard that Lin Ling's strength is comparable to the leaders of the 9 province 10 evils. However, he's fighting the 2 leaders now. Fortunately, he only has to withstand 300 moves. Although they were from different camps, anyone could tell that they were praising Lin Ling and were speaking up for Lin Ling. This bunch of beasts. Princess Tian cursed under her breath. Then, she sneered and shouted, Lin Ling, it seems like you don't know what it means to be the leader of the 9 province 10 evils. Humph, you think you can fight these seniors? You're overestimating yourself. That's right, that's right. At the side, Hong Feng stroked his chest and added insult to injury. Of course, when he said this, he also felt embarrassed because Lin Ling dared to fight the leaders. What about him? At this moment, Lin Ling pursed his lips and didn't hide anything. He muttered to himself, I'm sorry, but one of the leaders of the 9 province 10 evils has died in my hands. It's the Gu King from the land of eternal rest. As soon as he said this, Princess Tian's previous clamor was immediately silenced as if she had been slapped in the face. Even the 2 leaders were shocked. They naturally knew that the Gu King had disappeared, but they didn't expect him to be killed by Lin Ling. You little brat. The middle-aged man laughed bitterly because he knew what kind of ability it meant to be able to kill the Gu King. Moreover, the fact that Lin Ling had mentioned this matter was also a reminder to them not to underestimate Lin Ling. If that's the case, I have no choice but to go all out. Chapter 41-41. The fusion of 6 divine embryos. Obviously, after living in the 9 prefectures for so many years, this was the first time they had seen such an outstanding junior like Lin Ling. Come and fight. Lin Ling didn't plan on wasting any more time. 2 swords appeared in his hands. The strength of his 6 dantians and his body that had just broken through quietly gathered together. Their gazes were fixed on the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was calm as he stood in the air. His tyrannical demonic aura seethed around him, as though he was an immovable wisdom king. There were no flaws. Lin Ling instantly sensed his opponent's aura. It was watertight and impregnable. As expected of the leader of the ancient demon tribe. Although Wang Shui's strength was comparable to theirs, he was still not one of the 9 states' 10 evils. Most importantly, there were a total of 2 such experts. You're a junior, and we're 2 against 1, so you should make the first move. At this moment, the middle-aged man said indifferently. Thanks for letting me win. Lin Ling did not act pretentiously. With a shake of his 2 swords, he gathered his strength and unleashed a simple double sword thrust. Of course, although it looked like a simple move, it could be used to attack or defend. Not bad. Seeing this, the middle-aged man nodded slightly. He didn't hide his strength, and his demonic aura seemed to have solidified as it poured out. His figure became illusory. He seemed to be in the same place, but he disappeared like water ripples. In the blink of an eye, he also appeared in front of Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. What incredible speed, he probably reached 20,000 world speed. 9 divinities Demon King, first style, tigers roar in the forest. A palm shattered the void and grabbed at Lin Ling's 2 swords. In mid-air, the palm suddenly transformed into a huge divine tiger demonic elephant. The tiger opened its mouth and bit at Lin Ling's sword. Clang! The sound of metal colliding could be heard. Lin Ling immediately sensed that the power of the divine tiger was not much weaker than his. Lin Ling was certain that the middle-aged man was at the peak of the martial god realm. In terms of world essence, he was stronger than Lin Ling. Fortunately, Lin Ling had the strength of 100,000 worlds. He could barely hold his own against the middle-aged man. However, compared to Lin Ling's shock, that middle-aged man was clearly even more shocked. He had long heard that Lin Ling's cultivation level wasn't high, but his realm essence was thick, surpassing those at the same cultivation level. Seeing him today, it was indeed true. Bodhi testimony. Lin Ling channeled the power of the dual Bodhi god into the two swords, causing them to vibrate and break away from the divine tiger's bite. Just as Lin Ling retreated, the middle-aged man followed closely behind. He raised both of his palms up high and suddenly slapped towards Lin Ling. 9 Divinities Demon King, Second Style, Ape King Earth Hammer. Crash! The palm-leaf fan-like arms were like the arms of a divine ape as they enveloped Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling's eyes to flicker slightly. Golden flames erupted from his shoulders, forming a ripple of power as they bounced back. This was the divine power rippling from the human king's flame. Borrowing the divine power, Lin Ling's two swords were like dragonflies skimming the surface of the water. He touched the giant arms in the sky, and his entire body floated back like a willow catkin. You have rich battle experience. You don't want to meet force with force, but I will force you to meet force with force. That middle-aged man laughed heartily, his battle intent aroused. The more Lin Ling wanted to retreat, the more he wanted to madly attack. 9 Divinities Demon King, Third Style, Qilin King carries the mountain. Boom! Terrifying waves of air rushed out from his body, and a fire Qilin King appeared, roaring as if summoning thousands of demons. This fire Qilin King's 4 limbs smashed the sky, and then it galloped in the sky. Wherever it passed, it left behind a beautiful trail of flames in the sky. Its speed was so fast that it actually reached the speed of 30,000 worlds. And that dazzling speed made Lin Ling's eyes narrow. He didn't know if this was the middle-aged man's full speed, but he knew that his own speed was definitely not comparable to the other parties. Therefore, Lin Ling didn't plan to compete in speed. Go! The two swords in his hands pointed forward, and the swords shot out like meteors. Behind them, a golden vortex of flames appeared in Lin Ling's palm, and he pushed it lightly. Great heavenly flames! The two swords were mixed with ferocious divine power, and they blasted forward like rotten wood. Looking from afar, the golden flames seemed to be able to topple mountains and overturn seas, and within it, a human king's Dharma idol appeared, looking majestic without being angry. This also shocked the onlookers from afar. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be able to resist that middle-aged man for so long. Crackle! The two swords shot towards the Fire Qilin King's eyes, but the Fire Qilin King was intelligent. It closed its eyes and blocked the two swords. But at this moment, the great heavenly flames arrived, burning continuously, and began to assimilate. However, the leader of the ancient demon race was indeed powerful, and this assimilation speed was obviously very slow. TSK, 30 streaks of divine power. In the flames, the middle-aged man sighed, and there was a hint of shock in his voice. What, 30 streaks of divine power? Without a doubt, Red Maple's eyeballs were about to fall out. Only now did he know how big the gap was between him and Lin Ling, because he only had 15 streaks of divine power. No wonder Lin Ling didn't even care to know his name. Demonic hag, are you still not going to attack? At this moment, the middle-aged man's voice floated out from the golden flames. Whoosh! 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 Just as his voice fell, threads cut through the sky, slashing towards Lin Ling. These threads were formless and colorless, but they were incomparably sharp. This was because everyone could see that the vast sky was being cut into pieces like broken glass. Moreover, from the surface area that was cut, these threads were like a birdcage, surrounding Lin Ling, and constantly shrinking. Innate talent fusion. Lin Ling's soul power was strong, and he naturally sensed the danger. He no longer held back and unleashed his full strength. Boom! A ferocious aura exploded from Lin Ling's body. The new innate talent fusion was obviously more terrifying than before. This was because these were 6 divine embryos. If an ordinary person had 1 divine embryo, they would already be a titled god. But Lin Ling had 6 divine embryos. Demon jellyfish. Double dragon innate talent. Savage chaos. Flame of the human monarch. Lightning pool physique. With the new innate talent fusion, Lin Ling was no longer a monster, but an awe-inspiring divine king. His 4 limbs turned into golden dragon claws, and dragon horns grew from his head. He alternated between dragon and human forms, but behind him, a ferocious aura surged. The chaotic body provided a powerful defense, and on his shoulders, a pair of wings formed from countless tentacles appeared, giving him unparalleled speed. And the human monarch's flame appeared on his body, burning him, making him come like a flame. Crackle. Finally, the lightning pool physique formed a terrifying region of lightning tribulation around him, like a sea urchin. This was the divine might of the Berserker realm. Rumble. Just after the innate talent fusion, a ferocious explosion sounded around him. Clearly, the power of Lin Ling's divine embryos was colliding with the threads, trying to break out of the cage and escape. Seeing Lin Ling go all out, everyone present was shocked. Because from the aura that Lin Ling erupted, they could guess that the current Lin Ling was not much weaker than the leader of the 9 states 10 vicious. Good. Good. Chapter 41-42. Boiling battle intent. This is Lin Ling's full strength. Red Maple was so scared that his face turned pale. He had a feeling that Lin Ling could kill him with just a twitch of his eyebrows. Other than the top 3 academies' strongest experts, no one in the 36 academies could be his match. Most importantly, this Lin Ling was a rising star. He's definitely ranked in the top 70 on the stairway to heaven on the divine list. He mumbled incoherently to himself. However, compared to their surprise, Princess Tian looked as if she had been struck by lightning. Her eyes stared at the lightning around Lin Ling's body, and her mouth was wide open. Because back then, it was a cold man with white lightning who had saved her. That man had left an endless shadow in her heart. Cold and unruly, like lightning dominating the world. But now, she realized that Lin Ling also had the same power of white lightning. Could it be? Her body trembled as if she couldn't believe what was happening in front of her. Or perhaps, she didn't want to admit what was happening in front of her. The insignificant Lin Ling from back then, the lowly martial artist from the 9 states, had quietly merged with the man she admired the most. It was him. It was all him. This was the man that Princess Tian hated so much. This was the man that Princess Tian wanted to kill as soon as possible. God, why are you playing with me? Stunned, Princess Tian finally cried. Because the idol she had been looking forward to finally revealed himself, but it was Lin Ling. This was a huge blow to her. Her enemy had turned into a hero. Fuck you. Until now, she didn't even know if she could kill Lin Ling. However, no one was paying attention to her at this moment. Instead, they were staring at the earth-shattering battle in the sky. Break. After Lin Ling's innate talent had fused, his physical strength had reached 150,000 units of boundary energy. Coupled with the power of the 6 divine fetuses, his strength had more than doubled. He kept punching his fists in all directions, gathering all his strength to break the cage. Rumble. The sky kept cracking, shattering, and merging as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Looking into the distance, the black-dressed woman's face was cold. Her 10 fingers were like tentacles dancing in front of her. Clearly, she was controlling those threads. However, her eyes were somewhat solemn. This was because she could sense that Lin Ling's tyrannical strength was using the most violent force to break her cage. Old demon, is still not enough. She coldly spat out a sentence. The person she was referring to was the middle-aged man from the ancient demon tribe. However, the latter was entangled by the flame of the human monarch and would not be able to escape in the short term. Rumble. On the other hand, Lin Ling's attacks were like a violent storm, causing the threads to become chaotic. Suddenly, a flaw appeared. A part of the cage-like threads loosened, revealing a gap. This is not good. The woman in black roared, and the pinky on her right hand danced. In an instant, it moved 393 million times in an attempt to fill the gap. However, it was clear that her movements were too slow. This was because Lin Ling's soul force was powerful. While he was attacking, he was also sensing the hole in the cage. Now that he had sensed the hole, he immediately sent out the vines on his arm. Little Kunlun. Under Lin Ling's command, the vines grew crazily and occupied the entire cage. Several vines rushed out of the cage, but they were quickly cut into pieces. How is it? Everyone stared intently at the sky and discovered that a primitive forest had appeared in the sky. Caw caw caw. Of course, the primitive forest was quickly cut into pieces. This made the people of the Creation Alliance extremely nervous. Could it be that Lin Ling was dead? Only the black-dressed woman knew that Lin Ling had rushed out of the cage. This was because several vines had rushed out of the cage, and Lin Ling was one of them. Although she had quickly fixed the hole, she believed that in a battle between experts, such a small hole was actually as big as the ocean in the eyes of others. Obviously, an expert like Lin Ling would not miss such a big hole. As soon as the thought came to her mind, a gust of wind rushed toward her. By the time the black-dressed woman reacted, a ferocious punch had broken through the void and reached her body. Rumble. This punch could cause the sun and moon to dim, and it had the power to move mountains and fill seas. This was probably the same as the ancient battle between the gods. Boom! The black-dressed woman's body suddenly exploded into pieces. However, the pieces quickly gathered together in the distance like a puppet and finally turned into the black-dressed woman again. However, this time, she looked at Lin Ling with a hint of respect in her eyes. Almost at the same time, a figure walked out of the golden sea in the distance. Although he looked a little battered, he was obviously safe and sound. He was the leader of the ancient demon race. The corners of his mouth curled into a bloodthirsty smile, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. Amazing! You are not at a disadvantage against the two of us. Hearing that, Lin Ling sneered and said, I was just lucky. Again. The middle-aged man immediately rushed toward Lin Ling. Following his footsteps, tens of thousands of divine elephants galloped behind him. Puppet Empire. Seeing that, the black-dressed woman also made her move. She sat cross-legged in the sky, and needles, grass, wood, feathers, and other things appeared in her hands. She started to make dolls in the air. She threw one after the other. After the dolls were thrown out, they immediately became huge and turned into demon gods, heavenly soldiers, heavenly emperors, and even gods. Her speed was extremely fast, and her face was extremely cold. With such a method of transforming beings into soldiers, he deserved to be the leader of the Tin Ghost clan. Fight! Seeing the pressure coming from both sides, Lin Ling also let out a roar. Both swords returned, and all the power poured into them, causing the swords to emit cracking sounds. Among them, the true inheritance dark sword seemed to have reached its limit. On the other hand, the tyrannical singing sword rushed out with terrifying killing intent, and the power of God was about to be born. Lin Ling also activated all his power of God, a total of 36 beams. Awesome! If you want to fight, let's fight until the sky falls and the earth shatters. After Lin Ling's strength had increased greatly, this was the first time he had fought such a decisive battle. His heart began to boil. His blood was roaring. Beside him, an evil spirit the size of a fist was following him, but its hands kept taking out divine stones and throwing them into Lin Ling's mouth. Obviously, Lin Ling was also using this battle to refine the divine stones and increase his power of God. Rumble. With a slash of the sword, the all-creation demons in front of him were blocked. The momentum of the collision seemed to tear the void apart. Rumble. With another slash of the sword, the army of puppets behind him was also blocked. Needle-killing technique. Almost at the same time, a pitch-black figure suddenly appeared in front of Lin Ling, and the tip of a needle pierced towards Lin Ling's chest. It was the leader of the Tin Ghost tribe. She could actually use the puppets to change her body shape and get close to Lin Ling in the blink of an eye. However, after the needle pierced Lin Ling's chest, it disappeared as if it had sunk into mud. Not good. Chapter 41-43. Surrender. At this moment, Lin Ling turned his head slightly and smiled. Although he was defending against the other attacks with his two swords, he suddenly roared, "Scram!" This roar was accompanied by a dragon's breath, as if the dragon god was roaring. A storm came, causing the woman's expression to change drastically. With a boom, her body was blown into nothingness. However, after a while, the people saw that it was a puppet that had died. In the distant sky, the woman was still sitting cross-legged, but she was clearly injured. His strength has surpassed the leader of the 9 10 evils. She stared at Lin Ling and said coldly. As her words fell, the people felt as if 100 elephants were galloping through their hearts. I admit it too. The middle-aged man from the ancient demon race nodded solemnly. He knew that if not for this, Lin Ling would not have been able to withstand their combined attacks. Is that all? However, Lin Ling seemed to have gone crazy at this moment. His eyes were red and filled with fighting spirit. In his body, the energy formed by the refining of the sacred stones flowed into his limbs and bones. The energy of divinity was rapidly forming. 36 streaks of energy of divinity, 37, 38, 39. Originally, Lin Ling would not have been able to refine the sacred stones at such a speed. However, everything was as the giant ghost had said. Lin Ling had successfully refined a large amount of indigo spiritual flowers. Coupled with his strong physical body, refining the sacred stones was as easy as drinking water. This. Sensing that Lin Ling's strength was still increasing, the middle-aged man was stunned. Damn, this guy is really sick. He can still increase his strength after unleashing such powerful strength. Swoosh! As the energy of divinity increased, the first thing that changed was the army of puppets. They were completely destroyed by Lin Ling's sword. Although the puppets regrouped, it was obvious that they could not withstand Lin Ling's sword. 40. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling's energy of divinity reached 40 streaks. The sword in front of him slashed fiercely. Rumble. The countless sacred elephants were all slashed horizontally. With the sacred elephant's thighs as the dividing line, they were all split into two. Clang. The moment the sword fell, the sword in Lin Ling's hand completely shattered into pieces. The true inheritance dark sword had collapsed. The dark sword was originally a post-celestial weapon, and although it was stronger than ordinary post-celestial weapons, it still couldn't fuse too much of Lin Ling's power. A hint of reluctance appeared in Lin Ling's eyes. The dark sword was Li Xiaoyao's sword, but now it was broken. This meant that in the future, the dark sword would no longer be able to accompany Lin Ling. Old friend, rest well. If I, Lin Ling, become a god in the future, I'll help you become a god. Lin Ling waved his right hand and collected all the fragments. Next, Lin Ling held the sword with both hands and danced like a spinning top, forming a series of ferocious sword slashes that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. The 112th move. The 113th move. The 155th move. Time passed just like that. After an unknown amount of time, a long sigh finally sounded. We've lost. 300 moves have passed. The ancient demon race's middle-aged man kept his realm essence and stood in the sky, shaking his head. Lin Ling, you've won. The woman in black said helplessly. She and the ancient demon race's middle-aged man looked at each other, and they could see the shock in each other's eyes. Lin Ling was a member of the younger generation back then and had a close relationship with the younger generation of the ominous forces. They had intended to take care of this person as a senior. However, who would have thought that in the days after the incident, they would constantly hear of Lin Ling's name, which had shaken the 9 states and the final world. In the end, this junior had reached a point where he couldn't be ignored. This also made them sigh with emotion. Their disciple had followed such a good boss. However, this sigh didn't last long. Now, this junior was on the same level as them, and his strength was even stronger than theirs. Most importantly, this kid hadn't even needed 5,000 years to grow from a junior back then to his current strength. In the world of the strong, strength reigns supreme. Now, I don't know if I should call you brother or junior. The ancient demon race's middle-aged man smiled bitterly. According to seniority, Lin Ling and the ancient demon race were brothers, so he should call him senior. However, Lin Ling was stronger than him, so he would be embarrassed to call him senior. Senior, what was in the past will be the same in the future. Lin Ling stood there quietly and smiled. Sigh, if only our ancient demon race had your strength. That kid often praised you in front of me. At first, I thought he was bragging, but now it seems like I was blind. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly again. Now, you can leave. The woman in black said with a smile. 300 moves had passed. Even if the experts of Spirit Nation were here, they wouldn't have any objections. After all, Lin Ling had taken on 2 opponents by himself. By the way, have you seen a girl named Little South? Seeing that the 2 seniors were about to leave, Lin Ling quickly asked. The trial taker is Little South. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man chimed in, and Lin Ling hurriedly nodded upon seeing this. She's with Han Xie. The middle-aged man explained, currently, Lord Ning and the others have all left. Spirit Light City is now under the control of the Dragon Spirit. I don't know what sort of agreement Han Xie and the Dragon Spirit have reached, but Han Xie is now helping the Dragon Spirit. Moreover, he has recruited many masters, such as the Duan family's Duan Wuhan, the 36 academies, and the powerhouses of the final world's great dukes. Could it be that the rumors are true? However, Han Xie is a trial taker. If he helps Spirit Nation, isn't that a betrayal? Lin Ling frowned. The so-called trial takers are sometimes focused on benefits. When the Spirit Nation gives more benefits than the gods, some people will turn around and target the gods. The middle-aged man said indifferently, of course, I'm not too sure if Han Xie did it willingly, or perhaps he was forced to do it. If you want to find the trial taker, little Nan, then go to Spirit Light City. Have you seen Longyang? Lin Ling asked again. I haven't seen Longyang. For the past 3 years, she has been missing. The middle-aged man shook his head. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He knew that Longyang was not a simple person. She would not be caught so easily. Thank you, senior. After Lin Ling received the information he needed, he thanked the man. Lin Ling, the Spirit Nation isn't simple. It's said that a great god from the Spirit Nation is about to awaken, and the Spirit Nation values you greatly. Although it's not convenient for me to persuade you to join the Thunder God side, the Spirit Nation welcomes you at any time. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. Chapter 41-44. The Change in Spiritual Light City. Senior, I hope that when we meet again in the future, we will still be friends. Although we serve different masters, let's not show any mercy. Lin Ling took a deep breath and said calmly. His words made the middle-aged man and the woman in black tremble. Then, they looked at Lin Ling with mixed feelings. If possible, they did not want to be enemies with Lin Ling. The next time we meet, I'm afraid we won't be able to take more than 3 moves from you. Goodbye. The middle-aged man from the ancient goblin clan cupped his hands at Lin Ling. Then, he waved his hand and left with a large number of people. The woman in black nodded at Lin Ling and said, "Help me take care of Majin Tianzi." "Thank you." She did not say much and left after saying that. The 9 prefectures 10 evils came and left quickly. If it were not for the fact that the ground was in ruins, no one would have guessed that such a great battle had taken place here. He actually won. Princess Tian and Red Maple were still looking at Lin Ling with trembling eyes. Previously, they thought that the 9 prefectures 10 evils would go easy on him. However, the previous battle had made them realize that Lin Ling was so powerful that there was no need to go easy on him. "Princess Tian, you have an irreconcilable enmity with him. Should we kill him?" Red Maple suddenly looked at Princess Tian and asked. Although Lin Ling was very powerful, they would not be able to swallow their pride if they ran away with their tails between their legs. In particular, Princess Tian had sworn in the name of Miao Shen's true teachings that she would kill Lin Ling no matter what. If Princess Tian went back on her words, Miao Shen's true teachings' reputation would be ruined. Others would think that Miao Shen's true teachings were afraid of Lin Ling. Therefore, many people looked at Princess Tian. The Genesis Alliance and the Orochi clan were also looking at Lin Ling. Although Princess Tian also had a large number of experts on her side, they were already exhausted. If they really fought head-on, the Genesis Alliance would definitely suffer losses. However, there were quite a few powerhouses behind Lin Ling, and they all looked like dragons and tigers. Therefore, if the two sides clashed, Miao Shen's true inheritance would not be able to gain the upper hand. Wow! But at this moment, a loud cry suddenly sounded. The sound also gave everyone a fright. When they looked over, they realized that the one crying was actually Princess Tian. What was going on? "I hate you." Princess Tian glared angrily at Lin Ling, but there was a complicated light in the depths of her eyes. Then, he turned around and ran. Ah! What the fuck is going on? I don't know, but why does Princess Tian's "I hate you to death" sound like a couple talking? Who cares? Now that Princess Tian has left, let's go. After Princess Tian left, the experts who had been summoned by Miao Shen's true inheritance also dispersed one after another. This time, the people of the Genesis Alliance were also shocked. Only Lin Ling frowned and then said disdainfully, "Crazy." He was also confused about Princess Tian's sudden change, but he was too lazy to think about it. He just thought that Princess Tian was crazy. Lin Ling. At this time, Lu Chen finally came over and looked at Lin Ling with a gratified gaze. He had seen the previous battle with his own eyes, so he knew that Lin Ling was now above him. He could not help but think of the scene at the Kaiyuan River. At that time, Lin Ling was the big leader of the God Slayer Alliance, and even the Genesis Alliance had retreated under Lin Ling. Now, this title of big leader was deserved. During this period, everyone has worked hard. Lin Ling said to Lu Chen, cupping his hands. Then, he pondered for a moment and said, "I guess it won't be long before the gods break through here. At that time, we can also leave, but before that, I want to take little Nan with me." "What about Longyang?" Lu Chen asked immediately. Lin Ling said, "I'm not worried about her. I think she should be fine. Maybe she's hiding somewhere at this moment. That woman is not stupid. She won't fight Han Xie head-on. Then we'll go with you." Lu Chen said again. "Okay, but this time, you don't have to do anything. Let us deal with it because you haven't had much rest in the past 3 years. This time, you should recover well." Lin Ling nodded, then looked at the people who had been assimilated by the human king's flame and said, "Take out your treasures and let the Genesis Alliance recover." "Yes, my lord." A neat shout was heard. Everyone handed over their treasures without any reluctance. Lu Chen looked at this group of people in shock. He could guess that this group of people had been assimilated by Lin Ling's human king's flame. However, he didn't expect that Lin Ling's human king's flame would be so powerful that it could even assimilate martial gods. It seemed that even the acquired divine embryo couldn't escape the fate of being assimilated. Moreover, it had assimilated over 10,000 experts in such a short time. This human king's flame was really heaven-defying. This kind of method was like the method of a god. Let's go to the spiritual light city. Lin Ling didn't know what Lu Chen was thinking. He just said to everyone. After experiencing the previous 300 moves, he had a good understanding of his own strength. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of going to the spiritual light city. Most importantly, experts like Lord Ning had left. With just the 9 prefectures, 10 ferocious beasts and the dragon spirit, they might not be able to stop him. After all, Lin Ling still had treasures that he hadn't used yet. Once we find Little Nan, we can leave. Lin Ling's goal was naturally Little Nan. At this moment, there were countless experts in the spiritual light city. In a large hall of the spiritual palace, the dragon spirit stood there indifferently. Around her were experts from the 9 prefectures, 10 ferocious beasts, the immortal temple, the great demon god, the tomb guardian clan, and other experts. Their gazes were fixed on the palace. There was a white light blooming, forming a 5-meter large ball of light. It was extremely dazzling. Ah ah ah. From within the ball of light, a painful sound was transmitted. If one looked carefully, one could vaguely see a figure curled up like a shrimp. Han Xie, this is Lord Ning's reward for you, the heart of a demigod. The dragon spirit narrowed her eyes as she indifferently looked at the ball of light and said. In the depths of her eyes, there was clearly a trace of jealousy. This was because she knew what the heart of a demigod was. It was said that it was the divine embryo of a mid-god and was incomparably powerful. From another perspective, it was also the divine embryo of a god. Between a god and a god, the former was obviously more powerful. And this heart of a demigod was something that even the dragon spirit didn't have. Although as a reward, Han Xie had joined the spiritual nation. However, he was just a trial taker. Even if he joined the spiritual nation, he shouldn't have received such a reward. Thump, thump. At this moment, the sound of an invisible heartbeat was transmitted. In the hall, everyone's expression changed. They could feel that their hearts were beating violently and uncontrollably. So powerful. In terms of innate talent, this divine embryo is already beyond the postnatal realm. The Tomb Guardian clan's elder frowned and said. Rumble. Almost at the same time, a terrifying sea urchin light bloomed. This was the divine might of the Berserker realm. At this moment, the leader of the 9 prefectures' 10 ferocious beasts couldn't withstand it. He retreated with a trace of shock in his eyes. Chapter 41-45. The Heart of a Demigod. Currently, only the 4 gods knew the method. However, Han Xie was once one of the 4 gods, so he had the means to comprehend the divine power. Now, he had obtained the spirit nation's heart of a demigod. It could be said that he had obtained benefits from both sides. It was no wonder that Han Xie had joined the spirit nation. What a lucky guy. Even the dragon spirit had an envious look on her face because she didn't know how to use divine might. Of course, there was a look of disdain in her eyes. Han Xie had been captured by Yi City's city lord and should have died. However, this guy had suddenly begged for mercy and was recognized by Lord Ning, allowing him to join the spirit nation. Therefore, no matter how high Han Xie's position in the spirit nation was, to Long Ling, Han Xie was a coward who was afraid of death. Boom! A terrifying heartbeat passed through the palace and into spiritual light city. Bang! 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 In spiritual light city, the hearts of countless warriors jumped. Their eyes suddenly had a look of worship. It was worship for the spirit nation. Spirit nation, spirit nation. Following that, countless roars that sounded like a demon's voice soared into the sky. Upon closer inspection, the spirit nation was filled with experts. The streets and alleys were filled with experts. These experts were all people who had joined the spirit nation. The number of people had reached 100,000. Furthermore, their strength was not weak. The lowest talent was a 9th-grade ultimate desolate body. The more powerful ones were acquired divine fetuses. This was the spirit nation's method of nurturing divine fetuses. It was no wonder these people were willing to join the spirit nation. Of course, to them, they did not know that the spirit nation was the world's consciousness. Brother Han, we've finally succeeded. Within a restaurant in Spirit Light City, several white-robed youths were sitting there, drinking wine. Their eyes were filled with a strong self-confidence. Duan Wuhan, I never expected your strength to increase greatly. Peak of the martial god realm, acquired divine fetuses, 16 divine powers. TSK, you've soared to the heavens. Suddenly, a laugh was heard. In a corner, a youth looked at the wine cup in his hand and said, "Aren't you the same?" On the other side, a confident laugh was also heard. A young man in a white robe said with a smile as he tasted the wine in his cup. And he was naturally Duan Wuhan, the number one genius of the Duan clan. Because he heard the suggestion of the Duan clan senior that there were divine treasures here, he came to try his luck. But who knew that his luck would be so good? Instead of finding the divine treasure, a spirit nation suddenly appeared and gave him 2 sapphire spiritual flowers, which greatly increased his strength. Even now, he still felt like he was dreaming. However, his powerful strength told him that he wasn't dreaming. The current him was no longer the same as before. Therefore, he had naturally joined the spirit nation. Although he wasn't sure what Ling Nation did, he only knew that Ling Nation was the leader of the 9 states' 10 evils. However, as long as the spirit nation could make him stronger, everything would be enough. I'm afraid that your mortal enemy, Lin Ling, is no longer your opponent. The young man in the corner said again. Of course. Duan Wuhan nodded confidently. Today's Lin Ling is wanted by the spirit nation. He was seriously injured 3 years ago. If he really had any strength, with his character, he would have resisted long ago. So, he must be like a stray dog now. Unfortunately, the spirit nation didn't take a fancy to him. This shows that he isn't the reincarnation of a god. His words were full of disdain. He didn't know that Lin Ling was not only favored by the spirit nation, but also by Lord Ning. It was just that Lin Ling had rejected him. At present, this void is sealed. So, sooner or later, Lin Ling will be found. At that time, you can surprise your old opponent. Someone else spoke. Ha ha ha. Speaking of this, Duan Wuhan couldn't help but laugh excitedly. His mind was already filled with fantasies. At this moment, in the palace, a naked man walked out of the huge light ball step by step. Thump, thump. The deafening sound continued to float out, causing the hearts of everyone in the hall to resonate. The current me should be ranked before the 50th on the stairway to heaven on the divine list. The man's long hair was scattered as he said lightly. And he was Han Xie. Although he was a trial challenger, he also knew that the top 100 experts on the stairway to heaven on the divine list were all mythical existences. Even as a trial challenger, he was no match for them. The main thing was that to become a trial challenger, it depended on talent. As for the top 100 experts on the stairway to heaven on the divine list, they had cultivated for a long time. Of course, their talent wasn't weak, but they didn't have the opportunity to become a trial challenger. Han Xie. People also stared at the evil man and found that the man's whole body was covered in white light. His skin seemed to be transparent, and they could see the blood vessels, meridians, and bones. His whole person had undergone an earth-shattering change. At his chest, a light ball was hidden in the depths, quietly jumping. Every time it jumped, there was a white mysterious force flowing through his body like blood, providing a powerful force. Congratulations. At this moment, the dragon spirit smiled faintly. Hee, there's no need. From now on, we'll be allies. Han Xie waved his right hand, and a robe appeared in the void, covering his body. At the same time, a fist-sized evil spirit quietly appeared beside him, like a giant ghost. Moreover, when many people took a closer look, they found that Han Xie's right arm had disappeared. It had been cut off, and the wound had the power of the underworld, so it couldn't be healed. Previously, everyone's attention was attracted by the heart, so they missed this flaw. As for the evil spirit, it swam out from where the arm was cut off. It was extremely strange. Han Xie, as a trial challenger, had unimaginable means. Even the 9 states' 10 evils had never seen him before. This arm was cut off by her. As if sensing the people's gazes, Han Xie suddenly said with a smile. Her. Longyang. The dragon spirit's eyes flickered as it guessed. Hee, that bitch is really powerful. I heard that she has a grudge against Lin Ling, so I wanted to find out about Lin Ling's whereabouts through her. I also guessed that Longyang wanted Lin Ling dead, but who knew that the bitch would suddenly attack me when she got close to me. Han Xie was still smiling, but his laughter was very cold. Longyang. The dragon spirit obviously wasn't very familiar with Longyang. That's right, she's one of the trial challengers. Han Xie nodded. I really don't understand why that bitch would protect Lin Ling. However, she attacked me, and I didn't let her off easily. After being poisoned by my evil poison, she must be in so much pain that she wants to die. Ha, she deserves it for protecting Lin Ling. Then where is she now? The dragon spirit asked again. I don't know, but I believe that she will appear because I caught her friend, Little South. Chapter 41-46. Sowing Discord. When she said this, Long Ling's heart trembled. Although she didn't know what method Han Xie had used, she could guess that it must be terrifying. Oh right, you said that you were betrayed in the spirit palace and were hunted down by us. You've always been curious about who that person was. Now, I can tell you. Suppressing the fear in her heart, Long Ling said faintly. Oh. Han Xie's eyes lit up. He was still furious about this. Originally, he had almost obtained the treasures in the treasure room. However, a large number of Spirit Nation experts had suddenly appeared and interrupted him. The most despicable thing was that the leader of the Spirit Nation experts had brought along Longyang and the rest. Therefore, he was still curious about who was playing with him. His name is Lin Ling. Long Ling said faintly. Lin Ling. Hearing that name, Han Xie felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He then looked at Long Ling in shock. You lied to me. Hee, I know you don't believe me. I also know that you thought that after betraying Lin Ling outside the Spirit Light City, Lin Ling was hunted down by us. But let me tell you, we did find Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling escaped very quickly and played a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. He turned around and entered the Spirit Light City. Then, he pretended to be a Spirit Nation expert and fooled you. That's right, his acting skills are higher than yours. Long Ling said casually. Of course, she did it on purpose. She didn't want to see Han Xie rise and have a higher position in the hearts of Lord Ning and the rest than her. Lin Ling. Lure the tiger away from the mountain. An eye for an eye. Han Xie stared blankly for a moment, then began to laugh. His laughter was very maniacal. In his heart, anger erupted like a volcano. A mere Lin Ling dared to play with him. He would never have thought that after playing with Lin Ling not long ago, Lin Ling would immediately return the favor. Furthermore, he would be in an even more sorry state than when Lin Ling was being chased. A mere rookie cultivator dares to toy with an old man like me? Han Xie retracted his smile. Although there was anger in his eyes, there was also disdain. Don't underestimate him. However, the dragon spirit continued to rub salt into the wound. Han Xie, you were recruited by Sir Ning. To be recruited by Sir Ning is a supreme honor. Among the current batch of people who joined the Spirit Kingdom, you are the only one, correct? That's right. Han Xie nodded proudly. If it weren't for Lord Ning, do you think I would have joined the Spirit Nation? I'm sorry, but before you, there was another person who was valued by Sir Ning. He even took away the Creation Alliance right in front of Sir Ning. Sir Ning didn't get angry because Sir Ning valued him very much and tried every means to get him to join the Spirit Nation. However, he refused. The dragon spirit laughed. His words were trying to sow discord. What? Who is he? Han Xie was instantly jealous. It turned out that he wasn't the first person. Furthermore, from the tone of the dragon spirit, that person seemed to be more valued by Sir Ning than him. How could he not be jealous? Don't tell me that he's Lin Ling again. Then, Han Xie suddenly thought of something. That's right, it's Lin Ling. He was also the first person to take someone away from the Spirit Nation. Moreover, Sir Ning didn't kill him. The dragon spirit nodded. Lin Ling, what right does he have? Han Xie's eyes instantly became extremely cold. Originally, with his seniority, he didn't put Lin Ling in his eyes at all. However, now, Lin Ling had become his number 2 enemy. The number 1 enemy was naturally Longyang, who had cut off his arm. Longyang had a divine fetus and was related to the gate of the underworld. After cutting off his arm, he could never recover and was left with endless shame. As for Lin Ling, he stole his limelight and toyed with Han Xie. Where is Lin Ling? Han Xie asked coldly. We're still looking for him. However, I heard that someone saw him. Currently, 2 of the 9 states' 10 evils of the ancient demon race are heading for him. I reckon that if Lin Ling is really found, he's definitely dead. The dragon spirit shrugged. Leave him to me. Let's go and catch Lin Ling. Han Xie couldn't let Lin Ling die so easily. He then took a big step and walked out of the main hall. Thump, thump. Almost at the same time, a roar came from his chest, shocking the entire city. 100,000 people looked up. My people, follow me to battle and kill Lin Ling. A loud roar, accompanied by the sound of a beating heart, exploded. The momentum was vast and domineering. It was as if Han Xie was the leader of the spiritual light city. This was one of the reasons why Han Xie joined the Spirit Nation. Because at the side of the 4 great gods, he was just an ordinary trial taker. However, here, he could summon more experts, and they were all experts with divine fetus. Such a domineering scene naturally caused the dragon spirit's eyes to flicker secretly. She was jealous. Because if there was no Han Xie, she, the dragon spirit, would be the leader of the spiritual light city. Han Xie has come out. On the street, the eyes of a mysterious man dressed in white started to flicker. She was naturally Longyang. However, at this moment, her face was incomparably pale. Moreover, under her white robe, under her plump breasts, there was a fist-sized wound there. The wound was dripping with blood, and evil energy was invading her body, causing her to feel heart-wrenching pain. This was the result of her sneak attack on Han Xie. She had crippled Han Xie's arm, and Han Xie had also attacked her. At this moment, she couldn't escape because Little South had been captured. Han Xie is too strong. If I don't seize the opportunity to save Little South, I will definitely be captured by him. Longyang secretly said, unfortunately, the current me is no match for him. She followed the people on the street and quietly approached Han Xie. From afar, she could see that Han Xie's strength had greatly increased. She really couldn't win against that man. Therefore, she was very anxious. At the same time, blood quietly flowed out from the corner of her mouth. A cold chill suddenly spread throughout her body and wreaked havoc on her internal organs and meridians, causing her to be in so much pain that she wished she was dead. In order not to expose herself, she calmly stood there and endured without moving. There was only a trace of madness in her eyes. She couldn't leave Little South behind. Although her friendship with Little South was only during a mission, her only merit was that she kept her promises. Even if their friendship wasn't deep, she would still do what she promised. Han Xie and the others have left and are heading towards the gate of the spiritual light city. This means that there are no more strong people in the spiritual palace. This is the best chance to save Little South. Gritting her teeth and stubbornly, Longyang stroked the wound under her chest and then walked in the direction of the spiritual palace. This time, there were indeed very few people, which made Longyang happy. However, just as she approached the gate of the spiritual palace and tried to sneak in. Chapter 41-47. Attack the city. Not good. Longyang's expression instantly changed. She knew that she had been discovered. Almost at the same time, Han Xie, who was about to reach the city gate, revealed a cold smile. The rats have entered the hole. What? On the other hand, Long Ling and the others instantly frowned. It's Longyang. I knew that she must be hiding in the spirit palace, so I took this opportunity to lure her out. Sure enough, she was anxious to save Little South and finally fell for it. And that bitch fell into my hands. Hee, I'm going to play her to death. Han Xie turned his head and smiled at Dragon Spirit. It seemed like a casual sentence, but it also seemed to be reminding the Dragon Spirit. It seemed like the Dragon Spirit sowing discord previously, Han Xie had long anticipated it. This caused the Dragon Spirit's eyes to narrow, and he didn't say a word. Previously, he thought that Han Xie had been infuriated by him and had lost his mind, and he wanted nothing more than to capture Lin Ling immediately. But who knew that this was just an act by Han Xie, and even he, the Dragon Spirit, had been fooled by this act. How shrewd. Hee, you've been locked down by my means. Let's see how you're going to escape this time. Han Xie knew that the Dragon Spirit must be feeling extremely complicated at this moment, so he ignored the Dragon Spirit and focused his attention on Longyang. A ball of light appeared in front of him, showing the scene in front of the gate of the Spirit Palace. This also allowed people to see a white-robed man trapped by a white beam of light. Was that Longyang? However, whether it was Longyang or not, he would know when he went back. At that moment, Longyang realized that the beam of light coming from the gate of the Spirit Palace had made the wounds on her body even more painful. The wound seemed to have sprouted and formed endless roots that spread all over her body. She, who was already severely injured, couldn't even move. She could already guess what was going to happen next. Han Xie was definitely rushing over. And if she fell into Han Xie's hands, Longyang would definitely not treat Han Xie well because she had cut off his arm. What should I do? Longyang thought quickly in her heart. Suddenly, she realized that with her strength against Han Xie, she was still a little weaker. Rumble. However, just when Longyang thought that there was no way to escape, the whole city suddenly shook. Whoosh! Soon after, the city gates of the spiritual light city collapsed. Such an unforeseen event had undoubtedly frightened the 100,000 experts within the city. Even Longyang's pupils constricted. Someone was attacking the city. Furthermore, they were attacking the city in such a brazen manner. Countless names instantly appeared in her mind. Could it be that the gods' people had come? Or was the Creation Alliance? Obviously, such a crucial attack had given Longyang time to escape. And that was indeed the case, because Han Xie and the others originally wanted to turn around and capture Longyang, but the entire city suddenly trembled, and the city gate not far away crashed in front of them, which made them dumbfounded. Could it be that there are two Longyang? Dragon Spirit asked suspiciously. Or is the real Longyang outside the city? As soon as he finished speaking, Han Xie's expression was undoubtedly very unsightly. Because before this, he seemed to be in control of everything, and not a single sneaky rat could escape from his grasp. But now, someone was attacking the city. This had clearly exceeded his expectations. In the end, he even suspected that the real Longyang might be outside the city. This was because, in this void, the only one who dared to go against him, Han Xie, was Longyang. Let's go and take a look. Han Xie's voice was cold as he jumped up and reached the top of the city wall. Everyone was curious and followed closely. In a short moment, the walls of the spiritual light city were filled with people. Everyone wanted to know who dared to single-handedly attack the spirit light city. However, when they reached the top of the city wall, they immediately opened their mouths wide. This was because, in the distant sky, there was not only one person, but a dense crowd of people. These people walked in an orderly manner, gathering a powerful aura, and walked towards the spiritual light city in large strides. My eyes must be playing tricks on me. Many people began to rub their eyes. Some people who thought that they were dreaming even gave themselves a fierce slap. This was because everyone knew that the people who came here were here for the treasures of the spirit nation. Therefore, in this void, the spirit nation was the boss. But now, there was someone who dared to attack the boss. It was fine if it was just one person, but there were actually so many people. Who was it that was calling for this group of people? Look, that seems to be the Creation Alliance. Suddenly, the old man from the Tomb Guardian race exclaimed. That's right, there's also the Serpent race. Beside him, the great elder of the Immortal Temple also spoke. Then, their gazes carefully swept and finally landed on a familiar figure. This made them blow their beards and stare because they were very familiar with that person, so familiar that they could not forget him even in their dreams. At this moment, the mighty group of experts in the sky stopped in their tracks. Instead, a young man in a blue robe swaggered out with a huge sword on his shoulder. You are Lin Ling. Walking out in such a conspicuous manner, undoubtedly, those who knew Lin Ling opened their mouths wide. The person they had been looking for 3 years finally appeared today. Moreover, he appeared in such a domineering manner. This was too unbelievable. It must be fake. Someone shook his head. Obviously, he would rather believe that someone was attacking the city than believe that Lin Ling would personally come to their door. Last time we parted in a hurry. Today, we meet again, spiritual light city. In the sky, a laughter drifted out like the wind. It seemed calm, but it carried with it a domineering aura. Whoosh! As his words fell, the large sword on his shoulder was swung down by Lin Ling. Rumble! The terrifying sword pillar formed by the large sword directly smashed onto the magnificent city wall of Spiritual Light City, causing it to collapse continuously. A large number of experts jumped up. However, what happened next made them even more dumbfounded. That was because that sword also told those who found it unbelievable that the person who came was really Lin Ling. This guy. Just as the magnificent city wall fell, a large number of experts appeared on the other side. They were naturally the experts of the ancient demon tribe and the she-ghost tribe. Moreover, the two leaders were here. As for them, their jaws dropped to the ground. Even the usually cold and emotionless woman in the black dress had her chin smashed on the ground. Not long ago, they had fought with Lin Ling and warned Lin Ling that there were countless experts in Spiritual Light City. However, just as they left, Lin Ling arrived and directly attacked the city. No, it should be said that Lin Ling arrived at Spiritual Light City faster than them. Damn it, this kid did it on purpose. Hey, two seniors, long time no see. Lin Ling clearly saw them and greeted them with a smile. To him, since he was going to come to Spiritual Light City, he was too lazy to be sneaky. He still wanted to test the power of his treasures. You. Chapter 41-48. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Fury. Looking at the appearance of the ancient demon race and the she-ghost race, Long Ling and the rest knew that the two of them had failed. After all, they had gone to kill Lin Ling. "Old demon, are you going easy on us again?" Someone from the Great Devil sect sneered. "Don't think that we don't know. Our Great Devil God knows that you have been going easy on the Creation Alliance for the past 3 years. Obviously, they thought that the ancient demon race and the rest had let Lin Ling go on purpose." Hearing this, the ancient demon race and the she-ghost race were furious and helpless. They were furious because the Great Devil sect had wronged them. They wanted to go easy on Lin Ling, but with Lin Ling's ferocity, it was impossible. "We will report this matter to the Spirit Nation and say that the ancient demon race did not kill Lin Ling," the Great Devil God said in a cold voice. "Do you really want me to die?" But at this moment, Lin Ling's voice floated out. Lin Ling stretched out one hand and countless tentacles suddenly extended out. Then, under everyone's gaze, they wrapped around the person who had spoken first and pulled him over. Those tentacles were like the tentacles of a jellyfish. "Sir, save me." This sudden change made the person scream in horror. Not far away, the Great Devil God's eyes narrowed because this person was from the Great Devil sect. Now, in the eyes of countless people, Lin Ling had kidnapped someone from the Great Devil sect. "Lin Ling, you dare to act recklessly?" The Great Devil God roared and his demonic aura soared into the sky. "Aren't you afraid that the 9 prefectures' 10 fiends will join forces to kill you?" Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge demonic bone condensed in the sky. The demonic bone was completely black with long hair fluttering above the skull. This was a demonic seed from the era of gods. It had stirred up a storm of blood during the era of gods. At that time, some people said that this was the descendant of the bull demon god. However, under the joint forces of the gods, this demonic god was eradicated. No one knew where his corpse was buried. After the era of gods, this demonic seed was obtained by the Great Devil God and completely awakened. At this moment, Lin Ling retracted his right hand and Lin Ling grabbed the neck of the person. His eyes were cold as he looked ahead. "Trying to scare me with the spirit kingdom? Since I dared to come today, I am not afraid of the spirit." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly clenched his fist. With a cracking sound, the neck of the person in his hand was crushed like a piece of bamboo. "Lin Ling, you are courting death." The great demonic god's eyes instantly turned red. Now, Lin Ling had killed someone in front of him. Lin Ling, what are you doing? Are you looking for death?" However, just as he was about to fly into a rage, a calm voice suddenly traveled over and stopped the great demon god. She was none other than the dragon spirit. Clearly, she was also very suspicious of Lin Ling's large-scale attack on the city. After all, based on Lin Ling's strength, he should not dare to meet force with force against Spirit Light City. Of course, she could not let Lin Ling do as he pleased. Although Lord Ning and the rest had left, she knew that they had important matters to attend to. In the Spirit Light City, a great god of the Spirit Nation would awaken. Therefore, she could not let Lin Ling cause trouble here. "I know what he is here for." At this moment, Han Xie took a step forward. His left hand stroked his severed arm. He lowered his head and looked at Lin Ling with an evil smile. "Lin Ling, you are here for Little South, right?" Then, he said word by word, "That's right. Little South is indeed in my hands. Lin Ling, do you want it? Hee, speaking of which, the taste of that girl is not bad." These words were undoubtedly provoking Lin Ling's anger. Seeing that, the dragon spirit also retreated. She knew that this was the battlefield between Lin Ling and Han Xie. Lin Ling might not have much enmity with Han Xie, but Han Xie definitely wanted to kill Lin Ling to prove himself. Of course, based on Han Xie's previous words, she had a feeling that Lin Ling should be angry. Reality was indeed so. Lin Ling strode forward once more above the surging smoke in the sky, and his expression became icy cold as if he'd come from the 9th level of hell. He, Little South and Longyang are very tight-lipped. They know that you're hiding there, but they won't say a word. So, in order to leave a deep impression on them, I'll let them experience what it means to be a man. Han Xie continued to sneer when he saw this. Then, as if he was venting something, his voice became sharper and sharper. Lin Ling, I didn't expect that you would actually dare to bite me after I framed you last time. Very good, you are the first person in my life who dared to trick me. Where is Little South? Lin Ling didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. Little South is crying in my room. Beg me. Perhaps I will be merciful and give Little South to you. And Longyang, TSK, she was very loud last night. Han Xie grinned. The angrier Lin Ling was, the happier he was. Now, he wanted to show Ling country why Lin Ling has a higher status than him. He wanted to show Lord Ning what he, Han Xie, could not compare to Lin Ling. Following Han Xie's words, roars of laughter rang out from Spirit Light City. Everyone could see that Lin Ling's expression was incomparably gloomy. He must be in a violent rage at this moment. The angrier Lin Ling was, the happier they would be. In reality, Lin Ling knew that Han Xie was trying to provoke him. However, he couldn't be sure that Han Xie wasn't lying to him. If he wasn't, then he wouldn't be able to face Little South. Hence, Lin Ling's eyes were filled with murderous intent and the flames of fury in his heart were burning. It's Lin Ling. Just as the laughter from Spirit Light City reached the heavens, a woman in white robes among the crowd looked into the distance with a complicated expression. She was Longyang. With the previous sensational attack on the city, she had been completely freed. However, she never expected that the one attacking the city would be Lin Ling. This meant that Lin Ling was the one who had saved her. Now, as she watched Lin Ling attack the city in a frenzy, her heart was filled with complicated emotions. She knew how powerful Han Xie was. Furthermore, the 9 states' 10 evils had gathered here. This wasn't something that a mere Lin Ling could stand against. He's attacking the city because of me and Little South. Then, Longyang furrowed her brows and gently bit her lips. However, she quickly shook her head. She could hear that Lin Ling seemed to be here for Little South. This made her feel uncomfortable because she had done a lot to protect Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you want to compete with Big Brother Han Xie? At this moment, a figure suddenly jumped up from the city wall. His robe was fluttering wildly and there was a huge sun above his head. However, upon closer inspection, it wasn't a sun but a huge heavenly fate wheel. The heavenly fate wheel was no longer the same as before. It was much larger and the needle-like rays of light emitted from it seemed to have materialized. This was an innate divine fetus. It was also the means of the gods. People immediately looked at the man and found that it was Duan Wuhan, the number 1 genius of the Duan family. He was also the only master in the Duan family who was second only to the martial god of the Duan lineage. Duan Wuhan and Lin Ling have always had a grudge against each other. However, he has been repeatedly defeated by Lin Ling. This time, he wants to wash away the humiliation. Chapter 41-49. Young Master. Although Duan Wuhan had been defeated by Lin Ling many times and seemed to be extremely vulnerable, the reason was that Lin Ling was too strong, which led people to overlook Duan Wuhan's strength. Duan Wuhan was actually very powerful. He was currently the second strongest person in the Duan family. This had already proved everything. Duan Wuhan. Lin Ling also looked over. He had never paid attention to Duan Wuhan. It was just that in the past, he did not have time to pay attention to Duan Wuhan. Now at such a critical time, Duan Wuhan still dared to provoke Lin Ling. It seemed that he, Lin Ling, was too soft-hearted. Lin Ling, do you think you can go against the spirit nation? At this moment, Duan Wuhan was obviously not afraid of Lin Ling. He had the innate godly embryo and 10 more divine powers than before. Coupled with the improvement of his realm, he was confident that he was stronger than Lin Ling. Big brother Han Xie, I'll fight him. Then, he held the fate wheel above his head and flew toward Lin Ling. From afar, he seemed to be holding a huge blazing sun, and the power hidden in the blazing sun could probably kill any strong person in the martial god realm. I promise you to go. Seeing this, Han Xie lightly waved his hand, looking as if he had a card up his sleeve. In his view, Lin Ling was simply courting death. Not to mention that he, Han Xie, was guarding here, just the 9 states 10 evils here was not something that Lin Ling could fight against. So, let Duan Wuhan go and play with Lin Ling. Lin Ling, die for me. With Han Xie's promise, Duan Wuhan no longer held back. He stared at Lin Ling, his eyes filled with strong confidence. However, after Duan Wuhan spoke, Lin Ling also coldly looked over. Within his eyes, the flame of the human sovereign bloomed. Golden light shone resplendently, and those rays of light were like golden needles that pierced into Duan Wuhan's eyes, causing his entire body to tremble. Everything in front of him turned black, and he almost fell from the sky. But at the critical moment, he roared and urged his realm essence to destroy the strange power. Then, his face became a little ferocious. I don't believe you are so strong, change for me. Under his roar, all the power gathered, which caused the blazing sun above his head to become even bigger. Pa pa. It was like blowing air, it started 100 meters, gradually, 1,000 miles, and then 10,000 miles. 10,000 miles of the heaven fate wheel, even the martial god of Duan Vane could only be like this. As soon as the heaven fate wheel came out, a fierce power of the fate wheel gushed out in all directions. The spiritual light city also shook. On the streets, the ground cracked, and then flew up. The spirit palace shook. Everyone be careful, use your realm essence to protect your whole body. On the side of the spiritual light city, the dragon spirit also whispered, and there was a hint of envy in his eyes. This was because Duan Wuhan was recruited by Han Xie and belonged to Han Xie. However, Duan Wuhan's strength was indeed not to be underestimated. Everyone followed the dragon spirit's instructions and formed a huge amount of realm essence in their bodies. Only then did the pressure from the fate wheels of heaven lessen a lot. Then, they all looked at Duan Wuhan solemnly. The current Duan Wuhan was probably a master ranked 70th on the divine list. Such a master was recruited by the Spirit Nation. This was also the blessing of the Spirit Nation. Moreover, with Duan Wuhan's talent, in the future, the world would not be able to accommodate Duan Wuhan. Clearly, this was a future deity. With Duan Wuhan taking action against Lin Ling, it's very suitable. I think this Lin Ling is crazy. He thinks that he can fight against the spiritual light city with a group of people. It's simply a fool's dream. When Lin Ling is defeated, the people behind him will also be in a mess. In the spiritual light city, voices quietly sounded. Swoosh! At this moment, a sword light flashed out. Murderous and demonic aura soared into the sky, turning into a straight line and flying out. Then, the huge heaven fate wheel shook, and a dazzling light bloomed. Everyone felt that the world was white, and nothing could be seen. After a short moment, when everything was restored, people rubbed their eyes and looked carefully. Only then did they realize that the huge heaven fate wheel had disappeared, and the sky was clear. Looking at the ground again, 2 figures stood there. The wind blew, and their robes fluttered. Moreover, the 2 of them stood with their backs facing each other. Plop! At this time, a dull sound rang out. Then, a head fell to the ground, rolling like a rubber ball. However, the person who lost his head was still standing there, motionless like a statue. It was as if even he did not expect that his head would fall off. This scene scared everyone into silence. Because they saw that the person who was beheaded was actually the number one genius of the Duan family, Duan Wuhan. A future god had fallen just like that. One must know that a moment ago, Duan Wuhan was full of energy, but the next moment, he became a headless corpse. This was too unbelievable. Who killed Duan Wuhan? Many people were silent. The previous confrontation was too fast and too dazzling, so they could not see anything. In addition, although they knew that Lin Ling was very strong, they did not think that Lin Ling had the strength to kill Duan Wuhan in one move. Therefore, they investigated everywhere, suspecting that someone had secretly helped Lin Ling. Among all the people, only Han Xie smiled slightly. His smile was very evil. Of course, he had noticed something. As for Long Ling next to him, although she did not see anything, she had heard that Lin Ling's strength was only inferior to the 9 regions' 10 evils. He had once defeated Lord Ning's Wang Shui under the curtain. However, even if he had such strength, he should not be able to kill Duan Wuhan in one move. Young master. While everyone was silent, suddenly, a loud roar was heard. Then, an old man at the late-stage martial god realm leaped out and rushed to the ground. He came behind Lin Ling and suddenly hugged his head. He was obviously a member of the Duan family and was also Duan Wuhan's bodyguard. He had protected Duan Wuhan since he was young. This time, he followed Duan Wuhan to the spirit kingdom and watched Duan Wuhan become stronger. He was very gratified, but he never expected that the young master had broken through so many storms and waves and finally fell here. How could he explain this to the old ancestor? Young master. The old man cried out in pain and was extremely sad. It was like a white-haired person sending off a black-haired person. Then, he turned his head angrily and looked at Lin Ling. You killed the young master. There was hysterical madness in his eyes. Hearing this, Lin Ling slowly turned around and looked at the old man with a pair of cold eyes. He did not speak and gently raised the tyrannical song sword. Killed Duan Wuhan. If he remembered correctly, Duan Wuhan had been defeated by Lin Ling several times. He, Lin Ling, had spared his opponent every time. This time, Duan Wuhan still wanted to come. Did he really think that Lin Ling was a sparring partner? Buzz. The sound of the sword rang out. Murderous and demonic aura soared to the sky and slashed toward the old man. Lin Ling made his move. Because he could sense that the old man's eyes were full of resentment and murderous intent. This kind of murderous intent was as if he had killed his father. Chapter 4150. Mysterious. How dare you? However, just as Lin Ling's sword was about to land, a black skeletal arm suddenly appeared and grabbed the tyrannical song sword. This arm was a skeletal arm and was extremely strange. However, its power was not weak at all. It could actually block Lin Ling's sword. One had to know that in the current 9 states and the final world, Lin Ling knew that there were not many people who could block his sword. Therefore, he could guess the origin of this person. Lin Ling slowly raised his head and landed in the sky. In the sky, a huge black bone demon god appeared. On top of the skull, the long hair fluttered and the hollow eyes looked down at Lin Ling. The great demon god. Lin Ling instantly knew who the other party was. No wonder he was so strong. With me here, you can't kill him. The low voice sounded again and landed on the ground, causing a terrifying wave of air to appear. If I, Lin Ling, want to kill someone, no one can stop me. Lin Ling still looked at the sky and said calmly. Is that so? In the sky, the huge black bone demon god nodded. The demonic aura on his body seemed to condense into a solid form, eventually forming a huge black demonic shadow that covered the black bone. Only a pair of dazzling eyes could be seen, looking down at Lin Ling. This terrifying aura shook the spiritual light city, as if tribulation clouds had covered the sky. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and then laughed. This time, the one who came was the great demon god of the 9 states 10 vicious. Lin Ling could not win. Among everyone, only the ancient demon race secretly snorted. Perhaps no one had seen Lin Ling defeat Wang Shui, so they did not believe in Lin Ling's strength. However, they had personally experienced Lin Ling's strength. Therefore, they knew that the great demon god would not be at an advantage and would even be in danger. As for Long Ling, she knew that Lin Ling had defeated Wang Shui before. However, Wang Shui's strength was not enough to fight against the great demon god. Although the two were comparable in strength, in a life-and-death battle, after exchanging thousands of moves, the great demon god would obviously win by one move. If I say so, then so be it. At this moment, Lin Ling lowered his head and muttered to himself. In the next moment, he disappeared. The great demon god was still holding Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword. However, Lin Ling had already abandoned the sword and left to pounce on the old man. Instantly, a hand grabbed the old demon god's head. Extremely fast. Coupled with Lin Ling's unexpected actions, not only the crowd, but even the great demon god was unable to react in time. Die. Next, the flame of the human sovereign gushed out from Lin Ling's palm and burned the old man's body into nothingness. Lin Ling's hand was still holding the old man's head, and the flames on the head were boiling. This ferocious action no doubt gave everyone a fright. Previously, the great demon god had said that with him around, Lin Ling would not be able to kill the old demon god. However, in the blink of an eye, the old demon god had been cleanly killed. This was undoubtedly a slap to the great demon god's face in front of everyone, and even to the spirit nation. Die. How could the great demon god endure this humiliation? Demonic chi surged from his 1,000-mile-tall body, and a huge palm slammed down. Compared to the enormous great demon god, Lin Ling was like an ant. This felt like a battle between a great demon god and an ant. However, in everyone's eyes, Lin Ling did not move at all. He stood there quietly. Then, tentacles began to appear behind him, and the dragon god's talent began to fuse. The 6 divine embryos had arrived. What, these are the 6 divine embryos? Long Ling was the first to cry out in surprise. This was because she had fought with Lin Ling before. At that time, Lin Ling had only had 2 divine embryos. Boom! Lin Ling raised his hand, his palm facing up, and collided with the huge palm in the sky, forming a terrible storm. Bang! 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 The ground where Lin Ling stood sank inch by inch, and finally, a bottomless pit appeared. Moreover, at the edge of the pit, cracks spread rapidly. However, Lin Ling stood in the deep pit, as steady as a mountain. The huge palm in the sky could not make him retreat at all. He blocked the great demon god with one hand. Everyone exclaimed. So powerful. Han Xie's eyes narrowed. Based on his understanding of Lin Ling, he was only at the level of Longyang. But now, he was sure that Lin Ling was much stronger than Longyang. Lin Ling, how did he suddenly become so strong? Even Longyang, who was hidden in the crowd, had a look of disbelief. Back when Lin Ling fought with Wang Shui, he was not as strong as he was now. Die for me. Still floating in the sky, Lin Ling looked up at the huge great demon god and coldly spat out these words. If he dared to come here today, then he was not afraid of anything. 9 provinces 10 vicious. He also wanted to see what was so great about them. Boom! The void exploded, and Lin Ling appeared in front of the great demon god, almost as tall as the black bone demon god. In the next moment, Lin Ling's fist, which contained the power of 150,000 worlds and 6 stanchions, smashed into the great demon god's face. Rumble. Lin Ling's speed was too fast. After punching out, the demonic energy in the great demon god's body dissipated a little. Bang bang bang. The great demon god retreated, as if unable to block Lin Ling's strength. However, just as he moved, Lin Ling's fist came again, wildly landing on the great demon god's chest. Next, Lin Ling was like a raging storm, his fists crazily punching out. This strike seemed as if the heavens and the earth were falling apart, and even this expanse of space was swaying endlessly. It was hard to imagine that Lin Ling's seemingly small figure was actually able to repeatedly beat back the corpse of a fiend god from the era of gods. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. And in order to prevent the great demon god from retreating, countless jellyfish tentacles appeared behind Lin Ling, wrapping around the great demon god and preventing him from retreating. Bang bang bang. Next, Lin Ling's fists madly rained down. Strands of demonic energy poured out, and in the end, the great demon god's demonic energy was scattered, revealing his black demonic bones. Now, he was clearly stunned by Lin Ling's attacks. His skeletal face was filled with disbelief. This was because he never imagined that Lin Ling would possess such strength. Whoosh! At this time, Lin Ling leapt up, rushing to the peak. With a speed of 15,000 worlds, he almost broke through the void. When he landed, he stretched out his foot, ruthlessly chopping down like a battle axe. Die for me! Die! Bang! This foot landed on the great demon god's head, immediately producing a dull sound, like the explosion of heavenly thunder. Bang! Then, Lin Ling landed on the ground, his tentacles and dragon claws slightly swaying, majestic and awe-inspiring. Looking at the great demon god again, he was frozen in place. Next, cracks began to appear on his head, continuously spreading, and finally spreading to his entire body. Caw caw caw. Pieces of bones began to fall, finally collapsing like a tower, rumbling and turning into a pile of broken bones. Chapter 41-51. Giant Ghost against Giant Ghost. Just as the rumors say, his strength is comparable to the leader of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. Han Xie's eyes narrowed as his battle intent surged. However, he quickly shook his head and said, "It shouldn't be a match, it should be surpassing." As soon as he said this, the fighting spirit in his eyes almost materialized. The last time we fought, he wasn't this strong. Not far away, Long Ling's expression was incomparably complicated. He finally knew why Lord Ning valued Lin Ling so much. So this was the case. Han Xie, it seems like you're the only one up there. Then, Long Ling turned to Han Xie and said. Han Xie nodded. If there is me, then there is no him. The number 1 general under Lord Ning can only be me. Then, he waved his hand. Come out. The spirit palace in the distance suddenly broke open. Amidst the endless bricks and tiles, a figure seemed to be bound by an invisible force and floated over from afar. Upon closer inspection, this was the Little South. Hee, Lin Ling, the Little South you want is here. Han Xie said to Lin Ling with a smile as he controlled Little South. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Let her go and I will spare your life. Huh, Lin Ling, are you dreaming? Han Xie laughed contemptuously. I admit that you're stronger than I thought, but do you think I'm afraid of you? As he spoke, his clothes fluttered in the wind, revealing his crystal-like body. There was a ray of white light on his chest that was slowly leaping about. Every time it leaped, an invisible divine might would spread out. This was the power of ripples. In the next moment, an explosion resounded as the sea urchin's divine might erupted. It seemed that this divine might was even more ferocious than Big Sister Zhen's. Within the Spirit Light City, many people had the feeling of prostrating themselves in worship, as if they had seen a deity. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He sensed that Han Xie's divine might was very terrifying. It was even stronger than his Thunder Lock physique. Moreover, this divine might was somewhat similar to that of the Spirit Nation's expert that Lin Ling had encountered. It seemed that Han Xie had joined the Spirit Nation because of this heart. Take it. Seeing Lin Ling, Han Xie hand Ling seeing, little Lin Ling's eyes, a large number of tentacles appeared behind him, and little south. Then, tentacles appeared behind Lin Ling editor's Lin Lin's word. Lin Ling's endless fantasy. After that, Lin Ling secretly checked on Xiao Nan. Seeing that she was fine, he used his tentacles to send Xiao Nan to the Creation Alliance. Is. Han Xie indifferently said. The reason why he let Little South go was that he was afraid that Lin Ling would have scruples when fighting with him. Even if he won in the end, it would be a source of gossip. In this battle, he wanted to prove to Lord Ning that he was the #1 expert. Naturally, he wanted to have a fair fight. Han Xie, I didn't expect you to have obtained a god's heart. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and guessed Han Xie's thoughts. You have a good eye. Not bad, my demigod's heart is the same as your Thunderlock physique. They are both divine embryos of mid-gods. However, my divine embryo is obviously of a higher grade than your Thunderlock physique. Han Xie nodded and said contemptuously, your 6 divine embryos are not even worth mentioning when compared to my 2nd grade divine embryo. So, you are confident that you can defeat me? Lin Ling asked. Yes, although it's not 90%, I estimate it to be as much as 80%. Han Xie floated out and walked toward the sky step by step. At the same time, the figure of an evil ghost also quietly flew out from his severed arm. Seeing this, Lin Ling also walked toward him step by step. At the same time, the giant ghost also appeared on his left shoulder. Look! Such a strange scene naturally attracted the attention of the crowd. Everyone was in disbelief. Because both of them had a strange ghost beside them, as if they were the symbols of some kind of miracle. These two were clearly the kings of the trial takers. Now, it was time to see which of the trial takers below the god realm was stronger. It's you. It's you. Almost at the same time, the giant ghost and Han Xie evil ghost spoke at the same time. They stared at each other, and a complicated light flashed in their eyes. Meanwhile, Han Xie and Lin Ling did not speak and just stood there quietly. They obviously knew about the giant ghosts on each other's bodies and could more or less guess the relationship between these two evil ghosts. You've escaped from the 8-god celestial palace. You've escaped from Master. At this time, Han Xie evil ghost floated out. Master? Lin Ling's giant ghost frowned, but it also floated out. Their speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, they were 100 meters apart. From afar, the two fist-sized evil ghosts faced each other. It was extremely strange. However, no one dared to underestimate them because everyone knew that these two strange things had extremely powerful masters. Of course, the masters in everyone's eyes were naturally Lin Ling and Han Xie evil ghost, the two trial takers. However, the master in the giant ghost's eyes was not so. Instead, it was an incomparably ancient colossus in the 8-god celestial palace. Didn't you also escape from Master? At this time, Lin Ling evil ghost said coldly. It knew that the giant ghost opposite it knew more than it. However, it was very clear that Han Xie evil ghost had seen through something. It seems that you don't know about Master. Then, it stared at Lin Ling evil ghost. Instead, you followed a new master. Not bad at all. Then you can follow Master forever. Being like this is already very good. Hearing this, Lin Ling evil ghost frowned and didn't know what to say for a moment. However, it quietly stared at the giant ghost opposite it. For some reason, many images suddenly appeared in its mind. There were no less than 8 giant ghosts like them, and they were all created by Master. No, it should be Master who broke them down. Master was still alive, and he was in the 8-god celestial palace. You want to devour Master? Suddenly, Lin Ling evil ghost let out a dignified voice, as if it had guessed something. Bang! This sentence seemed to have ignited the wrath of the giant ghost. Waves of evil chi surged out, covering the sky and covering the earth. They formed a huge light screen, and smashed out with devastating force. Bang! However, the giant ghost on Lin Ling evil ghost's side was not to be outdone. An ominous aura also erupted, resisting the evil energy. Rumble. These two powers were incomparably terrifying, as if they came from ancient times. They directly caused the Spirit Light City to collapse, and the Spirit Palace to collapse, turning into ashes, leaving behind only an ancient altar. What the hell, these two things are so strong. Master hasn't even opened it and they're already fighting. Everyone retreated. The leaders of the 9 prefectures 10 vicious were all shocked. They never thought that Lin Ling and Han Xie evil ghost would have such a secret. Currently, only Lin Ling and Han Xie evil ghost's bodies were still in the midst of the ominous and evil energies. It seems that the fellows beside us are starting to fight. Han Xie evil ghost retracted his gaze and stared at Lin Ling evil ghost. Chapter 41-52. A battle between trial challengers. That's exactly what I was thinking. You've harmed me once, so it's time to end it. Han Xie nodded. His heart was beating wildly in his chest. Divine light illuminated the world. Swoosh swoosh. In the blink of an eye, 2 figures approached each other from afar and collided violently. The 2 fists smashed together, triggering a violent and tyrannical dimensional storm. This battle attracted everyone's attention, causing them to ignore the battle between the 2 giant ghosts in the distance. Lin Ling is very powerful, even more powerful than the leader of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. However, Han Xie has obtained the heart of a demigod, so Han Xie is definitely stronger. The dragon spirit said with narrowed eyes. Her eyes were filled with envy because the 2 of them were outstanding existences and were even more powerful than her dragon spirit. Her dragon spirit came from the spirit nation, but she could not compare to the 2 outsiders. How could she not be envious and furious? Crackle crackle. At this moment, the dimensional storm was still sweeping across the sky. Han Xie maintained his punching posture. His eyes were filled with evil intent as he stared at Lin Ling. Trial challenger Lin Ling, you're no match for me. Although you have 6 divine fetuses, my divine fetuses are of a higher level than yours. Moreover, I'm at the peak of the martial god realm. Although your dimensional storm is strong, it won't be able to take advantage of me. As soon as he finished speaking, a large hand suddenly surged out of his almost transparent body and grabbed at Lin Ling fiercely. Seeing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed and his other arm suddenly struck out. Boom! After the collision, Lin Ling immediately realized that Han Xie was very powerful. He was even more powerful than the first of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. Thump, thump, thump. At this moment, Lin Ling suddenly heard a strange heartbeat sound. His expression changed instantly as he realized that his strength was being devoured. Then, Lin Ling immediately stared at Han Xie. He knew that it came from Han Xie's heart. I forgot to mention that I can devour your heartbeat and use it to devour all of your power. Han Xie sensed Lin Ling's gaze, and his smile became even more evil. A very powerful divine fetus, but my power isn't that easy to devour. Lin Ling also smiled. His hands were still stretched out in front of him, but his body suddenly leaped up and flipped in midair. His head was facing down and his feet were facing up. Following that, his boundary essence and physical strength were all gathered on his legs. His body drew a beautiful arc in the air, like a swallow flipping over its body. He flew past Han Xie and ruthlessly stomped down on Han Xie's back. This stomp contained Lin Ling's full strength. Even an ordinary peak martial god would be stomped to death. The crowd was also in an uproar. They were shocked by Lin Ling's battle reaction. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. However, the demigod's heart in Han Xie's chest shone brightly. His body only trembled, but he was actually unscathed. Lin Ling also clearly felt that he seemed to have stepped on an iron plate. Then, he slightly exerted force on his legs and shot forward like a cannonball. As soon as he disappeared, Han Xie's palm reached behind him, but he caught nothing. Han Xie slowly turned around and smiled at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's stomp earlier did not injure him, but it let him know that Lin Ling's strength was not as simple as he thought. Lin Ling appeared in the distance and looked at him indifferently. In their first confrontation, both of them knew that each other's strength was very strong. Ordinary methods that could defeat an enemy were useless against them. Han Xie knew that although Lin Ling's cultivation level was not high, his boundary essence was rich and he had 6 divine fetuses. This gave Lin Ling the ability to fight above his level. Lin Ling also knew that Han Xie's cultivation level was higher than his, and his talent was more powerful than his 6 divine fetuses. He was a strong opponent. In terms of talent, boundary essence, cultivation level, and divine might, they both had their own strengths and weaknesses. But they both knew that if they wanted to win this battle, they would have to rely on divine might. After their first confrontation, the two of them did not act rashly. Instead, they began to gather divine might. The two of them looked at each other from a distance. Then, they took a step forward. It looked like a simple step, but it caused the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. It caused the surrounding void to ripple like water. However, they still did not make a move. Their eyes stared at each other, not even blinking. They attempted to use the gap in each other's aura to launch a counterattack that could turn defeat into victory. And seeing Han Xie's appearance, many people's expressions became serious. They knew that the current Han Xie did not dare to underestimate Lin Ling. Even the 2 giant ghosts in the distance stopped fighting. They looked indifferently at Han Xie and Lin Ling. Boom! Right at this moment, Han Xie took another step forward. A ferocious wave of energy surged out, and even the void seemed to jump. This was him activating his divine might, turning the void into his heart, moving in accordance with his will. Pang! And Lin Ling also took a step forward. Compared to Han Xie's earth-shattering attack, Lin Ling's attack was much dimmer. However, he was still awe-inspiring. His combat state was flawless. He clearly knew that at their level, if they really wanted to fight, it would take a few months to determine the victor. Therefore, sometimes, one's combat state was very important. If one's state was not good, even a god would fall here in a few moves. Their cautious state undoubtedly made the world feel incomparably oppressive. 9 states vicious 10, Immortal Temple's Great Elder, Ancient Demon Race, Tomb Guardian Race, and other experts, they all felt the pressure. Their pupils were trembling and flickering. Because they were the oldest existences in 9 states. But now, they could only watch from the sidelines. Watching the younger generation fight, this feeling was really unpleasant. Of course, there was nothing they could do. Because they knew even more clearly that the 2 trial takers were really strong. Who would have thought that in the end, the one who could fight against Han Xie would be him? Among the countless experts of Spirit Nation, Longyang bit her lips tightly. Her expression was incomparably complicated. She knew that she was not Han Xie's opponent, but she did not expect Lin Ling to be able to. Moreover, she had watched Lin Ling grow. Not long ago, Lin Ling was only comparable to 9 states vicious 10. Now, he had already surpassed them. If she wanted to kill Lin Ling, it would take a long time. This made her clench her fists quietly, her eyes filled with unwillingness. Of course, if even she was like this, the experts of Spirit Light City were even more anxious. After all, the strongest expert of Spirit Nation here was Han Xie. However, Han Xie did not easily defeat Lin Ling as they had imagined. Instead, he had a cautious expression. This made them all kinds of guesses. Could it be that Han Xie could not defeat Lin Ling? They looked into the distance, where Lin Ling had brought a large number of experts and the Genesis Alliance. Therefore, if Han Xie was defeated, Spirit Light City would not be able to defend itself. A sense of panic, under everyone's ulterior motives, quietly pervaded the air. Some people were shaken by Spirit Nation and were no longer so convinced. This kind of panic was naturally noticed by Han Xie. And this was not what he wanted to see. This was because Spirit Nation was currently recruiting a large number of experts. This was also one of Han Xie's tasks. If he could not do it beautifully, how could he report to Lord Ning? Chapter 41-53. The hearts of the people are in chaos and need to be united. However, Lin Ling is too strong. I won't be able to defeat him in a short period of time. This won't be able to unite the hearts of the people. Although Lord Ning has left, he told me before he left that they were only going to another place to help awaken the great god of Spirit Nation. As for Spirit Light City, he left it to me. If I fail, how can I face them? I didn't expect this new challenger, Lin Ling, to be so powerful. It seems that I have underestimated him when I framed him. In a short moment, thousands of thoughts flashed through Han Xie's mind. Although his face was still cold and his aura was still strong, Lin Ling's soul force was able to detect the minute changes in his emotions. Han Xie had misgivings in his heart. Right, he seemed to be jealous of him, which was why he wanted to fight with him. This meant that he wanted to prove himself, which was why he was worried about his gains and losses. He didn't dare to go all out in the battle. And when he was worried, it was undoubtedly the best time. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. 36 streaks of divine force gathered and merged into his palms, causing his palms to emit a red and yellow light. Bodhi-proof divine ability. Rumble. Both palms struck out with earth-shattering force. In addition, Lin Ling was close to Han Xie, so he quickly arrived in front of Han Xie. Han Xie's face changed instantly. He also noticed that Lin Ling's palms contained 36 streaks of divine force. Obviously, Lin Ling knew that if he wanted to defeat Han Xie, relying on his talent, realm essence, and physical body wasn't enough. He had to add in divine force. Bang! Han Xie didn't seem to make any movements, but his figure quickly floated back. Although he wasn't afraid of Lin Ling's attack and knew that Lin Ling would be affected by his demigod's heart if he got close to him, he knew that he had missed the opportunity, so it wasn't suitable for him to fight head-on. This was because this would allow Lin Ling to rise. Rumble. Lin Ling's palms struck empty air, but his expression didn't change. He followed up and struck out 6 palms in a short moment. The ferocious power of divinity immediately surged out. Demigod Seal. The speed of the 6 palms was too fast, and Han Xie knew that he couldn't avoid them. The demigod's heart in his chest jumped, and light flowed along his transparent body, reaching his palms like blood. Boom! Boom! He also crazily struck out 6 palms. However, his momentum was too slow, so he only managed to break Lin Ling's attack. And he was also sent flying by the impact of that power. I have to suppress his aura. Just as he was sent flying, the space behind Han Xie exploded. A powerful force forced him to close in instead of retreat. At the same time, he pointed a finger at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, if you only have 36 strands of divinity, you will definitely lose. A huge finger stirred up the wind and clouds, as if a deity was guiding the way, suppressing Lin Ling. Break! Lin Ling raised his 36 strands of divine power to 40 strands of divine power, poured them into his fist, and punched out. Rumble! The powerful divine force was like a god destroying the world. When it slammed into the finger, it immediately crumbled. Lin Ling had comprehended the 36 streams of God force on his own, while the extra God force was obtained by refining the godly stones. He had refined the second layer and third layer martial god realm godly stones, thus how could the god force be any weaker than the ones he had obtained from the godly stones? The two leaders of the ancient beasts were well aware of this. They already knew that Lin Ling had not used his full strength as he was being cautious. Demigod Spear. Han Xie raised his arm when he saw Lin Ling's fist coming at him. The light gathered into a spear, and he threw it forward with all his might. He obviously did not expect Lin Ling to be so powerful in terms of divine power. He had received the demigod's heart as a reward from the spirit nation. Not only had his talent improved, but his divine power had also improved. On the other hand, Lin Ling had nothing. How could he comprehend so much divine power? Crack, crack, crack. The two divine powers clashed fiercely once again. This time, they were both dissipating. Han Xie, is that all you've got? However, Lin Ling leapt into the air. A sword flew toward him from the distance and landed in Lin Ling's hand. It was the dominating song sword. More divine power surged into the dominating song sword. There were 45 strands of divine power now. What? Han Xie did not expect Lin Ling's strength to skyrocket after his rise, and he was even able to improve his divine power. Could it be that Lin Ling had possessed so much divine power from the very beginning? He was only being cautious, thus he did not expose himself. He was waiting for Han Xie to reveal his weakness before executing a stormy attack. Wasn't the man being too cautious? At that instant, Han Xie's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He raised his hands and summoned two spears made of light. He threw them forward with all his might. These two divine spears were the demigod spears. They had a total of 46 strands of divine power. He was a trial taker who had cultivated for many years. His divine power was not weak to begin with. He had 40 strands of divine power. After joining the Spirit Nation, he was rewarded with 10 more strands of divine power. This was his hidden trump card. Originally, he did not want to reveal it so quickly. He wanted to save it for a critical moment. But who knew that Lin Ling would force him to use it? Bang bang bang. In the air, Lin Ling's two swords collided with the demigod spears. Various divine powers poured out. Jia Yuan, divine embryo, physical strength, and divine power. This clash could be said to represent the pinnacle of the deities' clash. Countless people looked up, shocked by the terrifying power. They were also envious of the two's strength. Break for me. But at this time, Lin Ling's power of divinity increased again, reaching 48 strands. You. Han Xie was controlling the demigod spears. Naturally, he could sense Lin Ling's increase in divine power. His pupils trembled. Impossible. How could this be? Lin Ling was just a new trial taker. Even if Lei Gong focused on nurturing him, it was impossible for him to give him so many treasures to increase his strength. 48 strands of divine power. Was he still a newcomer? Among the 40 trial takers, his strength would probably be ranked in the top 20. You have divine power. Yes. However, Han Xie did not have time to be shocked. He activated all of his divine power. This was exactly 50 strands of divine power. I don't believe that you have more divine power than me. Yes. When his divine power was fully released, the heavens and the earth were illuminated with divine light, making people feel like prostrating themselves in worship. After the divine power was added to the demigod spears, the two spears immediately shone brightly. I have 2 more strands than you. Yes. Seeing this, Lin Ling held the tyrannical song sword even more firmly. He knew that Han Xie had begun to lay his cards on the table. Therefore, Lin Ling did not need to hide anything anymore. This was because after Lin Ling refined all of the divine stones, he had 52 strands of divine power. Boom! When all of the divine power was released through the tyrannical song sword, the tyrannical song sword suddenly erupted with ferocious killing intent and demonic chi. A strange headless old man appeared, his robes fluttering as he stood in the world. Then, he slashed out. Chapter 41-54. At this moment, the tyrannical song sword had given birth to a trace of divine energy. The tyrannical song sword was not simple. The god Emperor Zhang Gang had once said that this sword was left behind by a sword demon from the era of gods. However, with Lin Ling's strength, he was unable to activate the might of the tyrannical song sword. Moreover, during this period of time, Lin Ling's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Therefore, the tyrannical song sword had been eliminated by Lin Ling. But now, as Lin Ling's divine energy surged, the killing intent within the scabbard was naturally activated. As a result, Lin Ling's divine energy had reached 53 traces. Gotcha. The sword slashed out and actually caused the demigod spear to sway slightly. Then, it was activated by an unstoppable force and shattered like glass. Moreover, the sword did not stop as it slashed towards Han Xie. Han Xie's eyes narrowed as 10,000 impossibilities floated in his mind. He was completely confused. Why was Lin Ling's strength so strong? He was even stronger than him, who was nurtured by the spirit nation and the gods. Could it be that there was a person behind Lin Ling who was nurturing him in secret? Unfortunately, he did not know that Lin Ling's strength came from the gods' inheritance treasure. Whoosh! As the sword arrived, white blood gushed out from Han Xie's body. His originally transparent body quietly changed and became like an ordinary person. Looking at his chest, a sword mark appeared on his white heart, and white blood continuously flowed out from his heart. Han Xie stroked his chest as he stared at Lin Ling. His eyes were incomparably complicated. Until we meet again. Then, he said in a low voice. He knew that if he did not leave now, he would definitely die. Whoosh! He turned into a white ray of light and shot into the distance. Seeing Han Xie leave, the spirit light city was terrifyingly silent. Han Xie, a powerful god nurtured by the four great gods and the spirit nation, had the heart of an intermediate god. His divine embryo's level was higher than Lin Ling's, and his realm was also higher than Lin Ling's. However, after a battle where they were evenly matched, he was defeated in the end. This was unbelievable. In terms of various aspects, the two of them were actually evenly matched. Lin Ling's only advantage was that he had a few traces of divine energy, but in a life and death battle, Lin Ling would not be able to easily defeat Han Xie. Both of them clearly knew this, which was why they didn't. Acted rashly. Far in the distance, the middle-aged man from the ancient demon race said in a low voice. However, his eyes were filled with shock. That's right. If Han Xie hadn't exposed a flaw and allowed Lin Ling to boost his momentum, coupled with his fierce attacks, Han Xie wouldn't have been defeated so quickly. The lady in black nodded. They could see how Lin Ling won. Therefore, they secretly admired Lin Ling. Not only did they admire Lin Ling's powerful strength, but they also admired Lin Ling's battle experience and improvisation. All of this was not accumulated in a short period of time. Instead, it was an innate battle instinct that was born from countless battles. Han Xie was defeated, but Lin Ling did not chase after him. The ancient demon race's middle-aged man frowned. Han Xie was Lin Ling's greatest enemy. Given Lin Ling's character, he should have killed Han Xie as soon as possible. In fact, Lin Ling did not chase after Han Xie. He only watched calmly as Han Xie escaped. After all, he was here for Little South. Although Han Xie was arrogant, he had handed over Little South. Therefore, Lin Ling gave him some face. Secondly, he was also giving face to Lord Ning. Lin Ling had been in a deep slumber for 3 years. If Ling Nation wanted to kill him, Lin Ling would not be able to escape death if Lord Ning took action personally. However, Lord Ning did not take action and allowed Lin Ling to escape. Lin Ling naturally knew this. Therefore, he had to return the favor. Of course, there was another main reason, which was that Lin Ling had sensed that within the shattered spirit light city, a mysterious power had truly and quietly awakened. It was also because of this power that Lin Ling was very wary of and did not dare to act rashly. The power of that power made Lin Ling feel as though he had met a god. Is this Ling Nation's purpose here? The awakening of Ling Nation's great god? Lin Ling began to speculate. In the beginning, everyone was shocked at Lin Ling's strength. However, they soon realized that there was a warm energy spreading out from the broken spiritual light city. This caused them to not be shocked as they turned their heads to look at the spiritual light city. Soon after, they realized that among the countless bricks and tiles, there was an ancient altar sitting there. On top of the altar, countless white lights swirled and gradually formed a human figure. Ling Nation's great god is coming. Seeing this, Long Ling and the other experts were stunned. Then, they became extremely excited. Even Han Xie, who had escaped far away, focused his gaze. Looking at the human figure on the altar, it became clearer and clearer. The divine aura it emitted made people want to worship it. Greetings, great God. As though the belief in their hearts was born, the experts of Ling Nation all knelt down and kowtowed. It was the same for Long Ling and Han Xie. Although Han Xie was very suspicious of that great god, the heart of a demigod in his body made him unable to raise any thoughts of resistance. Looking from afar, the scene was extremely spectacular. Hundreds of thousands of experts knelt down and paid their respects to the god. Lin Ling, things seem to have become troublesome. At this time, Lu Chen shouted at Lin Ling from afar. Then, he flew towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded and frowned as he stared at the altar. Let's retreat immediately. If that great god awakens, we will definitely die. No one can stop him. Lu Chen said solemnly as he came to Lin Ling's side. However, Lin Ling did not say anything to Lu Chen's words. He continued to look ahead. Guesses kept appearing in his mind. That great god of Ling Nation was most likely a host body of the will of the world. Moreover, he was a powerful god from the era of gods. Therefore, Lin Ling was sure that if this god awakened, they would not be a match for him. However, Lin Ling's eyes lit up in an instant. That was because the scene in front of him was very familiar. Suddenly, he saw a figure in the crowd. It was Long Yang. At this moment, Long Yang was also looking at Lin Ling. Their gazes met, and a tacit understanding arose between them. That was because Long Yang was also very familiar with this scene. That's right, I saw it in the Hall of the Ruins in the Spirit Palace. Lin Ling finally remembered, and it was as though he had been struck by lightning. At that time, in the Hall of the Spirit Palace, there were two pictures that were the strangest. One of the pictures recorded the scene in front of them, and the other recorded the figure of the white light turning into a human and smiling at the people. Lin Ling even remembered that the smile was very evil. Even after Lin Ling left, Lin Ling almost fell for it. It was the giant ghost that helped Lin Ling, and Lin Ling awakened. The giant ghost. Then, Lin Ling looked around and shouted, "Everyone!" Chapter 41-55. That's right. Upon hearing that, Lu Chen nodded. Lin Ling, the gods behind you are too slow. It's been 3 years, and they still haven't discovered this place. There was a hint of complaint in Lu Chen's voice. Lin Ling shook his head. For the gods, 3 years is just the blink of an eye. Moreover, our mission is to scout and gather information. The 4 great gods won't be easily dispatched. What should we do now? Lu Chen was getting more and more anxious. At that moment, Long Yang also flew over, but there was anxiety on her face. She and Lin Ling had seen the murals in the spirit palace with their own eyes. Naturally, they knew how terrifying the gods were. It could be said that with just a strange smile, it was enough to turn them into ashes. "Don't worry, there will be a way." Lin Ling immediately comforted them. His eyes were still fixed on the altar. He suddenly realized that the creepy white figure was becoming more and more like a human. Moreover, human facial features appeared on the face from time to time, which made one's scalp tingle. This was because the facial features were somewhat distorted during the process of forming. However, Lin Ling could clearly see that there was a smile on the face. That seemingly friendly, yet terrifying smile. He had to be interrupted. Lin Ling recalled the murals he had seen, and an idea suddenly came to his mind. He remembered that in the first mural, a lot of the power of faith was born from the kneeling people, which was attracted by the white figure. Then, in the second mural, the white figure woke up. This meant that the awakening of the gods required the power of faith. All he had to do was to interrupt the power of faith. Interrupt those kneeling people. At that thought, Lin Ling shouted loudly. He also voiced his idea, which made Lu Chen and the others' pupils dilate. Interrupt those people. There were a total of 100,000 masters there. There's no time to lose. Hurry. Lin Ling couldn't care less and flew over. Go. Lu Chen and the others obviously knew that they had to fight to the death now. After all, if the gods were to arrive, they wouldn't be able to escape. Stop them. As if sensing Lin Ling's arrival, the dragon spirit suddenly stood up. Her eyes turned white as she shouted. Swish. Whoosh. Whoosh. A large number of experts flew towards Lin Ling. Upon closer inspection, their eyes were also white, as if they had lost their consciousness. They had become fearless. Die. Lin Ling naturally sensed the changes in them and attacked madly. However, the people who had become a little strange were undoubtedly more than twice as strong as before. Originally, according to Lin Ling's strength, he should be able to kill gods in his way. However, after one move, he only killed 100 people. Stop them. Moreover, at this moment, the leader of the 9 states 10 Vicious flew over. His murderous aura surged as if he had gone mad. Boom. Boom. Each and every one of them exploded forth with strength that was twice as strong as before as they charged forward. How terrifying. Sensing the sudden increase in strength, Lu Chen and the others turned pale. They were experts who had cultivated for tens of millions of years, but it was their first time witnessing something so strange. A person's strength could actually improve so much in such a short period of time. After all, these people were already martial gods, so it was extremely difficult to improve their strength. Grand Elder. Lin Ling looked at the expert closest to him and roared, "Kill him." This was because the other party was the Grand Elder of the Celestial Temple and also the person Yue respected the most. However, the Grand Elder's face was ferocious as if he did not know Lin Ling. He can control so many experts at once and increase their strength by so much. This god is terrifying. Lin Ling became more serious. He originally wanted to slash out with his sword, but in the end, he restrained himself. He punched out with his left fist and sent the Grand Elder flying. However, just as the Grand Elder was sent flying, the old man from the Gravekeeper tribe arrived. It was obvious that he had also gone mad. There are so many of them. They are strong and fearless. Lord Lin Ling, why don't we retreat? Someone from the Creation Alliance shouted at Lin Ling, "We have nowhere to go. We have to stop them." Lin Ling shook his head. If the void had been opened, they would not have cared about it. However, the void had been sealed. Where could they escape to? Lin Ling, die. While they were talking, Han Xie, who had escaped before, arrived with a murderous look on his face. Lin Ling, this is bad. Almost at the same time, the pupils of many people from the Creation Alliance behind Lin Ling began to change. They turned white. What? Lin Ling and Han Xie exchanged blows and repelled Han Xie. Then, they opened their mouths in shock. Had the Creation Alliance also gone mad? Kill. And that was indeed the case. They were all charging towards Lin Ling. It seems that when we were trapped in the Spirit Palace, a part of the Spirit Nation's power unknowingly appeared in our bodies. Now that the power has suddenly awakened, we are being controlled. Lu Chen looked anxious. Then, he said solemnly, Lin Ling, if I also change, don't hold back. Senior Lu Chen. Lin Ling had never expected things to turn out like this. He had come with confidence. Who would have thought that because of the awakening of the gods, the situation under his control would become a complete mess? Lin Ling. As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, another voice came from not far away. This time, it was Longmyang. At this moment, she was trembling in the sky, her eyes constantly changing. She had also fallen into the trap. Bitch, don't joke at a time like this. Lin Ling was furious. The Creation Alliance had been captured by the Spirit Nation and treated as traitors. They could be considered half of the Spirit Nation. Therefore, it was normal for them to go mad. However, Longmyang was a trial taker. You must have stolen the power of the Spirit Nation. Lin Ling immediately guessed. The Spirit Nation seemed to give all living beings great power. However, in reality, that power was a double-edged sword. To gain something, one had to pay a price. The price was one's freedom. Wait, don't worry about me. If I can't control myself and you can kill me, then kill me. Longmyang had obviously obtained a part of the power from the Spirit Nation. Therefore, she knew about him. Idiot. Lin Ling scolded. However, he couldn't care less. This was because, other than those who had been assimilated by the flame of the human king, his people had begun to betray him and attack him. There were strong enemies at the back, but there were also enemies at the front, and they were stronger than the ones at the back. As a result, the remaining people were surrounded together with Lin Ling. Lin Ling, use it. The giant ghost beside Lin Ling knew the urgency of the matter and immediately said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded and looked at the altar in the distance. He immediately noticed the strange figure. A smile finally appeared on his face. Although he had no nose or eyes, Lin Ling could sense that the god was looking at him. Lin Ling. That smile was as terrifying as he had imagined. Chapter 41-56. Great God of Spirit Nation, this beast skin map should be related to you, right? Then, I'll use your means to deal with you. Roar. Lin Ling shouted, and the beast skin map in his hand suddenly bloomed with endless purple light. When it shot into the distance, he saw a demon sun hanging behind the altar. Then, the beast skin map shook, and a large number of world scorpions crawled out and rushed toward the demon sun. World scorpions rushing toward the sun. Upon closer inspection, the number of world scorpions formed by the beast skin map was constantly decreasing. The scene of the world scorpions galloping in the sky was extremely spectacular. Wherever they passed, the Spirit Nation experts were all sent flying. They were either dead or injured. This beast skin map was terrifying. This is the treasure he obtained in the hall. Roar. Longmyang, who was not far from Lin Ling, was shocked when she saw the power of the beast skin map. Because in the hall, she had also obtained many treasures, but none of them could compare to the beast skin map. Lin Ling could not be bothered to admire the power of the beast skin map because he knew that the beast skin map could only repel all the experts who rushed over. It could not interrupt the altar ceremony. If it could not be interrupted, the god would awaken sooner or later. Open the gate to the underworld for me. Roar. Therefore, Lin Ling suddenly gritted his teeth, and his eyes were filled with determination. He was going all out. A black token appeared in his hand. It was the Underworld World Massacre token. Lord Ning, I'm sorry, but I have to interrupt you because I have my own master. Roar. Muttering to himself, Lin Ling activated his realm essence into the black token in his hand. In an instant, the black token emitted a demonic black gas. Then, the gas split into two and carried the black token in the sky. Go to hell. Roar. Behind Lin Ling, because there were no world scorpions to stop them, the experts of the Creation Alliance who had entered the demonic state attacked the token. However, before they could get close, they were immediately sent flying by a fierce force. Rumble. The black token was like a steady mountain as it emitted a thunderous sound. Subsequently, an ancient bronze door appeared in the void and slowly opened. The moment it opened, a ghost-like gas swam out from the door, causing one's scalp to turn numb. The gate to the underworld. In the crowd, Long Yang stared at the bronze door, her body trembling. This was because her innate talent was the netherworld gate. But now, Lin Ling had opened the door to the underworld, like a god of the underworld. Damn you, Bei Ji. The ancient door opened wider and wider. His gaze followed the thick door and looked inside. He immediately discovered that it was pitch black inside, but there was also a very ancient sound coming out. After that voice, the shadow behind the door finally noticed the change. A shadow appeared and quietly transformed into a mysterious warrior who was 5 meters tall. The warrior was wearing black armor and holding a ghost blade in his hand. Upon closer inspection, the armor was somewhat ancient. It covered the warrior's entire body. However, under the helmet, there was a trace of something. His face was nowhere to be seen. Moreover, there was no flesh or blood to be seen at the joints of his knees, shoulders, and wrists. It was as if the armor had suddenly come to life. This was a Nether soldier. It was said that it was a soldier under the Nether Emperor of the Underworld. It was also the expert who ruled the Underworld. No matter what kind of expert one was in the 9 prefectures, as long as they entered the Underworld after death, they would be subdued by the Nether soldier. Doom Gone shouts. The first Nether soldier that came out raised the ghost blade in his hand and emitted an ancient sound. Doom Gone shouts. Following that, a neat sound rushed out from the door as a large number of Nether soldiers came out. Swoosh. The first Nether soldier that came out swung the ghost blade in his hand. The expert closest to him had his head pulled out like a radish and floated up with blood gushing out. Following that, a soul floated out from the expert's body and was sucked into the huge bronze door. Kill. Kill. However, the experts of the spirit kingdom who had fallen into the demonic path were still fearless. They charged toward the Nether soldiers and unleashed a powerful attack. Boom. 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 As if the heavens and earth were falling apart, the void was blasted apart and gusts of wind from the outside world rushed in. However, after the terrifying attack ended, the endless Nether soldiers were still charging forward. They were actually safe and sound. No matter what attacks landed on the Nether soldiers, they all passed through. These Nether soldiers seemed to have transcended the laws of the void and could not be attacked at all. So strong. The pupils of those who were still conscious were trembling. Even Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. Even he, Lin Ling, could not do anything to the Nether soldiers that could not be attacked. Only the step of wisdom can affect the Nether soldiers. Beside Lin Ling, the giant ghost said. Only one kind of power works. Lin Ling was even more shocked. Wherever he looked, heads flew up and blood rained down on the ground. Following that, a large number of souls were brought into the underworld gate. This was a one-sided massacre. This was where the underworld massacre order came from. Even gods would not be able to escape the fate of falling here. The Nether soldiers were like locusts, wreaking havoc in front of them. Together with the rising sun of the realm Scorpion, the 100,000 experts of the spirit kingdom were in chaos. Lin Ling also looked at the altar in the distance and saw that the figure was still standing there. The eyeless face stared at the sky and then fell on Lin Ling. There was still a smile on his face. For some reason, that smile made Lin Ling feel suffocated. Smile, smile, smile. Let's see how long you can smile. Lin Ling shouted angrily. Now that the ritual was in chaos, it would be difficult for the god to be resurrected. Therefore, Lin Ling was not afraid. However, the god seemed to have heard Lin Ling's voice and his smile deepened. Not good. Lin Ling, look. At this time, the giant ghost said anxiously. Lin Ling had an ominous premonition. Taking a closer look, he realized that the experts of the spirit kingdom who had died in the hands of the nether soldiers were also floating towards the god with an invisible force. It turned out that even though the experts of the spirit kingdom had died, the power of faith still existed. As long as the faith did not decrease, the god of the spirit kingdom would still awaken. Noticing this, Lin Ling's expression became even more serious. What should we do? Lu Chen and Longyang said worriedly. The speed at which they entered the demonic state slowed down. It's okay. I still have a way. At this time, Lin Ling's eyes suddenly lit up. A golden firestorm appeared in his hand and he scattered it into the sky. The golden flames carried the might of the human king as they flooded towards the 100,000 experts of the spirit kingdom. It's useless. Their strength has doubled. The human king's flame can't kill them. Even if it can kill them, the power of faith won't disappear. On the side, Lu Chen was surprised by Lin Ling's actions but he also sighed. Not necessarily. Chapter 41-57. If it were any other time, it would have been impossible for Lin Ling to assimilate such experts, because the strength of this group of experts was more than twice as strong as before, and there were more of them. However, at this moment, Lin Ling had the help of the realm Scorpion and the nether soldiers, so it was obviously much simpler. Some of the heavily injured experts were assimilated at a much faster speed. After being assimilated, those people's eyes were white at first, but they gradually turned golden. Then, they looked at Lin Ling and shouted in unison, "Sir! Sir!" The power of faith in their bodies had obviously disappeared, but they had incomparable faith in Lin Ling. This was the power of the human king's flame, assimilation. After becoming Lin Ling's people, the netherworld soldiers obviously ignored them. Ah, it can be done like this. Ah! Lu Chen witnessed this scene with his own eyes, and his mouth was wide open. On the side, Dragon Mother's beautiful face also turned pale in disbelief. Was he trying to steal people from the gods? In the whole world, only Lin Ling would be so bold. And the truth was indeed so. With the assimilation of the human king's flame, the awakening of the gods finally slowed down. In the end, the progress did not progress at all. Seeing this, Lin Ling finally let out a sigh of relief. He looked behind him and helplessly found that there were a large number of experts behind him. They were all assimilated and became Lin Ling's subordinates. Looking at the god side, there were fewer and fewer people. Excluding the experts like the Dragon Spirit and the 9 States 10 Vicious, there were less than 10,000 people left. Lin Ling. Almost at the same time, an old voice sounded on the altar. The figure without facial features, only a strange smile, spoke for the first time. I didn't expect you to be able to stop me. The Spirit Nation's god was clearly surprised. Under his voice, the Dragon Spirit and the 9 States 10 Vicious stopped attacking and looked at Lin Ling in shock. The Realm Scorpion and the Netherworld soldiers were still sweeping forward, causing the Spirit Nation's experts to continuously decrease. Some died, and some became Lin Ling's people. These experts came for the treasure, but they never imagined that they would end up like this. They were either dead or injured. If I don't stop you, you might kill all of us when you wake up. Lin Ling looked at the shadow indifferently and said. That's not necessarily true. Minister Ning values you very much. Therefore, I also want to see how great you, Lei Gong's trial taker, are. The figure condensed from the light said calmly. However, the seemingly calm voice carried an evil and domineering aura that surged into Lin Ling's mind, causing him to be momentarily dazed. Of course, this absent-mindedness quickly disappeared because Lin Ling knew that this great god of the spirit kingdom had lost. This also strengthened Lin Ling's confidence. After you see it, you might kill us. Lin Ling smiled and said. Although he knew that the spirit nation wanted to recruit him, he could not guarantee that if the recruitment failed, the spirit nation's god would not silence him. This gamble was too risky, so Lin Ling naturally had to choose the safest method. You're right, but it's only a possibility. Regardless, you didn't disappoint me. You're also the first person to stop me from waking up. Minister Ning has good taste. The shadow smiled and said. Around his body, light bloomed like needles, forming circles of light. Seeing this, Long Ling and the others also walked over. At this moment, they had regained their spiritual intelligence, so they also looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. In fact, even if I wake up, I might not be able to kill you because your gods are here. The shadow smiled evilly again and finally turned into endless light and disappeared, taking Long Ling and the others with him. The spirit nation had repeatedly recruited experts from the 9 states, and they had succeeded time and time again. Now, there were as many experts as there were clouds. This was the first time in the history of the spirit nation that they had failed. The one who disrupted them was an up-and-coming trial taker. Moreover, this trial taker actually had the means to fight against the gods. When the gods had completely disappeared, the broken spirit light city was like a ruin abandoned by the world. An ancient wind blew past, and it became quiet. It was as if the great battle between the gods had never happened. It's over. A voice of disbelief suddenly rang out. It was Lu Chen. The people also seemed to have woken up from a dream. They had never imagined that they would actually stop the gods from waking up. Moreover, the most helpless thing was that they had become Lin Ling's people. Lin Ling. Lu Chen turned to look at Lin Ling with mixed feelings. In the end, he could only shake his head. Perhaps it was really hard for him to imagine the result before his eyes. Long Yang also looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. This was because the trial taker's mission here was to be scouts and gather information about the spirit nation. However, who would have thought that things would take so many twists and turns? In the end, not only did they gather information, but they also destroyed the spirit nation's plan. If this matter were to spread to the 4 great gods, it would definitely be a great merit. The gods have finally retreated. However, compared to the people's disbelief, Lin Ling was already used to it. This was because in order to chase away the great gods of the spirit nation, he had used up 2 treasures. Whoosh! Almost as soon as he thought of this, the animal skin map floating in front of him withered and turned yellow. Then, it dissipated like ashes. Looking at the gate of the underworld, he saw that it was slowly closing. The netherworld soldiers were also returning one after another. Either of these 2 treasures could kill the martial god of Jojo. However, they had been used up here. However, Lin Ling only felt that it was a pity. After all, in the previous situation, if he had not used his treasures, he might have died here. Moreover, he had a treasure that was inherited from the gods. As long as he had a breakthrough, he would still have this treasure. Moreover, although Lin Ling had wasted 2 treasures, his strength had greatly increased. Therefore, Lin Ling did not lose out. I didn't expect to block the gods. Then, Lin Ling smiled proudly. He was the only one in the 9 prefectures who could stop a god with the strength of a martial god. Swoosh! Just as he was feeling happy, the void suddenly trembled slightly. A figure appeared like a reflection on the surface of the water. Then, he smiled at Lin Ling and pointed at him. It was Lord Ning. A white light quickly attacked and then disappeared into Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to be able to block the awakening of a god. Amazing, amazing. However, a god is a god after all. He can't be violated by a junior like you. Therefore, I'm here to teach you a lesson on behalf of the gods. See you again. Lord Ning said with a smile. Then, he disappeared without a trace. Lin Ling, be careful. My lord. Everyone was also looking at Lin Ling, their faces filled with anxiety. This was because they had all seen the powerful Lord Ning attack Lin Ling. Chapter 41-58. Everyone who was close to Lin Ling was blown away by the wave-like boundary essence. They could not withstand the impact of Lin Ling's boundary essence. They floated in the distance, their faces filled with disbelief. This was because they clearly sensed that Lin Ling had made a breakthrough. What is going on? Wasn't Lin Ling attacked by the experts of the Spirit Nation? At this moment, Lin Ling was floating in the sky. He could feel a pure and ancient energy flowing through his body. This energy was extremely ancient, and it did not conflict with the various great attributes in his body. Hence, after it entered his body, it was immediately refined by the primal chaos divine art and divided between the 6 great dantians. His 6 dantians spun wildly and emitted a soul-crushing energy. With the addition of this energy, his 6 dantians expanded rapidly and advanced towards the 4th level of the martial god realm. Finally, he stepped into the 4th level of the martial god realm. What's going on? Lin Ling was undoubtedly shocked by such a smooth breakthrough. Lin Ling, stop it now. However, the giant ghost's anxious voice rang in his ears. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to stop now. Rumble. Lin Ling could only let the powerful energy continue to awaken. In the end, his 6 dantians stabilized and his boundary essence was terrifying. It was comparable to the peak of the martial god realm. Lin Ling was now confident that as long as his opponent was not a peak martial god with the divine fetus body, he would not be afraid. Even if he had the divine fetus, as long as his strength was not at the level of the top 10 martial gods, he would not be afraid. This meant that Lin Ling was now the strongest person below the top 10 martial gods in the 9 prefectures. Lin Ling was overjoyed by this sudden increase in his strength, but he was also worried. This was because the previous energy was too strange. After 6 hours, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. He glanced around and saw almost 60,000 experts standing in the distance, looking at him worriedly. The giant ghost floated beside him, his ferocious face filled with worry. It seems that it's too slow. That unknown energy has dissipated in my 6 dantians. Lin Ling retracted his gaze and said helplessly to the giant ghost. Sigh. The giant ghost let out a rare sigh, although that power allowed you to break through to the martial god realm in the shortest amount of time, that was the power of the Spirit Nation. What? Lin Ling instantly guessed something. That's right. The spirit planted its power in your body. Although it won't harm you, you will be controlled by it at any time, explained the giant ghost explained. Hearing this, Lin Ling was speechless. He did not expect such an outcome. And this lesson was that even if Lin Ling did not want to join the Spirit Nation, he would have to do so in the future. You're not too bad. That Lord Ning did not kill you. That's already giving you enough face. Moreover, he planted the energy of the Spirit Nation in you. This shows that the Spirit Nation still values you. Said the giant ghost. What's the use of that? If the energy in my body is activated by the Spirit Nation's God, I will be controlled by him at any time. Lin Ling sighed. Is this the price of provoking a god? Don't worry. This energy has just been planted in your body. It will take some time to control you. Go back and see if the god behind you has any ideas, said the giant ghost. Lin Ling could only nod. When the others heard Lin Ling's conversation, the worry on their faces lessened. I'm fine. Everyone, rest here. Lin Ling could sense the people's worries and said with a smile. My lord, after we go back, we'll immediately look for ancient books and see if there's a way to break it. Yes, there's strength in numbers. We're all ancient experts in the final world. We'll definitely have a way. If my lord joins the spirit nation, we'll follow him. The experts spoke one after another. Some of them were dukes, some were city lords of the 36 main cities and 72 sub-cities, and some were old monsters who had lived in seclusion for many years. In short, Lin Ling was able to subdue this group of people. This was a pleasant surprise for Lin Ling. Without the help of the Realm Scorpion and the Nether Soldier, Lin Ling would never have succeeded. Then, everyone landed on the ground and sat cross-legged to recover. Lin Ling did the same. He felt the changes in his body but could not detect the energy. Even his soul power and the stare of wisdom could not detect it. In the end, he could only leave it as it was. This cultivation lasted for 3 full days. Rumble. On this day, the void finally cracked open as if an eggshell had been peeled open. Then, a large hand reached in and tore open the eggshell. Finally, 4 figures appeared in the sky. The void was completely shattered as a foreign spiritual energy surged in. This made everyone feel as if they had survived a disaster. The void was finally broken. Lin Ling, Longyang, Little South, Han Xie, are you here? The 4 people who appeared had unfathomable strength and were emitting a strong aura of majesty. Their strength was stronger than the 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures. Obviously, they were the people of the gods. You are. Lin Ling immediately looked up and stared at the 4 people in the sky. The 4 of them were dressed differently. Some wore long robes while others wore armor. They seemed to be from different gods. Lin Ling. One of them stared at Lin Ling and laughed excitedly. I am the deity king of the east under Lei Gong. As he spoke, he walked towards Lin Ling. He wore a scholar's robe and looked approachable. However, Lin Ling could guess that this person's status in Lei Gong's hall was not low. He might be a divine general. What happened here? Did you find anything? The middle-aged man called the deity king of the east immediately asked. You guys are really slow. If it wasn't for Lord Lin Ling, we would have become people of the spirit nation. Seeing the middle-aged man, the crowd immediately sneered as if they were not afraid of the deity king of the east at all. Of course, these people felt that it was not worth it for Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling had fought for so long and finally chased away the great god of the spirit nation. The so-called 4 great gods had only just arrived. It was too embarrassing. Lin Ling shook his head at the people behind him, stopping them from saying anything more. Then, he roughly explained what had happened. As the 4 people listened to Lin Ling, their expressions changed. In the end, their expressions changed drastically. You mean to say that the great god of the spirit nation is the host of the will of the world? The spirit nation is also the gathering place of the will of the world. Chapter 41-59. It was no wonder that during the era of the gods, the will of the world could fight against the gods. It turned out that the will of the world was really terrifying. However, this had nothing to do with Lin Ling. To put it bluntly, Lin Ling was fighting against the spirit nation for his own sake. He did not have the heart to worry about the world. You stopped the awakening of the great gods of the spirit nation. Lin Ling, Longyang, Little South, you have done a great service. I didn't expect Han Xie to be so close to betraying the gods. Damn it. The 4 gods already know about this matter. You can go back now. You have successfully completed this mission. I estimate that this mission will allow you to increase your level by 1 star. Especially you, Lin Ling. You were originally a 5-star god of heaven sound. Now, you will definitely reach 6 star. Congratulations, congratulations. The 4 experts smiled and said. The deity king of the east even bowed to Lin Ling. He looked extremely polite. Although he was stronger than Lin Ling was still a trial taker. In the future, it was very likely that he would take over the Great Hall of Lei Gong. Therefore, he had to be respectful. He was a divine general. In fact, he was also a trial taker. However, he had failed many trial missions and was eventually eliminated. This matter is too important. We will go first. You can go back by yourselves. After that, they did not dare to stay. After cupping their hands to Lin Ling and the others, they immediately disappeared. All right. Lin Ling bowed slightly to the 4 of them. Looking at the endless void in the distance, his body finally relaxed. This mission was full of twists and turns and took a long time. It was beyond imagination. Fortunately, Lin Ling had completed everything he wanted to do. The Creation Alliance and the Serpent Clan were also saved by Lin Ling. During this mission, Lin Ling's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. He had entered the ranks of the 9 continents Titans. Of course, the result seemed to be perfect. In fact, Lin Ling had risked his life to get it back. Lin Ling, it's time for me to go back. While Lin Ling was sighing, Longyang suddenly walked over and cupped her hands towards Lin Ling. Thanks to you, I have successfully completed my mission. I will return this favor to you in the future. However, don't think that our grudge is over. Looking at Lin Ling with a complicated expression, Longyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. That's for the best. If you gave up that battle out of gratitude, I would look down on you instead. Lin Ling immediately nodded lightly. I'll take Little South with me first. She's still in a coma. We can only ask the Curishin to take a look at her after we return. But I think she's fine. On the contrary, her status has been raised because of this mission. Longyang held Little South in her right hand, glanced at Lin Ling again, and flew off into the distance. Let's go. Seeing Longyang disappear, Lin Ling smiled and said to the tens of thousands of experts behind him. He strode into the void, and the experts behind him followed step by step. There was no doubt that this group of people would have another identity from now on. They would be members of the God Slayer Alliance. If Lin Ling raised his arms and shouted, countless experts in the final world would support Lin Ling. In addition to the God Slayer Alliance, Lin Ling was now a giant in the final world that could not be provoked. He even dared to face the 9 states' top 10 martial gods head-on. After leaving this realm, Lin Ling and Lu Chen continued to move forward. Senior Lu Chen, what are your plans now? Lin Ling asked. Lu Chen looked at the Creation Alliance and the Orochi clan behind him, then sighed and said, the Spirit Nation has treated us as traitors. They will definitely not let this go. So, for the time being, I'm afraid we have nowhere to go. Why don't you go to Qingzhou first? That's my territory, and Lei Gong's experts are secretly guarding it. If anything happens, Lei Gong and I will be the first to know, and we will definitely come to help you. Lin Ling suggested. Alright, since we can't go anywhere for the time being, let's go to Qingzhou. Lu Chen nodded immediately, then flew in the void for a long time. When Qingzhou gradually came into view, he led the Creation Alliance and left. In the blink of an eye, only the experts who had assimilated with Lin Ling were left behind. You guys should go back as well. Lin Ling said to these people. Alright, if my lord needs anything, just say the word, and we will rush over immediately. These experts all saluted Lin Ling. In their hearts, Lin Ling was their king. Then, they dispersed and disappeared into the vast void. the originally lively surroundings suddenly became quiet. Lin Ling was not used to this. He looked at the giant ghost beside him and asked, "Did you discover anything during the battle with Han Xie's giant ghost?" Helping the giant ghost find its origin was a promise that Lin Ling had made to the giant ghost. So, Lin Ling was very concerned about this matter. "I've awakened some memories, but if I really want to know everything, I might have to return to the 8 gods' heavenly palace." The giant ghost's eyes looked into the distance with a complicated expression. Lin Ling looked at the giant ghost with a smile and said, "You obtained the map of the 7th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace at the last auction. Once everything is settled, let's go to the 8 gods' heavenly palace." The giant ghost also looked at Lin Ling, and its eyes flickered. It seemed to be moved, but it did not say anything. "You've been with me for so long, but you're still so arrogant." Lin Ling could not help but chide it. "Compared to the 8 gods' heavenly palace, you should think of a way to deal with the energy in your body first. Anyway, you won't die, so there will be a way to deal with it. However, I never thought that an evil ghost like you would care about others." Bullshit. One man and one ghost walked through the void. To Lin Ling, the giant ghost had accompanied him as he grew up, and the two of them roamed the strange lands together. Their relationship was extraordinary. Although the giant ghost represented evil, Lin Ling felt that it was not evil at all. Instead, it had emotions like a human. Perhaps, this was something that the 8 gods did not expect. "Although I've gained a lot from this mission, I've also inadvertently been involved in an ancient deity storm." As they walked, Lin Ling sighed. After the incident in the Spirit Nation, Lin Ling realized how insignificant he was. An existence like the great god of the Spirit Nation could kill him, Lin Ling, with just a finger. There was no need for the great god of the Spirit Nation. As long as Lord Ning took action, Lin Ling would not be able to fight back. This made Lin Ling curious. During the era of the gods, how many experts were there, and how terrifying their strength was. Although you got involved in a storm, at least your strength has improved by leaps and bounds. The time needed for this is not even enough for 10 years. Be content. The giant ghost said from the side. Lin Ling nodded. To a warrior in the martial god realm, 10 years was just the blink of an eye. However, in these 10 years, Lin Ling had broken through 2 levels and even created 6 divine fetuses. Such progress was a pleasant surprise to anyone. Chapter 4160. Lin Ling, you have completed the mission this time. Lei Gong will definitely reward you greatly. When the time comes, let's see if there is any way to solve the hidden danger in your body. After all, although this hidden danger is not life-threatening, it is not good to leave it in your body. Okay. After Lin Ling disappeared for a long time, the void also flowed like water waves. A figure quietly appeared, looking in the direction they left with a faint smile. Trial taker Lin Ling. His strength is now comparable to the city lord of E City. What a crazy growth of the younger generation. Such a god, the Spirit Nation must not miss. This person was Lord Ning. He knew very well that after Lin Ling's disruption, the Spirit Nation's great god was not angry. Instead, he praised Lin Ling and Lord Ning. Of course, the Spirit Nation's great god's purpose was to obtain Lin Ling, a fierce general, by any means possible. Let Lin Ling, a once powerful god, return to his position. At this moment, Lin Ling's strength had greatly increased, so it did not take long for him to return to the final world. This made Lin Ling very happy. For the past few years, he had been trapped in the void of Spirit Light City. It was like being in prison. So, when he returned to the final world, he immediately felt like he had returned from prison. Snow-blowing city. Without stopping, Lin Ling brought the giant ghost and quickly shot towards Snow-blowing city. Snow-blowing city could only be considered as a mid-tier city among the 36 main cities. This was the change in the past 100 years. In the past, Snow-Blowing City was at the bottom of the 36 main cities. There were even signs of it falling to the level of a secondary city. However, with the rise of Lin Ling, these signs obviously did not exist anymore. At this moment, on the ancient road leading to Snow-Blowing City, a large number of experts smiled and walked forward. If one looked carefully, the weakest of these experts were at the late stage of the martial god realm. There were even some at the peak of the martial god realm. Their temperament was extraordinary, and their every move carried the temperament of a superior person. This was because they were the city lords of the various cities. Among them, there were 8 city lords from the 36 main cities and 29 city lords from the 72 secondary cities. Their purpose was naturally to go to Snow-Blowing City to listen to the orders of the gods. Not long ago, the gods suddenly issued an order for the nearby city lords to go to the 4 main cities to discuss important matters. Among the 4 main cities, one of them was Snow-Blowing City. Therefore, all the city lords near Snow-Blowing City had gathered there. And for Snow-Blowing City, this was obviously a great honor. After all, to let the city lords of each city come in person and be the host, their status was like a cut above the others. This made the city lords' dissatisfaction. A trial tester named Lin Ling has appeared in Snow City. Therefore, Zhangqiri's status has also risen. It must be Lin Ling otherwise, with Snow-Blowing City. It's not that I'm looking down on him, but how could he have the qualifications to gather us city lords? He can only be a runner. However, this god's order seems to be extremely urgent. I'm afraid something big is about to happen. These city lords talked as they walked. From their words, it could be seen that they were disdainful of Snow-Blowing City. I heard that the trial tester Lin Ling is very powerful. Among the 36 main cities, 80% of the people are no match for him. As for the 72 secondary cities, I'm afraid only 1 or 2 people can fight against him. At this moment, one of the young city lords suddenly said with a smile. City Lord Yang, do you also think Lin Ling is very strong? Someone next to him asked curiously. Whether he's strong or not, I don't know. But just based on his identity as a trial taker, he's higher than us. Sigh, comparisons are odious. Some people's luck is extremely good when they're born. The young city lord shook his head and said. He seemed to be in awe of Lin Ling, but there was a touch of jealousy in his words. He seemed to think that Lin Ling could become a trial tester because of luck. But he did not have such luck. I also agree with City Lord Yang's words. Another city lord said. He was also very young. Obviously, they were masters of the 36 academies. Because of their strength and talent, they had become the city lords of the 36 main cities. Originally, they thought they were young and promising. After all, it was a very glorious thing to become a city lord at such a young age. However, when it came to Lin Ling, they immediately dimmed like fireflies. Forget it. They have a god as their backer. They have a very strong background, while we have nothing. We can only rely on ourselves. Yes, there is an old saying in the final world. Unless you have the strength to change everything, background and relationships are extremely important. Now, I deeply understand this saying. The other city lords also said one after another. It's useless to say more. At present, we'd better do our job well. I just don't know if Zhangqiri is arrogant or not. I hope he won't use Lin Ling's name to show off. How dare he? Don't blame me for teaching him a lesson. Speaking of Zhangqiri, the city lord said with disdain. He only relies on Lin Ling's name. Otherwise, he would be nothing in the 36 main cities. The youngest city lord snorted disdainfully at this moment. Lin Ling was a trial taker, so he did not dare to provoke him casually. However, he did not care about Zhangqiri, who was of similar status. A moment later, a huge city quietly appeared in front of them. Obviously, it was Snow City. However, when they were heading to Snow City, a figure also flew over their heads. This caused the city lords to frown, and they were a little unhappy. These city lords were like the kings of the final world. They had always been the ones flying over other people's heads. Since when had they ever had their heads stepped on by others? How dare you! The young city lord called Yang waved his arm, and a gust of wind raged in the sky. City Lord Yang, this is the area near Snow City. Don't act rashly. Seeing this, a city lord immediately advised. So what? Snow City knows that we are coming, but they still let people fly at will. Obviously, they don't take us seriously. I am teaching them a lesson. City Lord Yang snorted coldly. I think so too. When the other city lords heard City Lord Yang's words, they also felt that it was reasonable. Originally, when they were going to Snow-Blowing City for a gathering, they already felt inferior. Now that they saw someone being so rude, it made them feel even more unhappy. Now, seeing City Lord Yang teaching that rude person a lesson, they naturally agreed. It could be regarded as another way to vent their anger. They also wanted to let Snow-Blowing City know that they, the city lords, had come and Snow-Blowing City would welcome their arrival. Whoosh! The wind raged in the sky, but the warrior waved his sleeve and the wind immediately dispersed. Then, the warrior floated in the distant sky and looked at the group of people on the ground indifferently. This also made the city lords realize that the warrior was wearing a blue and white robe and was extremely young. It seems that he is Lin Ling. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Chapter 4161. However, the man in the blue robe, who was floating in the sky, did not say anything. He strode forward and ran towards Snow City again. He easily broke Mayor Yang's attack. His strength is absolutely amazing. Coupled with the blue robe, it is very likely that he is Lin Ling. Sigh. Looking at the man leaving, the other city lords frowned and said. As for City Lord Yang, his expression changed a bit. Then he let out a cold snort and said, so what if it's Lin Ling? Do you think he dares to touch me? Sigh. Let's go to Snow City. Sigh. After saying that, he strode forward. Although he wasn't sure if that person was Lin Ling, he had already done what he shouldn't have done. He, Yang Gang, was not going to be a coward. Moreover, Lin Ling was famous, but he had always been unconvinced. After all, he was the top master in the third hall of Wuwei College. Lin Ling was just a guy who relied on luck to get to the top. Even if it is Lin Ling, Mayor Yang is not afraid of him. Lin Ling relies on the support of the gods. In terms of strength, Mayor Yang is above him. Sigh. The other city lords looked at each other and then headed towards Snow City, led by Mayor Yang. At this moment, a large number of strong men gathered at the gate of Snow City. The leader was Tsang Chiri. His eyes looked forward with a touch of dissatisfaction. My lord, according to the time, they should have come early in the morning, but we have waited until noon. Next to him, an old man frowned and said. Not long ago, the city lord mansion received an order from the gods, saying that the city lords of the nearby cities would gather in Snow City. Tsang Chiri naturally did not dare to neglect this. This was the first time that Snow City had greeted those city lords as a host. Different from the last college exchange, it was a great honor for Snow City to have all the city lords come. However, when he greeted those city lords politely, they had been waiting for a whole morning. With the strength of those city lords, according to the time, they should not have taken so long to arrive. Obviously, those city lords were deliberately taking their time to suppress Tsang Chiri's prestige. Those city lords are dissatisfied with your lordship's sudden rise in power and the importance of the gods. The old man beside him also knew this and spoke in a rather displeased manner. Sun Chiri squinted his eyes and said, I don't mind. What I'm afraid of is that the gods have an important task. If they come here lazily and delay the task, it will be difficult to report back to the gods. The old man nodded. And when the time comes, all the fault will be pushed onto you. It's really a group of guys who can't see the situation clearly. Do they still think that our snow-blowing city is the same as it was in the past? Sun Chiri snorted coldly. At this moment, a figure dashed over from afar. Currently, in the area of snow-blowing city, because they wanted to welcome the various city lords, the cultivators were not allowed to fly. They could only walk as a sign of respect to the city lords. Therefore, when someone flew over proudly, it naturally attracted countless gazes. My lord, look, that looks like it. The old man next to him was angry at first, but then he suddenly became ecstatic. It's Lin Ling. He's back. Sun Chiri rubbed his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. He naturally knew that Lin Ling had gone to do a trial task, but he never expected that in just a few years, Lin Ling would come back. Go and inform my senior sister. By the way, inform Snow Blowing Academy and Yu as well. Sun Chiri hurriedly said to the old man next to him. Okay. The old man nodded excitedly. Now he knew that the young man had become the representative of Snow Blowing City. Because of the young man's rise, Snow Blowing City's reputation among the 36 and 72 cities was not low. Senior Tsang. Not long after, Lin Ling landed at the city gate and then looked at Sun Chiri with a smile. Ha, Lin Ling, you're finally back. Sun Chiri laughed and came in front of Lin Ling and gave Lin Ling a punch on his chest. Back then, when he had found out that Lin Ling was a trial taker, he had given Lin Ling enough help. So many years had passed, and Lin Ling had not let him down. She had completely become the heavenly voice of God and had even become his superior. He clearly knew that because of Lin Ling's existence, Snow Blowing City had been worry-free for thousands of years. Even a god would not easily change Snow Blowing City. You're back. Is Snow Blowing City all right? Lin Ling also gave Sun Chiri a punch on his chest. Even though his current status was higher than Sun Chiri's, he was still Lin Ling and did not bully others. It should be known that after becoming the heavenly voice of God, in the final world, all the city lords were lower than Lin Ling. Moreover, among all the trial testers, only the heavenly voice of God was qualified to talk to Lin Ling. When other trial testers saw Lin Ling, they had to call him Big Brother. Not to mention the holy knights and messengers of God. When they saw Lin Ling, they all had to salute him. Only the great general of God, whose status was equal to Lin Ling's. You have a terrible senior in your family. How could anything happen? 2 years ago, in fact, there were experts who secretly sneaked into Snow Blowing City. It seemed that they wanted to investigate something, but they were all thrown out of the city by that senior. After this incident, Snow Blowing City has been peaceful. Sun Chiri said. Lin Ling knew that the senior must be treasure god Nanwufenyu. Nanwufenyu had indeed protected Snow Blowing City in the past few years. Brother Ling. At this time, a large number of people came running from Snow Blowing City. The fastest ones were undoubtedly Yu, and Yuer, and Xian Yuan Gu. When they saw Lin Ling, their faces were obviously relaxed. Obviously, they were very worried about Lin Ling going to Spirit Kingdom to save Lu Chen. Fortunately, Lin Ling had once again overcome all the hardships he had to endure. Yu, Yuer, Gu, When Lin Ling saw his wives, his heart was filled with nostalgia. He strode forward and hugged his 3 beautiful wives in his arms. Everyone smiled as they watched this scene, but they did not interrupt. That's trial tester Lin Ling. Wow, I've heard of his name for a long time. Today, I finally have the chance to meet him. So handsome, and it seems that his strength is very strong. This is an expert from our Snow Blowing Academy, the representative of our snow-blowing academy. Far away on the street, a large number of snow-blowing academy students stared at Lin Ling with burning admiration in their eyes. Some of the good-looking women's hearts were beating violently at this moment. If it were not for the beautiful women in Lin Ling's arms, they would have almost given him a flirtatious look. However, Lin Ling's 3 beautiful wives each had their own characteristics. They were all beautiful women. Compared to Yu Yu and the others, these women felt a little inferior. Dad. Grandpa. At this moment, Lin Yi and the others walked out with Lin Ling's granddaughter in tow. Ling, her brother Ling. Ancestor Taiyan and treasure god Nanwu Fengyu also came out with Xiaoyu and the others. Chapter 4162. Everyone immediately nodded. They stared at this tall man with deep admiration in the depths of their eyes. This was because they knew that this man had used his seemingly weak body to block all the storms and tribulations, allowing them to gain a foothold in the final world. Then, young Master Monster and the others appeared one after another. Regardless of whether they were in seclusion or adventuring outside, they all rushed back at once. Even outside Snow City, a large number of experts from the God Slayer Alliance appeared. The various leaders looked at Lin Ling from afar, their hearts filled with joy. Without a doubt, the commotion caused by Lin Ling's return was huge. It was like pulling one hair and affecting the whole body. After all, in the final world, Lin Ling was now a famous person. Looking at the crowd, Lin Ling roughly told them what he had seen in the Spirit Nation, especially to young Master Monster and Majin Tianzi. Hearing this, young Master Monster and the others' faces changed. They had not expected their fierce forces to join the Spirit Nation, and behind the Spirit Nation was the will of the final world. Lin Ling, this. Young Master Monster and Majin Tianzi were in a difficult position. They are them, and we are us. So, it's not a big problem. Lin Ling naturally knew why they were in a difficult position. They were afraid that the ancient goblin tribe would become Lin Ling's enemy in the future. That's right. They are them, and we are us. We are from the God Slayer Alliance. Young Master Monster pondered for a moment, then nodded with a smile. The ancient goblin tribe joining the Spirit Nation was their problem, but young Master Monster was from the God Slayer Alliance, and that was enough. It seems that the deities have gathered here to talk about the Spirit Nation. Tsang Chiri immediately guessed after hearing Lin Ling's words. I think so too. Lin Ling nodded. The Spirit Nation is recruiting experts everywhere, so the deities will interrupt them. Now that they have spread the news, it must be to warn people in advance and not to join the Spirit Nation. I didn't expect the Spirit Nation to be so powerful. Tsang Chiri and the old woman looked at each other, their eyes solemn. Then, they stared at Lin Ling and shook their heads in disbelief. Back in the day, Lin Ling was very weak and didn't have the qualifications to know many secrets of the era of gods. But now, Lin Ling was already the spokesperson of the gods. He knew more things than they did and could do things in the name of the gods. Oh, it's so lively. Right at this moment, a large number of people finally walked in from the enormous city gates. They were the city lords of the various cities. They were obviously surprised. Originally, they thought that Tsang Chiri and the others were here to welcome them, so they were happy. Tsang Chiri knew how to do things. However, after entering Snow City, they found that these people were not here to welcome them at all. Even if they did not speak, no one would know that they had come. This undoubtedly made them very unhappy. Tsang Chiri, is this how you treat your guests? Don't you know that we're here on behalf of the gods? If you neglect us, it's the same as neglecting the gods. One of the young men suddenly shouted with great majesty, as if he were Tsang Chiri's immediate superior. This voice undoubtedly interrupted Lin Ling and attracted the attention of many people at the same time. That seems to be Yang Gang. There were many experts present, and one or two people recognized the young man. The strongest expert of the Shenzhen Hall of Wuwei College. When they finished speaking, the faces of the students in the college changed greatly. Wuwei College was ranked third among the 36 colleges and was even more powerful than the Yi Garden. How could a young expert who could become the strongest in this college be weak? It could be said that 90% of the people in the 36 colleges were no match for this person alone. If this person had come to Snow Wind College in the past, people would have been flattered and their eyes would have been opened. However, there was one more person above Yang, Lin Ling. Naturally, Yang seemed to be a lot dimmer. City Lord Yang, what do you mean by this? Seeing Yanggang's rudeness, Zhang Qiri felt a little embarrassed. He, Zhang Qiri, was a city lord. Although he was not as good as Yang, he was at least half of Yanggang's senior. Yang did not give him any face at all. What do you mean? I'm asking you, what do you mean? Didn't you receive the god's order? Before Yang could speak, another young man next to him spoke. This person was called Lin Xiu, the second strongest expert of the Yi Garden Shenzhen Hall. He was also the most outstanding person in the college. Of course, compared to Yang, he was naturally a lot dimmer. After all, Yang was also ranked 50th on the stairway of heaven on the divine list. Then do you know how long I've been waiting? I've been waiting since morning. You said I neglected the god's order, but I think you're the ones who neglected the god's order. Zhang Qiri was so angry that his voice was like a firecracker. He glanced around, and the city lords under the gate did not dare to look directly at him, because they were in the wrong. According to the rules, they should have rushed over immediately. However, Yang was walking slowly, which caused them to slow down as well. Humph, we came from all the main cities. Do you think we can get here in a day? If you're so powerful, why don't you come to my main city? However, Yang was still not afraid of Zhang Qiri. Hearing this, Zhang Qiri could not hold back anymore. He took a step forward, but Lin Ling stopped him and looked at Yang calmly. Yang also looked at Lin Ling. Naturally, he recognized Lin Ling as the man in the blue robe from before. He also guessed that the man in the blue robe was Lin Ling. Phoenix's eye. Then, he shouted. His eyes suddenly turned pitch black and his pupils changed. They did not look like the eyes of a human, but the eyes of a phoenix. Strangely, he could see Lin Ling's cultivation stage through the phoenix's eye. It was extremely rude to check someone's cultivation stage rashly, which made the eyes of young Master Yao and the others extremely cold. However, Lin Ling waved his hand indifferently. He believed that Yang could not see through Lin Ling's cultivation stage. Fourth level of the martial god realm. At this moment, Yang let out a long voice that was mixed with a wisp of disdain. Is that all? Beside him, Lin Xiu also laughed mockingly. They were both at the peak of the martial god realm, but Lin Ling was only at the fourth level of the martial god realm. Although Lin Ling was famous, they thought Lin Ling was only a so-so. If Lin Ling did not have a strong background, he would be weaker than them. I've been waiting for you for a long time. At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. Waiting for us? Yang squinted his eyes and looked indifferent. First in the Shenzhen Hall of Wuwei College, right? What's your ranking on the stairway to heaven? Lin Ling asked again. 52nd. Chapter 4163. Not too bad. How about this, you're barely qualified to fight me. If you win, you can do whatever you want. Lin Ling nodded, if you lose, you'll have to do whatever you want. His voice was calm but it carried a domineering aura. Not too bad. Yang sneered, what do you mean by that? It's simple. If you're only ranked 80th or 90th on the stairway to heaven, I'm sorry but you're not even qualified to fight me. If you're ranked 52nd, you're barely qualified. Lin Ling said calmly. However, to Yang Gang's ears, it sounded like he was looking down on him. Shameless boasting. Before Yang Gang could speak, Lin Xiu shouted angrily. That was because he was not ranked 52nd. Did that mean that he was not even qualified to fight Lin Ling? Although he had heard that Lin Ling had defeated the city governor, he did not think that Lin Ling was much stronger than him. Moreover, he was no match for Yang Gang. However, before he could say anything, Yang Gang had already stopped him. Alright, I'll fight you. Yang Gang was obviously looking forward to this battle. He had heard of Lin Ling's name and had always wanted to learn from him. In his opinion, not every trial taker was strong. As far as he knew, the trial taker's circle was very unbalanced. The strong ones had heaven-defying strength while the weak ones were even weaker than them. He guessed that Lin Ling had not been a trial taker for long and should be a weak trial taker. Therefore, he would teach Lin Ling a lesson today. Boom! Yang Gang unleashed all of his boundary essence. He was at the peak of the martial god realm and was just a little bit away from breaking through to the martial god realm. Of course, although the gap did not seem big, it was huge. There were many cultivators who had been stuck at the martial god realm their entire lives. His divine energy was also surging out and he had more than 20 streaks. From this point of view, he was obviously much more powerful than Duan Wuhan. However, what was truly terrifying was his talent. The cry of a phoenix resounded through the sky. It was actually the phoenix bloodline. Furthermore, it was a pure phoenix bloodline. As soon as this phoenix appeared, its entire body was pitch black. After rushing out of snow-blowing city, it immediately sprinkled down endless brilliance. Although it was a completely black phoenix, it was still incomparably beautiful and sacred. Although Yang Gang had not awakened his divine power, his innate talent was too powerful. He was an innate divine fetus. Just the flight of the black phoenix alone was enough to make people feel pressured. If he had awakened his divine power, he would probably be a genius without a divine fetus. He was just releasing his aura. Then he would be able to defeat his opponent. To be able to become the top student of Wuwei Academy, that kind of talent was enough to make people's scalps tingle. It was no wonder that he was jealous of Lin Ling. That was because Lin Ling was so talented and powerful, yet he hadn't become a cultivator. How could he be willing to accept that? Innate divine embryo. In Snow City, many people's faces changed greatly. In the beginning, they thought that the young man was too arrogant. But now it would seem that the young man really did have the ability to be arrogant. Don't worry, Lin Ling also has an innate divine embryo. There's no need to fear him. However, someone immediately said. Both of them have innate divine embryos. In this case, it will be difficult for Lord Lin Ling to defeat that young man. And with that young man's arrogant look, he will definitely be more arrogant after this. Someone secretly said worriedly. Because many people knew that the arrival of these city lords was a show of strength to snow-blowing city. Therefore, if Lin Ling couldn't defeat Yang Gang, then this show of strength would never dissipate and the other city lords would never give face to snow-blowing city. Lin Ling, student of Snow City, I heard that you have an innate divine embryo and are very powerful. But in my opinion, you're just a so-so. As his aura continued to rise, Yang Gang also said indifferently. Looking at the sky again, the black phoenix was flying. It had a large number of phoenix bodies, turning the sky into a world of phoenixes. It was gorgeous and colorful. It is indeed the bloodline of the Phoenix clan. Treasure God Nanwu Fenyu said lightly. Like the Dragon clan, the Phoenix clan was an ancient clan that was rarely seen in the void. They couldn't understand how Yang Gang had obtained such a terrifying talent. Are you still not going to make your move? After his aura reached its peak, Yang Gang looked at Lin Ling proudly. Let's go. However, Lin Ling only glanced at the sky, then turned and left with Yu Yu and the others. This made everyone suspicious. Even Yu and the others were the same. Leave? Yang Gang was stunned. Because, weren't they supposed to have a big battle? Why did Lin Ling leave? Are you afraid? Yang Gang guessed that Lin Ling must be afraid of him. Trial taker Lin Ling didn't expect him to be so cowardly. He knew that he couldn't beat him and was embarrassed, so he didn't want to fight. The other city lords also had the same thought. They all smiled contemptuously, looking at Lin Ling's back and shaking their heads mockingly. It seemed that Lin Ling really relied on his identity as a trial taker to make a name for himself. Afraid? Just as they were laughing, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded out. You can't even tell when I'm about to make my move. How are you going to fight me? The voice came from Lin Ling, and it had a hint of helplessness. This caused the entire city to fall silent. Yang Gang's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling had made his move. Boom! Almost as soon as Lin Ling finished speaking, two dragon gods suddenly appeared in the sky. They were majestic and filled with endless draconic might. These two dragon gods were so huge that one couldn't see the end of them. After they appeared, they coiled around the black phoenix from the left and right, one in front and one behind. This was also a battle between dragons and phoenixes. However, compared to the black phoenix, there were more dragon gods, and they were all innate godly fetuses. When did you have the innate bloodline of the dragon gods? Yang Gang's eyes trembled violently. In his eyes, the black phoenix was entangled by the two dragon gods. It couldn't resist at all, and then it fell to the ground under countless shocked gazes. Pfft! Yang Gang also spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood, and his face turned pale. Just now, when the two dragon gods came at him, he immediately felt a terrifying aura that he couldn't resist at all. He was defeated in one move. And it was a clean defeat, and he was wholeheartedly convinced. The Black Phoenix Divine Embryo was naturally weaker than the two Dragon Divine Embryos. City Lord Yang Gang. Seeing Yang Gang sitting cross-legged, the other city lords were shocked. Their previous smugness disappeared in an instant, and they became docile and obedient. Thank you. Yang Gang sat cross-legged for a moment to recover, and finally opened his eyes. Then, he looked solemnly in the direction Lin Ling had disappeared and said word by word. He knew that Lin Ling had held back, or he would have been seriously injured. Moreover, it was rumored that Lin Ling had two divine embryos in his body, one of fire and one of thunder. But in his battle with him, Lin Ling had not used these two divine embryos. He had relied on his dragon god talent to defeat him. Therefore, if Lin Ling had used his full strength, he would have been defeated even more thoroughly. If you can't even sense when I attacked, how can you talk about fighting me? Lin Ling's words lingered in his mind, and then his bitter smile deepened. Indeed, he couldn't sense Lin Ling's attack at all. Chapter 4164. Governor Yang, please. We don't have much time left. Let's get down to business. At this time, Sang Chiri's voice drifted into his ears. Yes, the life of a deity is more important. Yang Gang quickly stood up and smiled apologetically. Now, he was no longer as proud and arrogant as before, because Lin Ling also taught him a lesson. In a place like Snow-Blowing City, it was better for them, the city lords, to follow the rules. Sorry, I'm late. Governor Tsang, I came here in a hurry and didn't bring anything good. However, I brought a bottle of 10,000-year-old Void Jade Star wine. I hope you'll accept it. When the other governors saw that Yang Gang had been defeated, they surrendered completely and smiled apologetically. One by one, they became well-behaved and obedient. That's good. Let's go back. Sang Chiri laughed and asked people to prepare good wine and delicious food to welcome the governors. Of course, the moment he turned around, he was extremely excited. He had never expected that Lin Ling would defeat the governors so easily. It was faster, more convenient, and more domineering than he had imagined. After all, if Lin Ling defeated Yang Gang after 300 rounds, although it would be satisfying, obviously, the governors would not accept it. Because Lin Ling was a trial taker, it was not surprising that he could win. However, Lin Ling's move was simple and neat. The effect was different. It was like a loud slap. At this time, Lin Ling led the crowd to the courtyard. As for what had happened before, Lin Ling naturally did not take it to heart. With his current strength, no one in the martial god realm could defeat him except for the top 10 martial gods of the 9 regions. Of course, the deities were an exception. After all, the deities were valued by the deities. Their means were mysterious and could not be underestimated. After returning to the courtyard, the crowd chatted animatedly. Lin Ling accompanied them for a long time, and then he was called out by the old woman. Under an ancient pine tree outside the courtyard, the needle-like pine leaves scattered in the wind. The old woman stood under the pine tree and looked at Lin Ling with gratification. "Senior, what is it?" Lin Ling respected the old woman from the bottom of his heart. Even if he felt that his current strength was probably not much weaker than the old woman was still a senior in his heart. "I just received an order from Lord Lei Gong. You have become a 7-star trial taker." The old woman took a deep breath, suppressed her excitement, and said word by word. 7 stars. Hearing this, Lin Ling's pupils trembled violently. One had to know that he was only a 5-star not long ago. Now that he had jumped by 2 stars, he had missed at least 5 or 6 missions. That's right, Lei Gong is currently discussing the Spirit Kingdom with the other 3 great gods. However, before he left the hall, he told me, "Lin Ling, you're amazing. You're a trial taker among the 4 great gods and have the fastest growth rate." The old woman, who had just suppressed her excitement, could no longer hold it in. You have to know that for others to complete a trial mission, the fastest would take 100 years, and the slowest would take 1,000 years. However, you have completed several major missions in just 3 years. It can be described as a miracle. Oh right, what did you encounter when you were searching for the Spirit Kingdom? Why did Lei Gong reward you like this? Now that you've completed a 2-star mission, you can request 4 rewards from Lei Gong. Congratulations. The old woman said incoherently. "Senior, you spoke too fast. I can't even react." Seeing the excited old woman, Lin Ling was speechless. His words made the old woman slap her forehead and laugh. All along, the old woman did not speak much to Lin Ling and gave off a serious vibe. However, as Lin Ling continued to grow stronger, this seriousness disappeared. Instead, she was as close to Lin Ling as a family member. Next, Lin Ling did not hide anything and told her about how he had chased away the great god of the Spirit Kingdom. "I see. Heavens, you actually chased away a god. TSK. Sometimes, even I am afraid of the things you do." Hearing Lin Ling's words, the old woman was undoubtedly shocked. With the strength of a martial god, he had disrupted the plan of a god. It was no wonder that Lei Gong had rewarded Lin Ling so much. She could not help but admire Lin Ling's luck. This was because a god could have killed Lin Ling with just one look. However, Lin Ling had taken the risk and stopped the great god of the Spirit Kingdom before he was about to awaken. All of this sounded simple, but the old woman knew that it was definitely more difficult than ascending to the heavens. "Oh right, now that I've become a 7-star trial taker, I can get 4 rewards." Lin Ling was obviously more concerned about the rewards because he also wanted Lei Gong to help him remove the hidden danger in his body. Moreover, his realm had advanced by leaps and bounds, and his 6 dantians had all become divine fetuses. He also wanted to open his 7th dantian. To open the dantian, one had to cultivate their essence, qi, and spirit at the same time. However, Lin Ling's current realm, soul force, and physical strength had already reached the standard. He only lacked the cultivation resources needed to open the Dantian. Therefore, he also wanted to use the rewards to exchange for treasures. That's right, there are 4 rewards. Moreover, you are a 7-star trial taker. When ordinary trial takers meet you, they have to bow to you because your status is higher than theirs. The old woman smiled and was happy for Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling's status had risen, and so had her status. Among the many guardians, the others did not dare to laugh at her easily. There's such a rule. Hearing this, Lin Ling was a little suspicious. He remembered that when he went to Lei Gong's hall, the trial takers had a higher status than him, but they rarely put on airs with their status. You don't know about this? Seeing that Lin Ling seemed to be hearing this for the first time, the old woman was shocked. Lin Ling scratched the back of his head. It was indeed his first time hearing this. However, his eyes suddenly lit up. He recalled the first time he went to Lei Gong's hall. Sister Zhen seemed to be making things difficult for him, and the other trial takers not only did not help him, but also spoke for Sister Zhen. This seemed to indicate the difference between the trial takers' level. As for later, Lei Gong had already regarded himself as a successor. Although the others did not know, they could more or less guess it from Lei Gong's attitude. No wonder later in Lei Gong's hall, although Sister Zhen and the others were easy to talk to, they looked at Lin Ling with strange eyes. You just entered the world of gods, so you are not familiar with these rules. This is normal. The old woman nodded to Lin Ling. Senior, I heard that there is a world of gods in the final world, but why haven't I seen it yet? Lin Ling also remembered what people called this place when he first came to Miaozhou. This place had the final world and the world of gods. Now, he had a firm foothold in the final world, but he had never heard of the world of gods. You don't have to worry about this, because I estimate that it won't be long before Lord Lei Gong takes you to the world of gods. There are all the gods under the 4 great gods, powerful holy knights, great generals, and so on. The old woman smiled, her eyes filled with yearning. Even I have only been there once, and that was the homeland of the gods in the past. Chapter 4165. The place where the battle of the gods took place was also the era of the gods. The old woman nodded heavily at Lin Ling. Hearing this, Lin Ling was suddenly excited because he had heard many things about the era of the gods and had always been curious. He did not expect that it was the world of gods. At that time, during the dusk of the gods fell. That piece of land was probably deserted. For now, you should wait for the news because Lei Gong is discussing with the other gods. When he returns, he will definitely look for you. Seeing Lin Ling full of yearning, the old woman suddenly smiled and said, Moreover, you often do missions outside, so you should seize this time to rest and accompany your family. Okay. Lin Ling also had this idea. He also wanted to see what treasures would be in the inheritance treasure after reaching the 4th level of the martial god realm. By the way, Lei Gong also told you to be careful because you interrupted the plan of the Spirit Nation. I'm afraid that the Spirit Nation will target you. The Spirit Nation is in the dark and you are in the light. Sometimes it's impossible to guard against them. As for the 9 regions, there are very few people who can shake you. At this time, the old woman warned again. Lin Ling nodded and then walked back to the courtyard with the old woman. Lin Ling naturally knew that although he seemed powerful now, there were still many people who could take his life. And there were many such people. Luli Empress. 9 regions, 10 great martial gods. Especially the Duan lineage martial god. Because Duan Wuhan died in the hands of Lin Ling, this was equivalent to cutting off the bloodline of the Duan family. The Duan lineage martial god would definitely not let Lin Ling go. Returning to the courtyard, Lin Ling suppressed all the things in his heart and enjoyed the hard-won family reunion. That night, snow-blowing city was also incomparably lively. Some acquaintances of the final world also came to visit at this moment. This kind of life lasted for a full 10 days before Lin Ling began to return to his peaceful life. At present, he was waiting for Lei Gong to summon him. At that time, he could mention the reward to Lei Gong. In the room, Lin Ling sat cross-legged. His eyes were calm. His originally well-defined face was now less murderous and more sacred. Strands of divine power lingered around his body, flickering like fireflies. It was this divine power that distinguished Lin Ling from ordinary martial gods. In the 9 regions, there were not many martial gods who had divine power. And those who had this power, without a doubt, a symbol of the top experts. Around Lin Ling, the phantoms of the 6 divine embryos flowed like water. The twin dragon gods, the wraith jellyfish, and primal chaos were like strange beasts of the world standing guard. And above Lin Ling's head, the human sovereign's flame and the thunder lock physique were still fighting. The divine might they exuded was clearly superior to the other talents. Whoosh! After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling's eyes finally opened. His left eye was filled with golden flames and his right eye was filled with white lightning. My realm has finally stabilized. Lin Ling said softly. He had broken through 2 realms in a row on this trip to Spirit Light City. Therefore, he was afraid that his realm would be unstable. After all, the boundary essence of the martial god realm was no small matter. If he was careless and caused the boundary essence to become chaotic, it was possible for him to self-destruct. The power of that self-destruction was undoubtedly very strong. Especially since Lin Ling had 6 stanchions. The power of his self-destruction was comparable to the peak of the martial god realm. Therefore, after reaching the 4th level of the martial god realm, Lin Ling did not dare to be in a hurry to break through. It seems that the energy given by the spirit nation is very pure. There are no side effects when breaking through realms. However, when I was stabilizing my realm, I did not feel anything strange. It was as if there were no changes in my body. Lin Ling mumbled to himself. He knew that the quieter it was, the more dangerous it would be. If the spirit nation falls, the energy will never explode. However, once the spirit nation's deities come near, the energy will disturb your dantian and turn you into a member of the spirit nation. The giant ghost said calmly as he sat by the window and stared at the pitch-black night sky. What a ticking time bomb. Yes. Lin Ling nodded, then let out a helpless sigh. As expected, most of the things that were obtained too cheaply were not good stuff. Forget it. I'll wait for Lord Lei Gong to return and see if he has any ideas. Lin Ling did not think too much about it. Instead, the divine inheritance treasure appeared in his mind and a smile of anticipation appeared on his face. Currently, Lin Ling had many treasures on him, especially the indigo spiritual flower. Of course, he had given the precious indigo spiritual flower to Yu and Yuer, and the others to increase their talents. However, he had only given them 1 indigo spiritual flower. After all, Lin Ling had personally experienced the power of the indigo spiritual flower. If he did not have a powerful refining method, he would explode. Currently, Lin Ling did not dare to refine the indigo spiritual flower so easily. He would only make plans after he became stronger. Therefore, his attention was now focused on the god's heirloom. 4th level martial god. Who knew what kind of rare treasures there would be in this treasure trove? I estimate that the treasures of a 4th level martial god are similar to those of a 3rd level martial god. Seeing Lin Ling drawing the seal in the air, the giant ghost floated over and said curiously. Why are you so sure? Lin Ling asked the giant ghost as he drew the seal to open the divine inheritance treasure. Because the divine inheritance treasure will guarantee that you will surpass the martial god realm and achieve the martial god realm, but it won't provide you with too much help. After all, it's only beneficial to you. The ultimate tribulation of the martial god realm is the greatest tribulation of the martial god realm. It's a kind of reliance, a kind of inner demon. The giant ghost said. Lin Ling was well aware of this too. Let's see if you're right. Lin Ling waved his right hand, causing a loud explosion. Following this, the rift was torn open, revealing a black hole. Lin Ling and the giant ghost looked into the black hole, and the first thing they saw was a black token. The World Massacre Order. This treasure again? Lin Ling and the giant ghost exchanged glances with one another and smiled. Even though it was as the giant ghost had said, that a fourth-level martial god realm cultivator would not unlock any unique treasures, the World Massacre Order was more than enough. At the very least, it gave Lin Ling another life-saving trump card. Although this trump card was a one-time use, there weren't many powerhouses in the final world who could block this trump card. God stones, TSK, 100 of them. Based on the cost of refining them last time, I should be able to improve my god force by 50 streams. Following this, Lin Ling was overjoyed when he saw the number of God stones. Currently, if he were to stumble into someone with a strong godly embryo, he could defeat them with his god force, such as Han Xie. The last treasure was none other than the god's essence fragment. Chapter 4166. The looting of the treasures is over. Overall, it's the same as the third-layer martial god realm, but there are more of them. Following this, Lin Ling put the treasures away and said in a dissatisfied tone. Be content with what you have, any one of your treasures is priceless to others, but you can get one every time you break through. If others knew about it, they would be jealous. The giant ghost said fiercely. If I'm not mistaken, there are still a few of them. Therefore, I'm not the only one benefiting from it. Lin Ling shook his head with a smile. He clearly knew that the benefits in the eyes of others were just so to the gods. For example, the Ling Kingdom was a tycoon. They could easily give out godly embryos to others and grant them the right to become a god. That being said, those gods could not be compared to the real gods during the era of the gods. They could only be considered fake gods. However, even though your cultivation has stabilized, your godly force is rising too fast. It's not suitable for you to refine it anymore. Otherwise, the godly force will drown out the godly force you've comprehended. The giant ghost said. Lin Ling nodded. Why don't I exchange 100 godly stones for cultivation resources? You're going to use them to open your 7th dantian, right? The giant ghost guessed Lin Ling's intention. Even though it did not know what kind of cultivation technique Lin Ling had practiced that allowed him to open his dantian so frequently, it knew that Lin Ling had the ability to open his 7th dantian after spending some time with him. If you need a huge amount of cultivation resources, you'll need a lot of monarch crystals. During the era of the gods cultivated with the godly spring. This kind of spring water only appears in the void. It's the essence of spiritual qi. It's extremely rare, so it should be enough to satisfy your needs. Godly spring. Lin Ling remembered the name. Following this, he began to cultivate again. This time, he was not going to improve the human emperor's flame, but the Bodhi testimony godly art. The Bodhi testimony godly art could improve his soul force, which was what he valued the most. The words of the Bodhi testimony godly art appeared in his mind. Lin Ling entered a meditative state. The enlightened heart Bodhi was known as the Bodhisattva who had ascended to the ground to comprehend the truth of the Dharma. After all, it was pure, which was the so-called Prajna Paramitha form. The ancient Sanskrit words floated in Lin Ling's mind, as if an ancient elder was whispering in his ear. Inside Lin Ling's dantian, a wave of auspicious and peaceful energy appeared from the 6 great dantians, causing the tyrannical boundary essence to calm down. This made Lin Ling realize that the Bodhi testimony divine skill seemed to be able to suppress the evil power of the spirit kingdom. Wine. Suddenly, an ancient and huge statue appeared in Lin Ling's mind. The statue was benevolent and looked at Lin Ling with affection. This time, the ancient Sanskrit was being whispered by the statue. Patriarch Subhuti. Lin Ling's mind shook. Wasn't this the ancient god he met in the myriad worlds? Under the Sanskrit words of the statue, Lin Ling felt a warm energy flowing through his body. The sound of the great Tao seemed to be lingering around Lin Ling's body, constantly nourishing him. At the same time, a soul seed seemed to have been opened in his soul force. Then, the warm voice of the great Tao started to tumble, and it actually turned into a blue cloud. All of this appeared deeply in Lin Ling's soul. Lin Ling could clearly sense that in the blue cloud, a blue divine dragon was swallowing the clouds and riding the mist. It was so majestic. The Sin Sea Dragon, king of the blue Bodhi, the divine dragon, appeared to slay demons. This was the third level of the Bodhi testimony divine skill. The third level had increased the power of God by 10 strands. However, it had to be used after the first and second levels. The first level was the red Bodhi, the second level was the yellow Bodhi, and the third level was the blue Bodhi. A total of 12 strands of the power of God were born. One had to know that these 12 strands of the power of God were much more powerful than the power of God that the Godstone had comprehended. Now, Lin Ling had a total of 62 strands of the power of God. Buzz. The sound of a Buddhist bell rang in Lin Ling's mind, causing him to slowly open his eyes. His body quietly emitted a righteous and peaceful power of Buddha. Success. The giant ghost's voice sounded at the same time. Lin Ling nodded immediately. He felt even more fortunate because he knew that the reason he was able to comprehend the third level so smoothly was because of Patriarch Bodhi's Sanskrit. My soul force has increased by 3,000 strands, reaching 38,000 strands. Lin Ling licked his lips and became inexplicably excited. He then asked, "How long did it take me to comprehend this?" 3 months. The giant ghost said. Fortunately, it didn't take too long. Lin Ling had spent a lot of time in seclusion. This time, it only took him 3 months. This undoubtedly made him very satisfied. Then, Lin Ling tidied up and left the room. Outside the room, everyone was still busy. Just like before, there was a happy atmosphere. Nanwu Fengyu was playing with Xiaoyu. When he saw Lin Ling, he could not help but smile. "You're out." Lin Ling smiled and nodded. "Brother Lin Ling." Xiaoyu immediately rushed to Lin Ling, and Lin Ling picked her up. Only then did he realize that the little girl had grown up a lot. "Right, treasure god, do you know where the holy spring is?" Lin Ling teased Xiaoyu, then looked at Nanwu Fengyu and asked. "The holy spring is a very ancient item." Nanwu Fengyu replied with a sigh, "This treasure is used by the gods for cultivation." "Why? Do you want it too?" "Yes, because the royal crystal is no longer of much help to me. Even if it can help with cultivation, it requires a lot of royal crystals. I'm afraid that only the Kaiyuan River can gather this amount, but it will take a lot of time." Lin Ling nodded. "I'm not too familiar with the current void. By the way, the last time I passed by a place, I heard that there was a holy spring there." Nanwu Fengyu shook his head, then his eyes lit up and he smiled. "That's the true inheritance of Miao Shen." "Miao Shen's true inheritance?" Lin Ling exclaimed. He had forgotten about this place. This was the gathering place of the strongest boundary gods in the final world. It was not surprising that there was a holy spring here. "Thank you, senior." If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten about it." Lin Ling hurriedly bowed and said. "You, in fact, are more familiar with Miao Shen's true inheritance than I am. It's just that you have a lot of things to do and can't remember at the moment. However, I heard that Miao Shen's true inheritance has a grudge with you. If you trade with them for the holy spring, I'm afraid they won't agree." Nanwu Fengyu reminded. Hearing this, Lin Ling slapped his forehead. Miao Shen's true inheritance was a group of arrogant boundary masters, and they had a grudge with Lin Ling. It was indeed difficult to trade with them. However, Lin Ling was determined to open the 7th Dantian, so he had to prepare in advance. Chapter 4167. I have indeed offended many people in God Miao's true inheritance. Princess Tian and the woman who sat in the palanquin during Daoist Duobao's auction. In this world spiritist alliance, I only know Yi Yeshua. Oh, that's right, I can ask her where God Miao's true inheritance is. Lin Ling pondered for a bit and decided to leave immediately. Yu Yu and the others were not far away. When they heard Lin Ling's words, they immediately wanted to follow him. Lin Ling felt that it should not be too dangerous and immediately nodded in agreement. God Miao's true inheritance was, after all, a huge alliance. They knew that Lin Ling was Lei Gong's man and would definitely not dare to act recklessly. Moreover, Lin Ling planned to use divine stones to buy the divine spring. It was likely that God Miao's true inheritance would not refuse divine stones. Lin Ling brought along Yu Yu, Xian Yuan Gu, and an Yuer, warned his family, and then left in large strides. He reckoned that he would not be leaving for long. Thus, he did not inform anyone. God Miao's true inheritance. I've heard of this mysterious world spiritist alliance. However, this alliance is very mysterious and I have never had the chance to see it. Today, I can finally see it. Yu Yu was clearly very curious about God Miao's true inheritance. However, God Miao's true inheritance has enmity with Lin Ling. Those arrogant world spiritists are not easy to talk to. Xian Yuan Gu stuck out her nose and said. Although God Miao's true inheritance is arrogant, they still have principles. If Lin Ling is going to make a trade, I believe they will not refuse. An Yuer was once the holy maiden of the immortal temple. Thus, she was naturally more familiar with God Miao's true inheritance. Yu Yu, here you go. Lin Ling took out an umbrella and gave it to Yu Yu. Then, he explained, this is the great overarching sky umbrella. It can block the attacks of late-stage martial gods with divine embryo. Your talent is to support everyone. Thus, it's better to increase your defense. What about you? Yu Yu immediately looked at Lin Ling. Don't worry, your husband is no longer the same as before. The overarching heavenly umbrella is no longer of much help to me. Lin Ling said with a smile. They had just walked out of the snow-blowing city when several silhouettes quickly arrived from afar. After seeing Lin Ling, they immediately saluted, Great Leader. The person in the lead was called Canon God. He was one of the leaders of the God Slayer Alliance. Lin Ling had subdued him at the Kai Yuan River. Lin Ling. Beside Canon God was a beautiful woman. She was Yi Shui, one of the 4 leaders of the God Slayer Alliance. She was also the successor of Miao Shen's true teachings. Yi Shui, do you know where Miao Shen's true inheritance is? Lin Ling exchanged some pleasantries before revealing his purpose. Hearing this, Yi Shui was stunned. The whereabouts of Miao God's true legacy was usually a secret and could not be easily revealed, even if she was the successor of Miao God's true legacy. However, on second thought, Lin Ling was a trial tester. His identity was obviously not an ordinary person, so he was qualified to know. Immediately, Yi Shui took out a compass and handed it to Lin Ling. The location of Miao God's true legacy is in the void, and the entrance is in Zhozhou. Only this kind of compass can know where the entrance is. After all, there are many martial artists who want to help Miao God's true legacy refine weapons. In order to prevent too many people from rushing into Miao God's true legacy, this rule was set. Yi Shui said. Hearing this, Lin Ling curled his lips. This Miao God's true legacy was really arrogant. Okay, thank you. Then, Lin Ling thanked her and gave a sapphire nimble crystal to Ye Shui. Lin Ling, this is not good. Seeing this, Ye Shui was a little flattered. She knew that in today's God-Slayer alliance, Lin Ling was the biggest leader. Young Master Yao, Majin Tianzi, and herself, the former three leaders, had quietly taken a step back and given their positions to Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling was the last to join the God-Slayer alliance among the four of them, his abilities were obvious to all. Previously, he had destroyed the Qilin martial god and Wentian martial god. Now, he had established the God-Slayer alliance. All of these were thanks to him. It could be said that the God-Slayer alliance used to be a little famous in Qingzhou and other small divine prefectures. However, Lin Ling had promoted the God-Slayer alliance and made it famous in Zhouzhou. Take it. Don't treat me as a leader. We are friends. Lin Ling insisted that Ye Shui accept it. Ye Shui had no choice but to nod her head. Goodbye. Then, Lin Ling left Snow City with Yue and the others. As soon as they left Snow City, Lin Ling took out the compass and checked it. The direction seemed to be outside the final world. What a troublesome true inheritance of Miao Shen. Seeing this, Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. Miao Shen's true inheritance was no different from a god to the experts in Zhouzhou. However, for experts like Lin Ling, it was not very useful. Because Lin Ling was after the innate divine weapon. Apparently, there were only a few people in Miao Shen's true inheritance who could make an innate divine weapon. Even if they could, they would need countless treasures. Therefore, it was more convenient for Lin Ling to explore the forbidden area. If Lin Ling was not in a hurry to get the divine spring, he would not have come into contact with Miao Shen's true inheritance. After leaving the final world, Lin Ling headed toward Zhouzhou. Finally, he found that the entrance was in Tianzhou, one of Zhouzhou's 9 prefectures. Lin Ling had not been to Tianzhou much. He only knew that it was the third from the bottom in Zhouzhou. After confirming the target, Lin Ling looked back and saw Yu and the others chatting. It seemed that they were very happy to be able to accompany Lin Ling. Even the iceberg beauty and Yue showed a rare happy smile. This made Lin Ling not in a hurry. He was out fighting all year round and rarely accompanied his wife. Today, he would walk slowly with them. However, even if Lin Ling and the others walked slowly, they were all very powerful. Therefore, in less than a day, Tianzhou appeared in front of them. Tianzhou, have we arrived? The few of them floated in the void and looked at the ancient continent in the distance. Then, Yu smiled and asked. When they first came to the martial god realm, the Tianzhou was undoubtedly a colossus. But now, to them, the Tianzhou was as insignificant as a countryside. However, Lin Ling's soul force was very powerful. He immediately sensed many powerful auras in Tianzhou. He immediately said, don't underestimate this place. Tianzhou is full of powerful experts now. And Yue also sensed it. It seems that those people are also here for Miao Shen's true inheritance. This time, the entrance to Miao Shen's true inheritance was in Tianzhou. Some people who heard the news would naturally come. Moreover, those who were qualified to enter Miao Shen's true inheritance would definitely have powerful backgrounds. The warriors in Tianzhou don't seem to have noticed that a large number of experts have gathered where they are. They are so stupid. Xian Yuangu suddenly laughed. Lin Ling immediately scratched her little nose and said, it's not that they are stupid. It's just that the difference in strength is too great. In fact, when we were in Qingzhou, there might have been many experts. It's just that we couldn't detect them with our strength. So, we all thought that the strongest in Qingzhou was Emperor Qing. Chapter 4168. Let's go. Next, Lin Ling landed in Tianzhou with the girls. Tianzhou was very large, 3 times the size of Qingzhou. The cities were bustling and lively, similar to Qingzhou. After Lin Ling landed, he immediately sensed many familiar feelings. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. This was because the familiar feeling came from the flame of the human king. This meant that there were people who had been assimilated by the human king's flame. Of course, those people also sensed Lin Ling's arrival. Their expressions changed and they immediately rushed towards Lin Ling from all corners of Tianzhou. Lin Ling did not care about this. He guessed that those people were here for God Miao's true inheritance. It was a good opportunity to ask them about God Miao's true inheritance. Then, Lin Ling appeared in an extremely bustling city according to the compass. This was called Sky City, which was also the city where the divine emperor of Tianzhou lived. This divine emperor could also control ancient powers and was extremely powerful. Of course, to the current Lin Ling and the others, that ancient power was not worth mentioning. Walking on the street, Yu and the others' beautiful faces undoubtedly became the focus of attention. Many people looked at Lin Ling with envy but did not dare to approach him. Of course, there were always exceptions. What beautiful ladies! Why don't you accompany me tonight? Young man. A young man in extraordinary attire led a few experts to block Lin Ling and the others' path. The young man said with a smile on his face. He's so silly. Seeing this, Xian Yuangu could not help but laugh. She naturally knew why the other party was here. However, in her eyes, this young man was too weak. Yes. I'm very silly. How about it? Are you interested in going shopping with me? The young man was mocked but was not angry. Instead, he continued to smile. It was obvious that he was a veteran at picking up girls. Come on, sir. I know you want to pursue them, but they are not people you can afford to offend. Lin Ling also shook his head. He was not angry at all. Instead, he advised him. Brat, are you their guardian angel? What? When I, Li Xiao, do something, I still need your permission. The young man looked at Lin Ling and his eyes turned cold. You don't have to ask for my permission. In fact, I'm not stopping you. I'm just advising you out of kindness. However, who would have thought that Lin Ling still wasn't angry? After leaving behind a sentence, he strode forward. That look seemed to say, if you want to hit on them, go ahead. Such an action undoubtedly left the young man dumbfounded. The passers-by were also confused. Generally speaking, when encountering such a situation, shouldn't the blue-robed young man be the hero who saves the beauty? Who knew that he would run away instead? This was too unmanly. How would they know that the reason why Lin Ling couldn't be bothered with them was that Yu and the rest were much stronger than these people? Even if Yu and the others didn't have Lin Ling as their husband, Yu and the others wouldn't have taken a fancy to that young man, because his status and strength were not on the same level. Did you see that? Aren't I very impressive? However, the young man obviously didn't know that. At this moment, he was very proud of himself. Impressive, you are indeed very impressive. Yu and the others couldn't help but roll their eyes. Seeing that Lin Ling had walked far away, they hurriedly wanted to chase after him. However, the young man stopped Yu and the others and said confidently, Beautiful ladies, tonight is the full moon. I wonder if I have the fortune to invite you to admire the full moon. This scene made many people on the street envious. They thought that Li Xiao was really lucky in love. You're such an idiot. Reward your sister, don't block the way. However, Yu and the others were extremely impatient. They didn't hold back and directly attacked. Bang, bang, bang. They didn't even need to use any moves. Just their aura alone was enough to defeat the young man and the others and trample them on the street. Reward your sister, I already said, don't block the way. The Xian Yuangu, was the most violent. She directly beat the young man until his head was swollen like a pig's head. The people on the street were shocked. They never thought that these three delicate ladies would have such terrifying strength. Moreover, their attacks were so ferocious. Li Xiao was considered a celebrity in Heaven City. He was also extremely powerful. However, he was beaten like a dog. This was the first time they had seen the powerful Li Xiao end up in such a state. You! Li Xiao was clearly dumbfounded. He ignored the intense pain in his body and stared at the three beauties in disbelief. Unfortunately, Yu Yu and the Xian Yuan Gu didn't even look at him and left in disdain. And Yue looked at Li Xiao calmly and asked, "Does it hurt?" It hurts a lot. "Thank you for your concern, beautiful lady." Li Xiao replied instinctively. Bang! Just as he raised his head, and Yue stomped on Li Xiao's cheek. His cheek was deeply indented and his nose was probably broken into pieces. So violent. The people were shocked again. They thought that the last beauty was kinder, so they asked out of concern. Who knew that the last beauty was even more ferocious? Li Xiao knelt on the ground, his face facing in Yue's foot. In the end, he fell to the ground. Sigh, it's bad enough that he's weak, but he's also so ugly. It's bad enough that he's ugly, but he's also so stupid. He's a disgrace to the martial arts world. And Yue sighed softly and chased after Lin Ling. This. These are three female tyrannosauruses. No wonder that handsome blue-robed young man didn't even care about them. Who could handle such violent beauties? The people on the street shuddered. The more timid ones even had their pants wet. Not long after Li Xiao fainted, a few figures walked down the street, talking and laughing. They looked to be middle-aged men, but their temperament was extraordinary. Suddenly, one of the middle-aged men cried out and rushed toward Li Xiao in disbelief. It was obvious that the young man who fell was his son. He never thought that in a place like Tianzhou, his son would be knocked out and thrown on the street. What happened? A seemingly gentle middle-aged man next to him frowned. Anyone who knew him would know that he was the emperor god of Tianzhou. Someone immediately told him what happened, causing the emperor god's face to darken. Under his watch, someone dared to be so arrogant. One should know that he and Li Xiao's father were close friends. Now that his son's head had been smashed and thrown on the street, how could he not do anything? No matter, I'll have them come personally to apologize. The Emperor God said coldly. A terrifying pressure quietly spread out, causing the street to become a little colder. Brother Chen, sorry to trouble you. Li Xiao's father naturally knew who the middle-aged man was. He immediately said gratefully. This is my territory. Whatever happens to your son, I'm responsible. The Emperor God nodded. He was still standing in the same spot, but in the sky, an invisible force appeared and covered the street. Chapter 4169. Let him see what the ancient power is. Boom! In the end, the celestial the arch controlled the ancient power and suppressed it. Through the introduction of the passers-by, he roughly knew the appearance of those people, so he quickly locked onto them. In the sky, the ancient palace began to suppress, as if it was the will of the gods. This was the power that every celestial the arch in the 9 states could control, and it was used to suppress the divine land. Now, facing a few passers-by, the ancient power had erupted. It was obviously overkill. But the celestial the arch thought that it was all worth it. He wanted to give those people an unforgettable memory. And that memory was terrifying. What he hoped the most was that those people wouldn't be scared to death. While he was thinking, the huge palace had already approached the street. It was dark, covering the sky and blocking the sun. Everyone on the street was shocked, and they directly knelt down and kowtowed. This is the ancient power. The celestial Arch is angry. Elder. An old man who was more knowledgeable said with a pale face. Then, like the passers-by, he looked around, wanting to see why the celestial Arch was making such a big fuss. Then, they saw 3 women and a man walking along the street. The most speechless thing was that they did not seem to notice the ancient power in the sky. Instead, they walked while eating watermelons, as if they were shopping. What the hell? How could they be in the mood to eat watermelons? Brother Lin Ling, the watermelons here are not as sweet as the ones in the rainforest. Elder. One of them, a very beautiful woman, said with dissatisfaction. This made the martial artists on the street almost faint. It's not delicious. Elder. The man nodded and spat out the watermelon seed in his mouth. Rumble. In the sky, the ancient power roared and then stopped moving. Then, under the shocked eyes of the whole city, it exploded. The ancient power controlled by the celestial Arch also exploded. And it was spat out by the watermelon seed. Plop. The people on the street were still kneeling on the ground, but this time, they had completely fainted. They fell down one by one like crops, and they had fainted. Pooh! As for the majestic celestial Arch in the sky, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and then his face turned pale and his body trembled. Even the ancient power was destroyed. This was like a dream to him. Moreover, he could clearly see that the other party had only spat out a few watermelon seeds. What if the other party had used his full strength? It was hard to imagine. Whine. His vision blurred, and he almost fell from the sky. Of course, he knew that today, a giant force came and opened the entrance. Therefore, many powerhouses from all 9 continents came to Tianzhou. And this kind of thing, ordinary people were not qualified to know. Even he, the celestial emperor, knew a little about it through the grapevine. Of course, he also doubted the authenticity of this news. But now, he didn't doubt it, not in the slightest. This was because the 3 women and 1 man who had randomly appeared were already as powerful as gods. This also meant that in the Tianzhou, there were many powerhouses of this level hiding. However, his status was too low and those powerhouses had no time to pay attention to him. Senior, spare my life, spare my life. Next, the celestial Arch knelt down in the sky and kowtowed continuously. Senior, please be magnanimous and forgive my previous offense. I was wrong, I know I was wrong. He was scared half to death. His soul was leaving his body and half of his soul was gone. However, the 3 women and 1 man on the street ignored him. Instead, they bought more fruits and ate them as they walked. Slowly, they disappeared at the end of the street. Naturally, the celestial emperor didn't dare to investigate anymore. He could only watch as those people disappeared. In the end, he sighed in relief. He knew that those people thought of him as a frog at the bottom of a well. They were too lazy to care about his previous mistakes. I didn't deserve to die, I didn't deserve to die. Thinking that he was lucky, the celestial emperor descended from the sky and walked down the street. However, his heart was still pounding. Brother Chen, where is that reckless piece of trash? Just then, the middle-aged man brought Li Xiao over. Though Li Xiao had woken up, his appearance was too horrible to look at. It was as if he was a completely different person. His nose was gone. His mouth and eyes were all sunken in towards his nose. There was also a footprint carved there that couldn't be washed away. With this appearance, he would never be able to see anyone again. Reckless piece of trash. Seeing Li Xiao and his son, the celestial emperor's anger exploded. Earlier, he offended that powerhouse, but that powerhouse didn't even care about him. This meant that the powerhouse didn't care about Li Xiao either. However, Li Xiao was still beaten up so badly. This meant that Li Xiao must have done something that angered the heavens. He deserved it. It's bad enough that he was beaten up, but he almost dragged the celestial emperor down with him. How dare you? Bang! The celestial emperor kicked out and sent Li Xiao flying like a gourd. You piece of trash! He chased after him and started punching and kicking. Do you know that you almost killed me? It's bad enough that you're an idiot, but why did you drag me down with you? Motherfucker, it's bad enough that you're ugly, but you're also so stupid. You are a disgrace to Tianzhou. The celestial emperor today no longer had the dignity of a celestial emperor. He was more like a hooligan. This made Li Xiao's father speechless. His mind was full of questions. Because this was the first time he's seen the celestial emperor lose his composure like this. It was as if someone stole his wife. However, he was experienced and immediately guessed what was going on. Father, save me. Li Xiao couldn't have been more wronged. He was just beaten up, and now he was being beaten up again. What did he, Li Xiao, do to make the heavens jealous of him? Save your sister. After his father guessed what was going on, not only did he not save him, he also joined in the beating. Li Xiao was dumbfounded. Of course, as he was being beaten up, Li Xiao finally didn't act like an idiot. He remembered the 3 women and 1 man from not too long ago. Could it be them? At this moment, Lin Ling led in Yu, and the rest through several streets. Then, a luxurious chamber of commerce appeared in front of them. The chamber of commerce was dazzling with people entering and leaving one after another. From the looks of it, these people were either rich or respectable. Even the guards behind them were not weak. Of course, this strength was only to Tianzhou. To Lin Ling and them, who came from the final world, it was not worth mentioning. Lin Ling didn't come here out of boredom. Because he realized that the direction the compass was pointing to was this trading company. The trading company's name was also the Wanshan Trading Company. On the surface, it appeared to be a rich trading company that had nothing to do with Miao Shen's true teachings. But only those who knew about it knew that this place was not to be underestimated. Is it necessary to hide so much? How arrogant. Chapter 4170. I also want to ignore it, but I guess that if we want to enter Miao Shen's true inheritance, we will have to face some difficulties later. Lin Ling spread his hands and said. He had been to countless cities and forbidden areas since he started learning martial arts. Naturally, his life experience was not shallow. Oh! Yu and the others' eyes immediately flashed. As they walked into the Chamber of Commerce, the people who passed by them looked at Lin Ling and the others in shock. Their eyes were filled with admiration. What a handsome man! And those 3 women, they're all so beautiful. Many people were shocked, and even some big shots looked at Lin Ling and the others a few more times. However, Lin Ling and the others looked calm, neither arrogant nor humble, so they did not dare to approach and ask. Walking along the luxurious corridor, Lin Ling and the others came to the end of the corridor. There was a hall there, and the red sandalwood door of the hall was tightly closed. There were several people guarding outside. From time to time, a mysterious person would come to the red sandalwood door and show an exquisite jade plate. The people guarding the door would immediately open the door without any expression and let them in. The people guarding the door were not strong, but their every movement carried a touch of arrogance. Boundary Master. It seems that we have arrived. Lin Ling suddenly smiled. He could see that those people had soul power, so they were undoubtedly boundary masters. However, to Lin Ling, a world spiritist of that level was simply too weak. When Lin Ling and An Yue moved forward, those people naturally stopped Lin Ling and the others. Moreover, they did not speak. They only looked up and down at Lin Ling and the others. Of course, more of them were staring at An Yue and the others. Obviously, they were also stunned by the beauty of Yu and the others. They did not expect that the blue-robed young man would bring so many beauties with him, which made them very envious. Your Excellency, you are quite bold to bring so many beauties with you. Without a certain level of strength, you can't keep them. One of them said with a smile. What he meant was that Lin Ling would definitely attract bees and butterflies when he went out with these beauties. If Lin Ling's strength was not good, then there would be endless trouble. Of course, Lin Ling was too young, so they thought that Lin Ling dared to be so ostentatious because he was ignorant. As boundary masters, they had seen countless experts over the years. Generally speaking, there were very few people as young as Lin Ling were strong, but they definitely had a background. You don't need to worry. Is the true inheritance behind the door? Lin Ling smiled faintly and pointed behind them. Since you were able to make it this far, I believe you should have some guesses as well. Why is there a need to ask so many questions? Someone said with a smile, his voice carrying arrogance. Well, we are to go in. Lin Ling ignored their arrogance and said faintly. You to go in? They were all to themselves to listen to him to laugh. In short, if I wanted to go in, would the Miao clan's true inheritance let me in? Are you kidding me? If that was the case, everyone could easily enter Miao Shen's true inheritance. Miao Shen's true inheritance would have long been in chaos. Do you have an invitation? One of them asked. Then, when he saw Lin Ling's expression, he immediately knew that it was the first time that Lin Ling had heard of the invitation. He was even more certain that this blue-robed youth was a nouveau riche who did not understand the rules of the 9 prefectures. Do you think you can go in without an invitation? Or do you think that your father is the heavenly emperor? Let me tell you, even if your father is the heavenly emperor, you are not qualified to go in without an invitation. Boy, do you know what the final world is? Let me tell you, even if you are the city lord of the final world, you are not qualified to enter. Go. Do you know how the invitation is obtained? Our true inheritance sends out 356 invitation letters every year to various auctions. You can only obtain them through auctions. Do you understand? Country bumpkin. At the end, their voices became louder, and their saliva almost sprayed onto Lin Ling's face. It was as if they were wasting their saliva by saying so much to these country bumpkins. However, what they said was not wrong. The invitation letters of God Miao's true inheritance were very precious. There was no market for them. Whoever had more treasures could get an invitation letter. Those who had an invitation letter were also a symbol of status. In some big occasions, using an invitation letter could also make people look at them with new eyes and respect. Because those who could get an invitation letter had a huge background and strength that defied the heavens. See, I told you that this would happen. Seeing the arrogance of these boundary masters, Lin Ling did not seem to care. Instead, he smiled at Yu Yu and the others. Brother Ling is still the best. Yu Yu and the others immediately nodded. Of course, I have encountered this kind of thing many times. Lin Ling shrugged and then touched his nose. He did not have an invitation letter. If he wanted to go in, he would have to report his identity. He believed that with his identity as a trial taker, it should not be difficult to enter. Oh, I was wondering who it was. So it's you. At that moment, a sneer suddenly sounded. A large number of people walked out from the corridor behind them. The person in the lead was wearing a luxurious brocade robe and a jade crown on his head. His every movement carried the majesty of an emperor. If Lin Ling was said to be a free and unfettered person in the world, then this person was the monarch who ruled the world. Moreover, this aura was not only possessed by the person in the lead, but also by the people behind him. Of course, the aura of the person in the lead was the strongest. He was also Lin Ling's acquaintance. The 7th Prince. The people behind him were naturally people from the 7th Imperial Alliance. Even Grandfather Tang was beside the 7th Prince. The 7th Prince could be considered Lin Ling's old acquaintance. In the Kaiyuan River, Lin Ling's God Slayer alliance had risen, and so had the 7th Imperial Alliance. During the competition for an Yuer, the 7th prince had been defeated by Lin Ling. After that, the 7th prince had also come to the exchange of pointers between the various academies. He had wanted to suppress Lin Ling's spirit, but in the end, he had been defeated by Lin Ling and had even lost his balls. As for Grandfather Tang, he had wanted to stand up for the 7th prince, but he had been taught a lesson by treasure god Nanwu Fengyu. Therefore, when they saw Lin Ling, the 7th prince and Grandfather Tang's expressions turned ugly. "Oh, I was wondering who it was. So it's you, the eunuch. Why have you come to Miaoshen's true inheritance? By the way, could it be that you want to buy a pair of balls?" Lin Ling looked at the 7th prince with contempt and said in surprise. This sentence was like pouring salt on the wound. The 7th prince was stunned and trembled with anger. That day, his balls had been kicked by Lin Ling, and his dragon root had been destroyed. His innate talent had been damaged. This was the greatest humiliation of his life. That day, the damage to his innate talent was nothing. The main thing was his reputation. Now, the people who saw him looked at him strangely. Although they didn't dare to mention this matter personally, the 7th prince could sense their thoughts. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.